In search of the castaways. The shark. On the 26th of July, 1864, under a strong gale from the northeast, a magnificent yacht was steaming at full speed through the waves of the North Channel. The flag of England fluttered at her yardarm, while at the top of the mainmast floated a blue pennon, bearing the initials E.G., worked in gold and surmounted by a ducal coronet. The yacht was called the Duncan, and belonged to Lord Glenarvan, one of the 16 Scottish peers sitting in the House of Lords, and also a most distinguished member of the Royal Thames Yacht Club, so celebrated throughout the United Kingdom. Lord Edward Glenarvan was on board with his young wife, Lady Helena, and one of his cousins, Major MacNabb. The Duncan, newly constructed, had just been making a trial voyage several miles beyond the Frith of Clyde, and was now on her return to Glasgow. Already Arran Island was appearing on the horizon, when the lookout signaled an enormous fish that was sporting in the wake of the yacht. The captain, John Mangles, at once informed Lord Glenarvan of the fact, who mounted on deck with Major MacNabb, and asked the captain what he thought of the animal. "Indeed, your lordship," replied Captain Mangles, "I think it is a shark of large proportions." "A shark in these regions?" exclaimed Glenarvan. "Without doubt," replied the captain. "This fish belongs to a species of sharks that are found in all seas and latitudes. It is the balance fish, and, if I am not greatly mistaken, we shall have an encounter with one of these fellows. If your lordship consents, and it pleases Lady Helena to witness such a novel chase, we will soon see what we have to deal with." "What do you think, MacNabb?" said Lord Glenarvan to the Major. "Are you of a mind to try the adventure?" "I am of whatever opinion pleases you," answered the Major, calmly. "Besides," continued Captain Mangles, "we cannot too soon exterminate these terrible monsters. Let us improve the opportunity, and, if your lordship pleases, it shall be an exciting scene as well as a good action." "Very well, Captain," said Lord Glenarvan. He then summoned Lady Helena, who joined him on deck, tempted by the exciting sport. The sea was magnificent. You could easily follow along its surface the rapid motions of the fish, as it plunged and rose again with surprising agility. Captain Mangles gave his orders, and the sailors threw over the starboard rattling a stout rope, to which was fastened a hook baited with a thick piece of pork. The shark, although still at a distance of 50 yards, scented the bait offered to his voracity. He rapidly approached the yacht. You could see his fins, gray at their extremity and black at their base, beat the waves with violence, while his caudal appendage kept him in a rigorously straight line. As he advanced, his great glaring eyes seemed inflamed with eagerness, and his yawning jaws, when he turned, disclosed a quadruple row of teeth. His head was large, and shaped like a double-headed hammer. Captain Mangles was right. It was a very large specimen of the most rapacious family of sharks, the balance fish of the English and the jewfish of the Provençals. All on board of the Duncan followed the movements of the shark with lively attention. The animal was soon within reach of the hook. He turned upon his back, in order to seize it better, and the enormous bait disappeared down his vast gullet. At the same time he hooked himself, giving the line a violent shake, whereupon the sailors hoisted the huge creature by means of a pulley at the end of the yardarm. The shark struggled violently at feeling himself drawn from his natural element, but his struggles were of no avail. A rope with a slip noose confined his tail and paralyzed his movements. A few moments afterward he was hauled over the ratlings, and precipitated upon the deck of the yacht. One of the sailors at once approached him, not without caution, and with a vigorous blow of the hatchet cut off the formidable tail of the animal. The chase was ended, and there was nothing more to fear from the monster. The vengeance of the sailors was satisfied, but not their curiosity. Indeed, it is customary on board of every vessel to carefully examine the stomachs of sharks. The men, knowing the inordinate voracity of the creature, wait with some anxiety, and their expectation is not always in vain. Lady Glenarvan, not wishing to witness this strange exploration, retired to the cabin. The shark was still panting. He was 10 feet long, and weighed more than 600 pounds. These dimensions are nothing extraordinary, for if the balance fish is not classed among the giants of this species, at least he belongs to the most formidable of their family. The enormous fish was soon cut open by a blow of the hatchet, without further ceremony. The hook had penetrated to the stomach, which was absolutely empty. Evidently the animal had fasted a long time, and the disappointed seamen were about to cast the remains into the sea, when the attention of the mate was attracted by a bulky object firmly embedded in the viscera. "Ha! What is this?" he exclaimed. "That," replied one of the sailors, "is a piece of rock that the creature has taken in for ballast." "Good," said another, "it is probably a bullet that this fellow has received in the stomach, and could not digest." "Good," said Glenarvan, "wash the dirty thing, and bring it into the cabin." "Be still, all of you," cried Tom Austin, the mate. "Do you not see that the animal was a great drunkard? And to lose nothing, has drank not only the wine, but the bottle too." "What!" exclaimed Lord Glenarvan, "is it a bottle that this shark has in his stomach?" "A real bottle," replied the mate, "but you can easily see that it does not come from the wine cellar." "Well, Tom," said Glenarvan, "draw it out carefully. Bottles found in the sea frequently contain precious documents." "Do you think so?" said Major MacNabb. "I do, at least, that it may happen so." "Oh, I do not contradict you," replied the Major. "Perhaps there may be a secret in this." "We shall see," said Glenarvan. "Well, Tom, here it is," said the mate, displaying the shapeless object that he had just drawn with difficulty from the interior of the shark. "Good," said Glenarvan, "wash the dirty thing, and bring it into the cabin." Tom obeyed, and the bottle found under such singular circumstances was placed on the cabin table, around which Lord Glenarvan, Major MacNabb, and Captain John Mangles took their seats, together with Lady Helena, for a woman, they say, is always a little inquisitive. Everything causes excitement at sea. For a moment there was silence. Each gazed wonderingly at this strange waif. Did it contain the secret of a disaster, or only an insignificant message confided to the mercy of the waves by some idle navigator? However, they must know what it was, and Glenarvan, without waiting longer, proceeded to examine the bottle. He took, moreover, all necessary precautions. You would have thought a coroner was pointing out the particulars of a suspicious quest. And Glenarvan was right, for the most insignificant mark in appearance may often lead to an important discovery. Before examining it internally, the bottle was inspected externally. It had a slender neck, the mouth of which was protected by an iron wire considerably rusted. Its sides were very thick, and capable of supporting a pressure of several atmospheres, betraying evidently previous connection with champagne. With these bottles the wine dressers of Eye and Epernay block carriage wheels without their showing the slightest fracture. This one could, therefore, easily bear the hardships of a long voyage. "A bottle of the Maison Clicquot," said the Major quietly, and, as if he ought to know, his affirmation was accepted without contradiction. "My dear Major," said Lady Helena, "it matters little what this bottle is, provided we know whence it comes." "We shall know, my dear," said Lord Edward, "and already we can affirm that it has come from a distance. See the petrified particles that cover it, these substances mineralized, so to speak, under the action of the seawater. This waif had already taken a long voyage in the ocean, before being engulfed in the stomach of a shark." "I cannot but be of your opinion," replied the Major. "This fragile vase, protected by its strong envelope, must have made a long journey." "But whence does it come?" inquired Lady Glenarvan. "Wait, my dear Helena, wait. We must be patient with bottles. If I am not greatly mistaken, this one will itself answer all our questions." And so saying, Glenarvan began to scrape off the hard particles that protected the neck. Soon the cork appeared, but very much damaged with the salt water. "This is a pity," said Glenarvan, "for if there is any paper in it, it will be in a bad condition." "That's what I fear," replied the Major. "I will add," continued Glenarvan, "that this badly corked bottle would soon have sunk, and it is fortunate that this shark swallowed it, and brought it on board of the Duncan." "Certainly," interposed Captain Mangles, "it would have been better, however, had it been caught in the open sea on a well-known latitude and longitude. We could then, by studying the atmospheric and marine currents, have discovered the course traversed, but with a guide like one of these sharks, that travel against wind and tide, we cannot know whence it comes." "We shall soon see," answered Glenarvan. At the same time he drew out the cork with the greatest care, and a strong saline odor permeated the cabin. Well, said Lady Helena, with a truly feminine impatience. Yes, said Glenarvan, I am not mistaken. Here are papers. Documents. Documents, cried Lady Helena. Only, replied Glenarvan, they appear to be damaged by the water. It is impossible to remove them, for they adhere to the sides of the bottle. Let us break it, said MacNabb. I would rather keep it whole, replied Glenarvan. I should, too, said the Major. Very true, added Lady Helena, but the contents are more valuable than that which contains them, and it is better to sacrifice one than the other. Let your lordship only break off the neck, said the captain, and that will enable you to draw them out without injury. Yes, yes, my dear Edward, cried Lady Glenarvan. It was difficult to proceed in any other way, and, at all hazards, Glenarvan determined to break the neck of the precious bottle. It was necessary to use a hammer, for the stony covering had acquired the hardness of granite. The fragments soon strewed the table, and several pieces of paper were perceived adhering to each other. Glenarvan drew them out carefully, separating and examining them closely, while Lady Helena, the Major, and the captain crowded around him. 2. The 3 documents. These pieces of paper, half destroyed by the seawater, exhibited only a few words, the traces of handwriting almost entirely effaced. For several minutes Lord Glenarvan examined them attentively, turned them about in every way, and exposed them to the light of day, observing the least traces of writing spared by the sea. Then he looked at his friends, who were regarding him with anxious eyes. There are here, said he, 3 distinct documents, probably 3 copies of the same missive, translated into 3 different languages, one English, another French, and the third German. The few words that remain leave no doubt on this point. But these words have at least a meaning, said Lady Glenarvan. That is difficult to say, my dear Helena. The words traced on these papers are very imperfect. Perhaps they will complete each other, said the Major. That may be, replied Captain Mangles. It is not probable that the water has obliterated these lines in exactly the same places on each, and by comparing these remains of phrases we shall arrive at some intelligible meaning. We will do so, said Lord Glenarvan, but let us proceed systematically. And, first, here is the English document. It showed the following arrangement of lines and words. That does not mean much, said the Major, with an air of disappointment. Whatever it may mean, replied the captain, it is good English. There is no doubt of that, said his lordship. The words wreck, island, this, and lost, are perfect. Cap evidently means captain, referring to the captain of a shipwrecked vessel. Let us add, said the captain, the portions of the words docu and ssi stance, the meaning of which is plain. Well, something is gained already, added Lady Helena. Unfortunately, replied the Major, entire lines are wanting. How can we find the name of the lost vessel, or the place of shipwreck? We shall find them, said Lord Edward. Very likely, answered the Major, who was invariably of the opinion of everyone else, but how? By comparing one document with another. Let us see, cried Lady Helena. The second piece of paper, more damaged than the former, exhibited only isolated words, arranged thus. This is written in German, said Captain Mangles, when he had cast his eyes upon it. And do you know that language? Asked Glenarvan. Perfectly, your lordship. Well, tell us what these few words mean. The captain examined the document closely, and expressed himself as follows. First, the date of the event is determined. 7. Juni means June 7th, and by comparing this figure with the figures, 62, furnished by the English document, we have the date complete, June 7, 1862. Very well, exclaimed Lady Helena. Go on. On the same line, continued the young captain, I find the word glass, which, united with the word gow of the first document, gives Glasgow. It is plainly a ship from the port of Glasgow. That was my opinion, said the Major. The second line is missing entirely, continued Captain Mangles, but on the third I meet with 2 important words zwei, which means 2, and atrosen, or rather matrosen, which signifies sailors in German. There were a captain and 2 sailors, then, said Lady Helena. Probably, replied her husband. I will confess, your lordship, said the captain, that the next word, grouse, puzzles me. I do not know how to translate it. Perhaps the third document will enable us to understand it. As to the two last words, they are easily explained. Bringt ihnen means bring to them, and if we compare these with the English word, which is likewise on the 6th line of the first document, I mean the word assistance, we shall have the phrase bring them assistance. Yes, bring them assistance, said Glenarvan. But where are the unfortunates? We have not yet a single indication of the place, and the scene of the catastrophe is absolutely unknown. Let us hope that the French document will be more explicit, said Lady Helena. Let us look at it, then, replied Glenarvan, and, as we all know this language, our examination will be more easy. Here is an exact facsimile of the third document. There are figures, cried Lady Helena. Look, gentlemen, look. Let us proceed in order, said Lord Glenarvan, and start at the beginning. Permit me to point out one by one these scattered and incomplete words. I see from the first letters trois mats that it is a brig, the name of which, thanks to the English and French documents, is entirely preserved, the Britannia. Of the two following words, goni and austral, only the last has an intelligible meaning. That is an important point, replied Captain Mangles. The shipwreck took place in the southern hemisphere. That is indefinite, said the Major. I will continue, resumed Glenarvan. The word abore is the trace of the verb aborder, to land. These unfortunates have landed somewhere. But where? Kontin. Is it on a continent? Cruel, cruel, cried Mangles. That explains the German word grouse, grousum, cruel. Go on, cried Glenarvan, whose interest was greatly excited as the meaning of these incomplete words was elucidated. Indy. Is it India, then, where these sailors have been cast? What is the meaning of the word ong it? Ha, longitude. And here is the latitude, 37 degrees 1. In short, we have a definite indication. But the longitude is wanting, said MacNabb. We cannot have everything, my dear Major, replied Glenarvan, and an exact degree of latitude is something. This French document is decidedly the most complete of the three. Each of them was evidently a literal translation of the others, for they all convey the same information. We must, therefore, unite and translate them into one language, and seek their most probable meaning, the one that is most logical and explicit. Shall we make this translation in French, English, or German? Asked the Major. In English, answered Glenarvan, since that is our own language. Your lordship is right, said Captain Mangles, besides, it was also theirs. It is agreed, then. I will write this document, uniting these parts of words and fragments of phrases, leaving the gaps that separate them, and filling up those the meaning of which is not ambiguous. Then we will compare them and form an opinion. Glenarvan at once took a pen, and, in a few moments, presented to his friends a paper on which were written the following lines. At this moment a sailor informed the captain that the Duncan was entering the Frith of Clyde, and asked his orders. What are your lordship's wishes? Said the captain, addressing Lord Glenarvan. Reach Dumbarton as quickly as possible, Captain. Then, while Lady Helena returns to Malcolm Castle, I will go to London and submit this document to the authorities. The captain gave his orders in pursuance of this, and the mate executed them. Now, my friends, said Glenarvan, we will continue our investigations. We are on the track of a great catastrophe. The lives of several men depend upon our sagacity. Let us use therefore all our ingenuity to divine the secret of this enigma. We are ready, my dear Edward, replied Lady Helena. First of all, continued Glenarvan, we must consider three distinct points in this document. First, what is known, second, what can be conjectured, and third, what is unknown. What do we know? That on the 7th of June, 1862, a brig, the Britannia, of Glasgow, was wrecked, that two sailors and the captain threw this document into the sea in latitude 37 degrees 1, and in it asked for assistance. Exactly, replied the Major. What can we conjecture? Resumed Glenarvan. First, that the shipwreck took place in the South Seas, and now I call your attention to the word Gonia. Does it not indicate the name of the country which they reached? Patagonia, cried Lady Helena. Probably. But is Patagonia crossed by the 37th parallel? Asked the Major. That is easily seen, said the captain, taking out a map of South America. It is so. Patagonia is bisected by the 37th parallel, which crosses Araucania, over the Pampas, north of Patagonia, and is lost in the Atlantic. Well, let us continue our conjectures. The two sailors and the captain aboard, land. Where? The continent, you understand, a continent, not an island. What becomes of them? We have fortunately 2 letters, PR, which inform us of their fate. These unfortunates, in short, are captured or prisoners. By whom? The cruel Indians. Are you convinced? Do not the words fit naturally into the vacant places? Does not the document grow clear to your eyes? Does not light break in upon your mind? Glenarvan spoke with conviction. His looks betokened an absolute confidence, and his enthusiasm was communicated to his hearers. Like him they cried, "It is plain! It is plain!" A moment after Lord Edward resumed, in these terms. "All these hypotheses, my friends, seem to me extremely plausible. In my opinion, the catastrophe took place on the shores of Patagonia. However, I will inquire at Glasgow what was the destination of the Britannia, and we shall know whether she could have been led to these regions." "We do not need to go so far," replied the captain. "I have here the shipping news of the Mercantile and Shipping Gazette, which will give us definite information." Let us see," said Lady Glenarvan. Captain Mangles took a file of papers of the year 1862, and began to turn over the leaves rapidly. His search was soon ended, as he said, in a tone of satisfaction. May 30, 1862, Callao, Peru, Britannia, Captain Grant, bound for Glasgow. "Grant!" exclaimed Lord Glenarvan, that hardy Scotchman who wished to found a new Scotland in the waters of the Pacific. "Yes," answered the captain, "the very same, who, in 1861, embarked in the Britannia at Glasgow, and of whom nothing has since been heard." Exactly, said Glenarvan, "it is indeed he. The Britannia left Callao the 30th of May, and on the 7th of June, 8 days after her departure, she was lost on the shores of Patagonia. This is the whole story elucidated from the remains of these words that seemed undecipherable. You see, my friends, that what we can conjecture is very important. As to what we do not know, this is reduced to one item, the missing degree of longitude. It is of no account," added Captain Mangles, "since the country is known, and with the latitude alone, I will undertake to go straight to the scene of the shipwreck." "We know all, then," said Lady Glenarvan. "All, my dear Helena, and these blanks that the sea has made between the words of the document, I can as easily fill out as though I were writing at the dictation of Captain Grant." Accordingly Lord Glenarvan took the pen again, and wrote, without hesitation, the following note. June 7, 1862. The brig Britannia of Glasgow was wrecked on the shores of Patagonia, in the southern hemisphere. Directing their course to land, 2 sailors and Captain Grant attempted to reach the continent, where they will be prisoners of the cruel Indians. They have thrown this document into the sea, at latitude 37 degrees 1. Bring them assistance or they are lost. Good, my dear Edward, said Lady Glenarvan, and if these unfortunates see their native country again, they will owe this happiness to you. And they shall see it again, replied Glenarvan. This document is too explicit, too clear, too certain, for Englishmen to hesitate. What has been done for Sir John Franklin, and so many others, will also be done for the shipwreck of the Britannia. But these unfortunates, answered Lady Helena, have, without doubt, a family that mourns their loss. Perhaps this poor Captain Grant has a wife, children. You were right, my dear lady, and I charge myself with informing them that all hope is not yet lost. And now, my friends, let us go on deck, for we must be approaching the harbor. Indeed, the Duncan had forced on steam, and was now skirting the shores of Bute Island. Rothesay, with its charming little village nestling in its fertile valley, was left on the starboard, and the vessel entered the narrow inlets of the Frith, passed Greenock, and, at 6 in the evening, was anchored at the foot of the basaltic rocks of Dumbarton, crowned by the celebrated castle. Here a coach was waiting to take Lady Helena and Major MacNabb back to Malcolm Castle. Lord Glenarvan, after embracing his young wife, hurried to take the express train for Glasgow. But before going, he confided an important message to a more rapid agent, and a few moments after the electric telegraph conveyed to the Times and Morning Chronicle an advertisement in the following terms. For any information concerning the brig Britannia of Glasgow, Captain Grant, address Lord Glenarvan, Malcolm Castle, Luss, County of Dumbarton, Scotland. 3. The Captain's Children. The Castle of Malcolm, one of the most romantic in Scotland, is situated near the village of Luss, whose pretty valley it crowns. The limpid waters of Loch Lomond bathe the granite of its walls. From time immemorial it has belonged to the Glenarvan family, who have preserved in the country of Rob Roy and Fergus MacGregor the hospitable customs of the ancient heroes of Walter Scott. At the epoch of the social revolution in Scotland, a great number of vassals were expelled, because they could not pay the great rents to the ancient chiefs of the clans. Some died of hunger, others became fishermen, others emigrated. There was general despair. Among all these the Glenarvans alone believed that fidelity bound the high as well as the low, and they remained faithful to their tenants. Not one left the roof under which he was born, not one abandoned the soil where his ancestors reposed, all continued in the clan of their ancient lords. Thus at this epoch, in this age of disaffection and disunion, the Glenarvan family considered the Scots at Malcolm Castle as their own people. All were descended from the vassals of their kinsmen, were children of the counties of Stirling and Dumbarton, and honestly devoted, body and estate, to their master. Lord Glenarvan possessed an immense fortune, which he employed in doing much good. His kindness exceeded even his generosity, for one was boundless, while the other was necessarily limited. The Lord of Luss, the Laird of Malcolm, represented his fellows in the House of Lords, but with true Scottish ideas, little pleasing to the Southrons, he was disliked by many of them especially because he adhered to the traditions of his ancestors and energetically opposed some dicta of modern political economy. He was not, however, a backward man, either in wit or shrewdness, but while ready to enter every door of progress, he remained Scotch at heart, and it was for the glory of his native land that he contended with his racing yachts in the matches of the Royal Thames Yacht Club. Lord Edward Glenarvan was 32 years old. His form was erect and his features sharp, but his look was mild, and his character thoroughly imbued with the poetry of the Highlands. He was known to be brave to excess, enterprising, chivalrous, a Fergus of the 19th century, but good above all, better than St. Martin himself, for he would have given his very cloak to the poor people of the Highlands. He had been married scarcely 3 months, having espoused Miss Helena Tufnell, daughter of the great traveller William Tufnell, one of the numerous victims to the great passion for geographical discoveries. Miss Helena did not belong to a noble family, but she was Scotch, which equalled all nobilities in the eyes of Lord Glenarvan. This charming young creature, high-minded and devoted, the Lord of Luss had made the companion of his life. He found her one day living alone, an orphan, almost without fortune, in the house of her father at Kilpatrick. He saw that the poor girl would make a noble wife, and he married her. Miss Tufnell was 22, a youthful blonde, with eyes as blue as the waters of the Scotch lakes on a beautiful morning in spring. Her love for her husband exceeded even her gratitude. She loved him as if she had been the rich heiress, and he the friendless orphan. As to their tenants and servants, they were ready to lay down their lives for her whom they called, our good Lady of Luss. Lord and Lady Glenarvan lived happily at Malcolm Castle, in the midst of the grand and wild scenery of the Highlands, rambling in the shady alleys of horse-chestnuts and sycamores, along the shores of the lake, where still resounded the war cries of ancient times, or in the depths of those uncultivated gorges in which the history of Scotland lies written in ruins from age to age. One day they would wander in the forests of beeches and larches, and in the midst of the masses of heather; another, they would scale the precipitous summits of Ben Lomond, or traverse on horseback the solitary glens, studying, comprehending, and admiring this poetic country, still called the land of Rob Roy, and all those celebrated sights so grandly sung by Walter Scott. In the sweet, still evening, when the lantern of Macfarlane illumined the horizon, they would stroll along the Bartizans, an old circular balcony that formed a chain of battlements to Malcolm Castle, and there, pensive, oblivious, and as if alone in the world, seated on some detached rock, under the pale rays of the moon, while night gradually enveloped the rugged summits of the mountains, they would continue wrapped in that pure ecstasy and inward delight known only to loving hearts. Thus passed the first months of their married life. But Lord Glenarvan did not forget that his wife was the daughter of a great traveller. He thought that Lady Helena must have in her heart all the aspirations of her father, and he was not mistaken. The Duncan was constructed, and was designed to convey Lord and Lady Glenarvan to the most beautiful countries of the world, along the waves of the Mediterranean, and to the isles of the archipelago. Imagine the joy of Lady Helena when her husband placed the Duncan at her disposal. Indeed, can there be a greater happiness than to lead your love towards those charming isles where Sappho sung, and behold the enchanting scenes of the Orient, with all their spirit-stirring memories? Meantime Lord Glenarvan had started for London. The safety of the unfortunate shipwrecked men was at stake. Thus, in his temporary absence, Lady Helena showed herself more anxious than sad. The next day a dispatch from her husband made her hope for a speedy return. In the evening a letter hinted at its postponement. His proposal had to encounter some difficulties, and the following day a second letter came, in which Lord Glenarvan did not conceal his indignation against the authorities. On that day Lady Helena began to be uneasy. At evening she was alone in her chamber, when the steward of the castle, Mr. Halbert, came to ask if she would see a young girl and boy who desired to speak with Lord Glenarvan. "People of the country?" asked Lady Helena. "No, madam," replied the steward, "for I do not know them. They have just arrived by the Balloch railway, and from Balloch to Luss they tell me they have made the journey on foot." "Bid them come up, steward," said Lady Glenarvan. The steward withdrew. Some moments afterward the young girl and boy were ushered into Lady Helena's chamber. They were brother and sister, you could not doubt it by their resemblance. The sister was 16. Her pretty face showed weariness, her eyes must have shed many tears, her resigned, but courageous, countenance, and her humble, but neat, attire, all prepossessed one in her favor. She held by the hand a boy of 12 years, of determined look, who seemed to take his sister under his protection. Indeed, whoever had insulted the young girl would have had to settle with this little gentleman. The sister stopped, a little surprised at seeing herself before Lady Helena, but the latter hastened to open the conversation. "You wish to speak with me?" said she, with an encouraging look at the young girl. "No," answered the boy, in a decided tone, "not with you, but with Lord Glenarvan himself." "Excuse him, madam," said the sister, looking at her brother. "Lord Glenarvan is not at the castle," replied Lady Helena, "but I am his wife, and if I can supply his place with you." "You are Lady Glenarvan," said the young girl. "Yes, miss. The wife of Lord Glenarvan, of Malcolm Castle, who published an advertisement in the Times in regard to the shipwreck of the Britannia." "Yes, yes," answered Lady Helena, with alacrity. "And you?" "I am Miss Grant, and this is my brother." "Miss Grant, Miss Grant," cried Lady Helena, drawing the young girl towards her, and taking her hands, while she also drew the boy towards her. "Madam," replied the young girl, "what do you know of the shipwreck of my father? Is he living? Shall we ever see him again? Speak. Oh, please tell me." "My dear child," said Lady Helena, "God forbid that I should answer you lightly on such a subject. I would not give you a vain hope. Please, madam, speak. I am strong against grief, and can hear all." "My dear child," answered Lady Helena, "the hope is very slight, but with the help of God who can do everything, it is possible that you will one day see your father again." "Alas, alas!" exclaimed Miss Grant, who could not restrain her tears, while Robert covered the hands of Lady Glenarvan with kisses. When the first paroxysm of this mournful joy was past, the young girl began to ask innumerable questions. Lady Helena related the story of the document, how that the Britannia had been lost on the shores of Patagonia, in what way, after the shipwreck, the captain and 2 sailors, the only survivors, must have reached the continent, and, at last, how they implored the assistance of the whole world in this document, written in 3 languages and abandoned to the caprices of the ocean. During this recital Robert Grant devoured Lady Helena with his eyes, his life seemed to hang on her lips. In his childish imagination he reviewed the terrible scenes of which his father must have been the victim. He saw him on the deck of the Britannia, he followed him to the bosom of the waves, he clung with him to the rocks of the shore, he dragged himself panting along the beach, out of reach of the waves. Often during the course of this narration words escaped his lips. "Oh, Papa, my poor Papa," he cried, pressing close to his sister. As for Miss Grant, she listened with clasped hands, and did not utter a word until the story was ended, when she said, "Oh, madam, the document. The document. I no longer have it, my dear child," replied Lady Helena. "You no longer have it?" "No, for the very sake of your father, Lord Glenarvan had to take it to London, but I have told you all it contained, word for word, and how we succeeded in discovering the exact meaning. Among these remains of the almost effaced words the water had spared some characters. Unfortunately the record of the longitude had altogether been destroyed, but that was the only missing point. Thus you see, Miss Grant, the minutest details of this document are known to you as well as me." "Yes, madam," replied the young girl, "but I would like to have seen my father's writing." "Well, tomorrow, perhaps, Lord Glenarvan will return. My husband desired to submit this indisputable document to the authorities in London, to induce them to send a vessel immediately in search of Captain Grant." "Is it possible, madam?" cried the young girl. "Did you do this for us?" "Yes, my dear miss, and I expect Lord Glenarvan every moment." "Madam," said the young girl, in a deep tone of gratitude, and with fervency, "may heaven bless Lord Glenarvan and you." "Dear child," answered Lady Helena, "we deserve no thanks. Any other person in our place would have done the same. May the hopes that are kindled be realized. Till Lord Glenarvan's return you will remain at the castle." "Madam," said the young girl, "I would not presume on the sympathy you show to us strangers." "Strangers? Dear child, neither your brother nor you are strangers in this house, and I desire that Lord Glenarvan on his arrival should inform the children of Captain Grant of what is to be attempted to save their father." It was not possible to refuse an invitation made with so much cordiality. It was, therefore, decided that Miss Grant and her brother should await at Malcolm Castle the return of Lord Glenarvan. IV. Lady Glenarvan's proposal. During this conversation, Lady Helena had not spoken of the fears expressed in her husband's letters concerning the reception of his petition by the London officials, nor was a word said in regard to the probable captivity of Captain Grant among the Indians of South America. Why afflict these poor children with their father's situation, and check the hopes they had just conceived? It would not change matters. Lady Helena was, therefore, silent on this point, and, after satisfying all Miss Grant's inquiries, she questioned her concerning her life, and situation in the world in which she seemed to be the sole protectress of her brother. It was a simple and touching story, which still more increased Lady Glenarvan's sympathy for the young girl. Mary and Robert Grant were the only children of Captain Harry Grant, whose wife had died at the birth of Robert, and during his long voyages his children were left to the care of his good old cousin. Captain Grant was a hardy sailor, a man well acquainted with his profession, and a good negotiator, combining thus a twofold aptitude for his calling commercially. His home was at Dundee, in the county of Forfar, and he was moreover, by birth, a child of that bonny place. His father, a minister of St. Catherine's Church, had given him a thorough education, knowing that it would be sure to help all, even a sea captain. During his early voyages, first as mate, and afterwards in the capacity of skipper, Harry Grant prospered, and some years after the birth of his son Robert, he found himself the possessor of a considerable fortune. Then a great idea entered his mind which made his name popular throughout Scotland. Like the Glenarvans and several other great families of the Highlands, he was opposed in heart, if not in deed, to the advance and prevalence of English thought and feeling. The interests of his country could not be in his eyes the same as those of the Anglo-Saxons, and, in order to give the former a peculiar and national development, he resolved to found a Scottish colony in some part of the southern world. Did he dream of that independence in the future of which the United States had set the example, and which the Indies and Australia cannot fail one day to acquire? Very likely, but he allowed his secret hopes to be divined. It was, therefore, known that the government refused to lend their aid in his project of colonization, nay, they even raised obstacles which in any other country would have overcome the project. But Harry Grant would not be discouraged. He appealed to the patriotism of his countrymen, gave his fortune to serve the cause, built a vessel and furnished it with a fine crew, confided his children to the care of his old cousin, and set sail to explore the great islands of the Pacific. It was the year 1861. Until May, 1862, they had received news of him, but since his departure from Callao, in the month of June, no one had heard anything of the Britannia, and the marine intelligencers became silent concerning the fate of the captain. At this juncture of affairs the old cousin of Harry Grant died, and the two children were left alone in the world. Mary Grant was then 14. Her courageous soul did not flinch at the situation that was presented, but she devoted herself entirely to her brother, who was still a child. She must bring him up and instruct him. By dint of economy, prudence, and sagacity, laboring night and day, sacrificing all for him, denying herself everything, the sister succeeded in educating her brother and bravely fulfilled her sisterly duties. The two children lived thus at Dundee, and valiantly overcame their sorrowful and lonely circumstances. Mary thought only of her brother, and dreamed of a happy future for him. As for herself, alas! The Britannia was lost forever, and her father dead. We must not, therefore, attempt to depict her emotion when the advertisement in the Times accidentally met her eye, and suddenly raised her from her despair. It was no time to hesitate. Her resolution was immediately taken. Even if she should learn that her father's dead body had been found on a desert coast, or in the hull of a shipwrecked vessel, it was better than this continual doubt, this eternal torment of uncertainty. She told her brother all, and the same day the two children took the Perth Railroad, and at evening arrived at Malcolm Castle, where Mary, after so many harassing thoughts, began to hope. Such was the sorrowful story that the young girl related to Lady Glenarvan, in an artless manner, without thinking that through all those long years of trial she had behaved herself like an heroic daughter. But Lady Helena thought of this, and several times, without hiding her tears, she clasped in her arms the two children of Captain Grant. As for Robert, it seemed as if he heard this story for the first time, for he opened his eyes in astonishment, as he listened to his sister, comprehended what she had done, what she had suffered, and at last, encircling her with his arms, he exclaimed, unable longer to restrain the cry that came from the very depths of his heart. "Oh, Mamma, my dear Mamma!" Night had now fully set in, and Lady Helena, remembering the fatigue of the two children, would not longer continue the conversation. Mary and Robert were conducted to their chambers, and fell asleep dreaming of a brighter future. After they had retired, Lady Helena saw the Major, and told him all the events of the day. "That Mary Grant is a brave girl," said MacNabb, when he had heard his cousin's story. "May Heaven grant my husband success in his enterprise," replied Lady Helena, for the situation of the two children would be terrible. "He will succeed," answered MacNabb, "or the hearts of the authorities must be harder than the stone of Portland." In spite of the Major's assurance, Lady Helena passed the night in the greatest anxiety, and could scarce gain an hour's repose. The next morning Mary and her brother rose at daybreak, and were walking in the galleries and water terraces of the castle, when the sound of a coach was heard in the great courtyard. It was Lord Glenarvan returning to Malcolm Castle at the full speed of his horses. Almost immediately Lady Helena, accompanied by the Major, appeared in the courtyard, and flew to meet her husband. But he seemed sad, disappointed, and angry. He clasped his wife in his arms, and was silent. "Well, Edward," she exclaimed. "Well, my dear Helena," he replied, "those people have no hearts. They refused. Yes, they refused me a vessel. They spoke of the millions vainly spent in searching for Franklin. They declared the document was vague and unintelligible. They said that the shipwreck of these unfortunates had happened 2 years ago, and that there was little chance of finding them. They maintained too, that, if prisoners of the Indians, they must have been carried into the interior of the country, that they could not ransack all Patagonia to find 3 men, 3 Scotchmen, the search would be vain and perilous, and would cost the lives of more men than it would save. In short, they gave all the absurd reasons of people who mean to refuse. They remembered the captain's projects, and I fear that the unfortunate man is forever lost. My father, my poor father!" cried Mary Grant, throwing herself at the feet of Lord Glenarvan. "Your father." "What, miss?" said he, surprised at seeing a young girl at his feet. "Yes, Edward, Miss Grant and her brother," replied Lady Helena, "the 2 children of Captain Grant, who have thus been condemned to remain orphans." "Ah, miss," answered Lord Glenarvan, "if I had known of your presence." He said no more. A painful silence, interrupted only by sobs, reigned in the courtyard. No one raised his voice, neither Lord Glenarvan, Lady Helena, the Major, nor the servants of the castle, who were standing about even at this early hour. But by their attitude they all protested against the conduct of the officials. After several moments the Major resumed the conversation, and, addressing Lord Glenarvan, said, "Then you have no more hope?" "None." "Well," cried young Robert, "I will go to these people, and we shall see." He did not finish his threat, for his sister stopped him, but his clenched hands indicated his intentions. "No, Robert," said she, "no, let us thank these kind people for what they have done for us. Let us always keep them in remembrance, but now we must take our departure." "Mary," cried Lady Helena. "Miss, where would you go?" said Lord Glenarvan. "I am going to throw myself at the feet of the Queen," replied the young girl, "and we shall see if she will be deaf to the prayers of 2 children imploring help for their father." Lord Glenarvan shook his head, not that he doubted the clemency of her gracious majesty, but he doubted whether Mary Grant would gain access to her, for but few suppliants reach the steps of a throne. Lady Helena understood her husband's thoughts. She knew that the young girl might make a fruitless journey, and she pictured to herself these 2 children leading henceforth a cheerless existence. Then it was that she conceived a grand and noble idea. "Mary Grant," she exclaimed, "wait, my child, listen to what I am about to say." The young girl held her brother by the hand, and was preparing to go. She stopped. Then Lady Helena, with tearful eye, but firm voice and animated features, advanced towards her husband. "Edward," sighed she, "when Captain Grant wrote that letter, and cast it into the sea, he confided it to the care of God himself, who has brought it to us. Without doubt he designed to charge us with the safety of these unfortunates." "What do you mean, Helena?" inquired Lord Glenarvan, whilst all waited in silence. "I mean," replied Lady Helena, "that we ought to consider ourselves happy in beginning our married life with a good action. You, my dear Edward, to please me, have planned a pleasure voyage. But what pleasure can be more genuine or more beneficent than to save these unfortunates whom hope has almost abandoned?" "Helena," cried Lord Glenarvan. "Yes, you understand me, Edward. The Duncan is a good, staunch vessel. It can brave the southern seas, it can make the tour of the world, and it will, if necessary. Let us start, Edward, let us go in search of Captain Grant." At these courageous words Lord Glenarvan had extended his arms to his wife. He smiled. He pressed her to his heart, while Mary and Robert kissed her hands. And during this touching scene the servants of the castle, affected and enthusiastic, uttered from their hearts this cry of gratitude: "Hurrah for the Lady of Luss! Hurrah, 3 times hurrah, for Lord and Lady Glenarvan!" The departure of the Duncan. It has been already said that Lady Helena had a brave and generous soul. What she had just done was an undeniable proof of it, and Lord Glenarvan had good reason to trust in this noble woman, who was capable of comprehending and following him. The idea of sailing to the rescue of Captain Grant had already taken possession of him when he saw his petition rejected at London, but he could not have thought of separating from her. Yet, since she desired to go herself, all hesitation was at an end. The servants of the castle had received her proposal with cries of joy. The safety of their brother Scots was at stake, and Lord Glenarvan joined heartily in the hurrahs that greeted the Lady of Luss. The scheme once resolved upon, there was not an hour to lose. That very day Lord Glenarvan sent to Captain Mangles orders to bring the Duncan to Glasgow, and make every preparation for a voyage to the South Seas, which might become one of circumnavigation. Moreover, in her plans Lady Helena had not overestimated the qualities of the Duncan. A first-class construction with regard to strength and swiftness, she could without injury sustain a long voyage. The Duncan was a steam yacht of 110 tons burden. She had 2 masts, a foremast with foresail, mainsail, foretop and foretop gallant sails, and a mainmast, carrying a mainsail and forestaff. Her rigging was, therefore, sufficient, and she could profit by the wind like a simple clipper, but she relied especially upon her mechanical power. Her engine was of an effective force of 160 horsepower, and was constructed on a new plan. It possessed apparatus for overheating, which gave its steam a very great tension. It was a high-pressure engine, and produced motion by a double screw. The Duncan under full steam could acquire a speed equal to any vessel of that day. Indeed, during her trial trip in the Frith of Clyde, she had made, according to the log, 17 knots an hour. She was, therefore, fully capable of circumnavigating the world, and her captain had only to occupy himself with the internal arrangement. His first care was to increase his storeroom, and take in the greatest possible quantity of coal, for it would be difficult to renew their supplies on the voyage. The same precaution was taken with the steward's room, and provisions for 2 years were stowed away. Money, of course, was not wanting, and a pivot gun was furnished, which was fixed at the forecastle. You do not know what may happen, and it is always best to have the means of defense in your reach. Captain Mangles, we must say, understood his business. Although he commanded only a pleasure yacht, he was ranked among the ablest of the Glasgow captains. He was 30 years of age, with rather rough features, indicating courage and kindness. When a child, the Glenarvan family had taken him under their care, and made him an excellent seaman. He had often given proofs of skill, energy, and coolness during his long voyages, and when Lord Glenarvan offered him the command of the Duncan, he accepted it with pride and pleasure, for he loved the Lord of Malcolm Castle as a brother, and until then had vainly sought an opportunity to devote himself to his service. The mate, Tom Austin, was an old sailor worthy of all confidence, and the crew of the Duncan was composed of 25 men, including the captain and mate. They all belonged to the county of Dumbarton, were all tried seamen, sons of the tenants of the family, and formed on shipboard a genuine clan of honest people, who of course were not without the national bagpipe. Lord Glenarvan had, in them, a band of faithful subjects, happy in their avocation, devoted, courageous, and skillful in the use of arms, as well as in the management of a ship, while they were ready to follow him on the most perilous expeditions. When they learned where they were going, they could not restrain their joyous emotion, and the echoes of the rocks of Dumbarton awoke to their cries of enthusiasm. Captain Mangles, while occupied in lading and provisioning his craft, did not forget to prepare Lord and Lady Glenarvan's apartments for a long voyage. He likewise provided cabins for Captain Grant's children, for Lady Helena could not refuse Mary permission to accompany her on the expedition. As for young Robert, he would have hidden in the hold sooner than not go, even if he had been compelled to serve as cabin boy. Like Lord Nelson and Sir John Franklin, he would have embarked on board the Duncan. To think of opposing such a little gentleman! It was not attempted. They were even obliged to take him other than as passenger, for as cabin boy or sailor he would serve. The captain was accordingly commissioned to teach him the duties of a seaman. "Good," said Robert, "and let him not spare a few blows of the rope's end if I do not walk straight." "Be easy, my boy," replied Glenarvan, without adding that the use of the cat o' nine tails was prohibited, and moreover quite needless, on board the Duncan. To complete the roll of the passengers, it will be sufficient to describe Major MacNabb. The Major was a man of 50, of calm, regular features, who did as he was bid, of an excellent and superior character, modest, taciturn, peaceable, and mild, always agreeing with anything or anyone, disputing nothing, and neither contradicting himself nor exaggerating. He would mount with measured step the staircase to his bedchamber, even were a cannonball behind him, and probably to his dying day would never find an opportunity to fly into a passion. This man possessed, in a high degree, not only the common courage of the battlefield, that physical bravery due only to nervous strength, but, better still, moral courage, that is to say, firmness of soul. If he had a fault, it was that of being absolutely Scotch from head to foot, a pure-blooded Caledonian, an infatuated observer of the ancient customs of his country. Through his relationship to the Glenarvans he lived at Malcolm Castle, and as major and military man it was very natural that he should be found on board the Duncan. Such, then, were the passengers of this yacht, summoned by unforeseen circumstances to accomplish one of the most surprising voyages of modern times. Since her arrival at the wharf at Glasgow, she had monopolized the public attention. A considerable number came every day to visit her. They were interested in her alone, and spoke only of her, to the great umbrage of the other captains of the port, among others Captain Burton, commanding the Scotia, a magnificent steamer, moored beside the Duncan and bound for Calcutta. The Scotia, from her size, had a right to consider the Duncan as a mere fly boat. Nevertheless, all the attraction centered in Lord Glenarvan's yacht, and increased from day to day. The time of departure approached. Captain Mangles had shown himself skillful and expeditious. A month after her trial trip in the Frith of Clyde, the Duncan, laden, provisioned, and equipped, was ready to put to sea. The 25th of August was appointed for the time of departure, which would enable the yacht to reach the southern latitudes by the beginning of spring. Lord Glenarvan, when his plan was matured, did not neglect to make investigations into the hardships and perils of the voyage, yet he did not hesitate on this account, but prepared to leave Malcolm Castle. On the 24th of August, Lord and Lady Glenarvan, Major MacNabb, Mary and Robert Grant, Mr. Olbinett, the steward of the yacht, and his wife, who was in the service of Lady Glenarvan, left the castle, after taking an affectionate farewell of their family servants. Several hours afterward they found themselves on board. Many of the population of Glasgow welcomed with sympathetic admiration the young and courageous lady who renounced the pleasures of a life of luxury and sailed to the rescue of the shipwrecked sailors. The apartments of Lord Glenarvan and his wife occupied the entire stern of the vessel. They consisted of 2 bedchambers, a parlor, and 2 dressing rooms, adjoining which was an open square enclosed by 6 cabins, 5 of which were occupied by Mary and Robert Grant, Mr. and Mrs. Olbinett, and Major MacNabb. As for the cabins of the captain and the mate, they were situated in the forecastle and opened on the deck. The crew were lodged between decks very comfortably, for the yacht of course carried nothing but her coal, provisions, and armament. The Duncan was to start on the night of the 24th, as the tide fell at 3 o'clock in the morning. But first those who were present were witness to a touching scene. At 8 in the evening Lord Glenarvan and his companions, the entire crew, from the fireman to the captain, all who were to take part in this voyage of sacrifice, left the yacht, and betook themselves to St. Mungo, the ancient cathedral of Glasgow. This antique church, an uninjured relic in the midst of the ruins caused by the Reformation, and so marvelously described by Walter Scott, received beneath its massive arches the owners and sailors of the Duncan. A numerous throng accompanied them. There in the spacious aisle, filled with tombs of the great and good, the Rev. Mr. Morton implored the blessing of heaven, and commended the expedition to the care of Providence. For a moment the voice of Mary Grant arose in the old church. The young girl was praying for her benefactors, and shedding before God the sweet tears of gratitude. The assembly retired under the influence of a deep emotion. At 11, everyone was on board. The captain and the crew occupied themselves with the final preparations. At midnight the fires were kindled, and soon clouds of black smoke mingled with the vapors of the night. The sails of the Duncan had been carefully reefed in a canvas sheathing, which served to protect them from injury. The wind blew from the southeast, and did not favor the progress of the vessel, but at 2 o'clock the ship began to heave under the action of her boilers. The manometer indicated a pressure of 4 atmospheres, and the overheated steam whistled through the escape valves. The sea was tranquil, and soon daylight enabled them to distinguish the passes of the Clyde between the buoys and beacons, whose lights were gradually extinguished as the morning dawned. Captain Mangles informed Lord Glenarvan, who at once came on deck. Very soon the ebb tide was felt. The Duncan gave a few shrill whistles, slackened her cables, and separated from the surrounding vessels. Her screw was set in motion, which propelled her into the channel of the river. The captain had taken no pilot. He was perfectly acquainted with the navigation of the Clyde, and no one could have commanded better. At a sign from him the yacht started. With his right hand he controlled the engine, and with his left the tiller, with silent but unerring skill. Soon the last workshops on the shore gave place to villas, built here and there upon the hills, and the sounds of the city died away in the distance. An hour afterwards, the Duncan passed the rocks of Dumbarton. 2 hours later she was in the Frith of Clyde, and at 6 o'clock in the morning she doubled Cantyre Point, emerged from the North Channel, and gained the open sea. An unexpected passenger. During the first day's voyage the sea was quite rough, and the wind freshened towards evening. The Duncan rolled considerably, so that the ladies did not appear on deck, but very wisely remained in their cabins. The next day the wind changed a point, and the captain set the main, fore, and foretop sails, thus causing less perception of the rolling and pitching motion. Lady Helena and Mary Grant were able before daybreak to join Lord Glenarvan, the Major, and the captain, on deck. The sunrise was magnificent. The orb of day, like a gilded metal disc, rose from the ocean, as from an immense and silvery basin. The ship glided in the midst of a splendid iridescence, and you would truly have thought that her sails expanded under the influence of the sun's rays, whilst even the crew of the yacht silently admired this reappearance of the orb of day. "What a magnificent spectacle," said Lady Helena, at last. "This is the beginning of a beautiful day. May the wind not prove contrary, but favor the progress of the Duncan." "No better weather could be desired, my dear Helena," replied Lord Glenarvan. "We have no reason to complain of the commencement of the voyage." "Will it be a long one, my dear Edward?" "That is for the captain to answer," said he. "Are we progressing well? Are you satisfied with your vessel, captain?" "Very well indeed," was the answer. "She is a marvelous craft, and a sailor likes to feel her under his feet. Never were hull and engine more in unison. See how smooth her wake is, and how easily she rides the waves. We are moving at the rate of 17 knots an hour. If this continues, we shall cross the line in 10 days, and in 5 weeks shall double Cape Horn." "You hear, Mary," said Lady Helena, "in 5 weeks." "Yes," replied the young girl, "I hear," and my heart beat quickly at the words of the captain. "And how do you bear this voyage, Miss Mary?" inquired Lord Glenarvan. "Very well, my lord, I do not experience very many discomforts. Besides, I shall soon be accustomed to it." "And young Robert?" "Oh, Robert," replied Captain Mangles, "when he is not engaged with the engine he is perched at masthead. I tell you he is a boy who mocks seasickness. Only look at him." At a gesture of the captain, all eyes were turned towards the mainmast, and everyone could perceive Robert, suspended by the stays of the foretop gallant sail, 100 feet aloft. Mary could not restrain a motion of fear. "Oh, be easy, miss," said Captain Mangles. "I will answer for him, and promise you I will present, in a short time, a famous sailor to Captain Grant, for we shall find that worthy captain." "May heaven hear you, sir," replied the young girl. "My dear child," said Lord Glenarvan, "there is in all this something providential, which ought to give us hope. We are not merely going, we are led, we are not seeking blindly, we are guided. And then see all these brave people enrolled in the service of so good a cause. Not only shall we succeed in our enterprise, but it will be accomplished without difficulty. I have promised Lady Helena a pleasure voyage, and, if I am not mistaken, I shall keep my word. Edward, sighed Lady Glenarvan, you are the best of men." "Not so, but I have the best of crews, on the best of ships. Do you not wonder at our Duncan, Miss Mary?" "On the contrary, my lord," answered the young girl, "I don't so much wonder as admire, for I am well acquainted with ships." "Ah, indeed. When a mere child, I played on my father's ships. He ought to have made a sailor of me. If it were necessary, perhaps I should not now be embarrassed in taking a reef or twisting a gasket." "What is that you're saying, miss?" exclaimed the captain. "If you talk so," continued Lord Glenarvan, "you will make a great friend of Captain John, for he thinks nothing in the world can equal the life of a sailor. He sees no other, even for a woman. Is it not so, John?" "Undoubtedly, your lordship," replied the young captain, "and yet, I confess, Miss Grant is better in her place on deck, than taking a reef in the topsail. But still I am very much flattered to hear her speak so. And especially when she admires the Duncan," added Glenarvan. "Right, my lord, for she deserves it." "Upon my word," said Lady Helena, "since you are so proud of your yacht, you make me anxious to examine her to the very hold, and see how our brave sailors are quartered between decks." "Admirably," replied the captain, "they are quite at home there." "Indeed they are, my dear Helena," said Lord Glenarvan. "This yacht is a part of our old Caledonia, a detached portion of the county of Dumbarton, travelling by special favour, so that we have not left our country. The Duncan is Malcolm Castle, and the ocean is Loch Lomond." "Well, then, my dear Edward, do the honours of the castle," said Lady Helena. "I am at your disposal, madam," answered her husband, "but first let me inform Olbinett." The steward of the yacht was an excellent manager, a Scotchman, who deserved to have been a Frenchman from his self-importance, and, moreover, fulfilled his duties with zeal and intelligence. He was at once ready for his master's commands. "Olbinett, we are going to make a tour of the vessel before breakfast," said Glenarvan, as if a journey to Tarbet or Loch Katrine was in question. "I hope we shall find the table ready on our return." Olbinett bowed gravely. "Do you accompany us, Major?" asked Lady Helena. "If you order it," replied MacNabb. "Oh," said Lord Glenarvan, "the Major is absorbed in the smoke of his cigar. We must not disturb him, for I assure you he is an inveterate smoker. Miss Mary, he smokes all the time, even in his sleep." The Major made a sign of assent, and the passengers descended between decks. MacNabb remained alone, talking to himself, according to his custom, but never contradicting himself. Enveloped in a dense cloud of smoke, he stood motionless, gazing back at the wake of the yacht. After a few moments of contemplation, he turned and found himself face to face with a new character. If anything could have surprised him, it must have been this meeting, for the passenger was absolutely unknown to him. This man, tall, lank, and shriveled, might have been 40 years old. He resembled a long, broad-headed nail, for his head was large and thick, his forehead high, his nose prominent, his mouth wide, and his chin blunt. As for his eyes, they were hidden behind enormous eyeglasses, and his look seemed to have that indecision peculiar to nyctalopes. His countenance indicated an intelligent and lively person, while it had not the crabbed air of those stern people who from principle never laugh, and whose stupidity is hidden beneath a serious guise. The nonchalance and amiable freedom of this unknown nonentity clearly proved that he knew how to take men and things at their best advantage. Even without his speaking you felt that he was a talker, but he was abstracted, after the manner of those who do not see what they are looking at or hear what they are listening to. He wore a traveling cap, stout yellow buskins and leather gaiters, pantaloons of maroon velvet, and a jacket of the same material, whose innumerable pockets seemed stuffed with notebooks, memoranda, scraps, portfolios, and 1,000 articles as inconvenient as they were useless, not to speak of a telescope which he carried in a sling. The curiosity of this unknown being was a singular contrast to the calmness of the Major. He walked around MacNabb, and gazed at him questioningly, whilst the latter did not trouble himself whence the stranger came, whither he was going, or why he was on board the Duncan. When this enigmatical character saw his approaches mocked by the indifference of the Major, he seized his telescope, which at its full length measured 4 feet, and motionless, with legs straddled, like a signpost on a highway, he pointed his instrument to the line where sky and water met. After a few moments of examination, he lowered it, and resting it on the deck, leaned upon it as upon a cane. But immediately the joints of the instrument closed, and the newly discovered passenger, whose point of support suddenly failed, was stretched at the foot of the mainmast. Anyone else in the Major's place would at least have smiled, but he did not even wink. The unknown then assumed his role. "Steward," he cried, with an accent that betokened a foreigner. He waited. No one appeared. "Steward," he repeated, in a louder tone. "Mr. Olbinett was passing just then on his way to the kitchen under the forecastle." What was his astonishment to hear himself thus addressed by this tall individual, who was utterly unknown to him. Where did this person come from? Said he to himself. A friend of Lord Glenarvan. It is impossible. However, he came on deck, and approached the stranger. "Are you the steward of the vessel?" the latter asked him. "Yes, sir," replied Olbinett, "but I have not the honor." "I am the passenger of cabin number 6. "Number 6, repeated the steward. Certainly, and your name is? Olbinett. Well, Olbinett, my friend, answered the stranger of cabin number 6, I must think of dinner, and acutely, too. For 36 hours I have eaten nothing, or, rather, have slept, which is pardonable in a man come all the way from Paris to Glasgow. What hour do you dine, if you please? At 9 o'clock, answered Olbinett, mechanically. The stranger attempted to consult his watch, but this took some time, for he did not find it till he came to his 9th pocket. Well, said he, it is not yet 8 o'clock, therefore, Olbinett, a biscuit and a glass of sherry for the present, for I am fainting with hunger. Olbinett listened without understanding. Moreover, the unknown kept talking, and passed from one subject to another with extreme volubility. Well, said he, has not the captain risen yet? And the mate? What is he doing? Is he asleep, too? Fortunately, the weather is beautiful, the wind favorable, and the ship goes on quite by herself. Just as he said this, Captain Mangles appeared at the companionway. Here is the captain, said Olbinett. Ah, I am delighted, cried the stranger, delighted to make your acquaintance, Captain Burton. If anyone was ever astounded, John Mangles certainly was, not less at hearing himself called Captain Burton than at seeing this stranger on board his vessel. The latter continued, with more animation. Permit me to shake hands with you, and if I did not do so day before yesterday, it was that no one might be embarrassed at the moment of departure. But today, Captain, I am truly happy to meet you. Captain Mangles opened his eyes in measureless astonishment, looking first at Olbinett and then at the newcomer. Now, continued the latter, the introduction is over, and we are old friends. Let us have a talk, and tell me, are you satisfied with the Scotia? What do you mean by the Scotia? Asked the captain, at last. Why, the Scotia that carries us, a good ship, whose commander, the brave Captain Burton, I have heard praised no less for his physical than his moral qualities. Are you the father of the great African traveler of that name? If so, my compliments. Sir, replied Captain Mangles, not only am I not the father of the traveler Burton, but I am not even Captain Burton. Ah, said the unknown, it is the mate of the Scotia then, Mr. Birdness, whom I am addressing at this moment. Mr. Birdness, replied Captain Mangles, who began to suspect the truth. But was he talking to a fool, or a rogue? This was a question in his mind, and he was about to explain himself intelligibly, when Lord Glenarvan, his wife, and Miss Grant came on deck. The stranger perceived them, and cried, Ah, passengers, passengers, excellent. I hope, Mr. Birdness, you are going to introduce me. And advancing with perfect ease, without waiting for the captain. Madam, said he to Miss Grant, Miss, to Lady Helena, sir, he added, addressing Lord Glenarvan. Lord Glenarvan, said Captain Mangles. My lord, continued the unknown, I beg your pardon for introducing myself, but at sea we must relax a little from etiquette. I hope we shall soon be acquainted, and that, in the society of these ladies, the passage of the Scotia will seem as short to us as agreeable. Lady Helena and Miss Grant could not find a word to answer. They were completely bewildered by the presence of this intruder. Sir, said Glenarvan, at length, whom have I the honor of addressing? Jacques Eliassime François-Marie Paganel, Secretary of the Geographical Society of Paris, corresponding member of the Societies of Berlin, Bombay, Darmstadt, Leipzig, London, St. Petersburg, Vienna, and New York, honorary member of the Royal Geographical and Ethnographical Institute of the East Indies, who, after passing 20 years of his life in studying geography, designs now to enter upon a roving life, and is directing his course to India to continue there the labors of the great travelers. 7. Jacques Paganel is undeceived. The secretary of the Geographical Society must have been an agreeable person, for all this was said with much modesty. Lord Glenarvan, moreover, knew perfectly whom he had met. The name and merit of Jacques Paganel were well known to him. His geographical labors, his reports on modern discoveries, published in the bulletins of the Society, his correspondence with the entire world, had made him one of the most distinguished scientific men of France. Thus Glenarvan extended his hand very cordially to his unexpected guest. And now that our introduction is over, added he, will you permit me, Monsieur Paganel, to ask you a question? 20, my lord, replied Jacques Paganel, it will always be a pleasure to converse with you. You arrived on board this vessel the day before yesterday. Yes, my lord, day before yesterday, at 8 o'clock in the evening. I took a cab from the Caledonian Railway to the Scotia, in which I had engaged cabin number 6 at Paris. The night was dark. I saw no one on board. Feeling fatigued by 30 hours of travel, and knowing that a good way to avoid seasickness is to go to bed on embarking, and not stir from your bunk for the first days of the voyage, I retired immediately, and have conscientiously slept 36 hours, I assure you. Jacques Paganel's hearers now knew the reason of his presence on board. The Frenchman, mistaking the vessel, had embarked while the crew of the Duncan were engaged in the ceremony at St. Mungo. Everything was explained. But what would the geographer say, when he learned the name and destination of the vessel on which he had taken passage? So, Monsieur Paganel, said Glenarvan, you have chosen Calcutta as your center of action. Yes, my lord. To see India is an idea that I have cherished all my life. It is my brightest dream, which shall be realized at last in the country of the elephants and the thugs. Then you would not care to visit another country? No, my lord, it would be even disagreeable, for I have letters from Lord Somerset to the Governor-General of India, and a mission from the Geographical Society which I must fulfill. Ah, you have a mission. Yes, a useful and curious voyage to undertake, the program of which has been arranged by my scientific friend and colleague, M. Vivian de Saint Martin. It is to follow in the steps of the brothers Schlegeln-Twait, and many other celebrated travelers. I hope to succeed where missionary Crick unfortunately failed in 1846. In a word, I wish to discover the course of the Yaru-Sangbo Tsoo, which waters Tibet, and finally to settle whether this river does not join the Brahmaputra in the northeast part of Assam. A gold medal is promised to that traveler who shall succeed in supplying this much-needed information on Indian geography. Paganel was grandiloquent. He spoke with a lofty animation, and was carried away in the rapid flight of imagination. It would have been as impossible to check him as to stay the Rhine at the falls of Schaffhausen. Monsieur Jacques Paganel, said Lord Glenarvan, after a moment of silence, that is certainly a fine voyage, and one for which science would be very grateful, but I will not further prolong your ignorance. For the present, you must give up the pleasure of seeing India. Give it up. And why? Because you are turning your back upon the Indian peninsula. How? Captain Burton. I am not Captain Burton, replied John Mangles. But the Scotia. This vessel is not the Scotia. Paganel's amazement cannot be depicted. He looked first at Lord Glenarvan, always serious, then at Lady Helena and Miss Grant, whose features expressed a sympathetic disappointment, and finally at Captain Mangles, who was smiling, and the imperturbable Major. Then, raising his shoulders and drawing down his glasses from his forehead to his eyes, he exclaimed, "What a joke!" But at that his eyes fell upon the steering wheel, on which were inscribed these two words, thus: "The Duncan, the Duncan," he cried in a tone of real despair, and, leaping down the companionway, he rushed to his cabin. When the unfortunate geographer had disappeared, no one on board, except the Major, could retain gravity, and the laugh was communicated even to the sailors. To mistake the railroad was not so bad, to take the train to Dumbarton, instead of Edinburgh, would do. But to mistake the vessel, and be sailing to Chile, when he wished to go to India, was the height of absent-mindedness. On the whole, I am not astonished at this on the part of Jacques Paganel, said Glenarvan, he is noted for such blunders. He once published a celebrated map of America, in which he located Japan. However, he is a distinguished scholar, and one of the best geographers of France. But what are we going to do with the poor gentleman? Asked Lady Helena. We cannot take him to Patagonia. Why not? Replied MacNabb gravely. We are not responsible for his errors. Suppose he were in a railroad car, would it stop for him? No, but he could get out at the first station, answered Lady Helena. Well, said Glenarvan, he can do so now, if he pleases, at our first landing. At this moment Paganel, woeful and humble, reappeared on deck, after convincing himself that his baggage was on board. He kept repeating those fatal words, the Duncan. The Duncan. He could find no others in his vocabulary. He went to and fro, examining the rigging of the yacht, and questioning the mute horizon of the open sea. At last he returned to Lord Glenarvan. "And this Duncan is going?" he asked. "To America, Monsieur Paganel." "And where especially?" "To Concepcion." "To Chile." "To Chile," cried the unfortunate geographer. "And my mission to India. But what will M. de Quatrefages say, the President of the Central Commission? How shall I represent myself at the sessions of the Society?" "Come, monsieur," said Glenarvan, "do not despair. Everything can be arranged, and you will only have to submit to a delay of little consequence. The Urusangbo Tsoo will wait for you in the mountains of Tibet. We shall soon reach Madeira, and there you will find a vessel to take you back to Europe. I thank you, my lord, and must be resigned. But we can say this is an extraordinary adventure, which would not have happened but for me. And my cabin which is engaged on board the Scotia. Oh, as for the Scotia, I advise you to give her up for the present." "But," said Paganel after examining the vessel again, "the Duncan is a pleasure yacht." "Yes, sir," replied Captain Mangles, "and belongs to his lordship, Lord Glenarvan." "Who begs you to make free use of his hospitality," said Glenarvan. "1,000 thanks, my lord," replied Paganel, "I am truly sensible to your courtesy. But permit me to make a simple remark. India is a beautiful country. It offers marvelous surprises to travelers. These ladies have probably never visited it. Well, the man at the helm needs only to give a turn to the wheel, and the Duncan will go as easily to Calcutta as Concepcion. Now, since this is a pleasure voyage—" The negative reception that met Paganel's proposal did not permit him to develop it. He paused. "Monsieur Paganel," said Lady Helena at length, "if this were only a pleasure voyage, I would answer, let us all go to India, and Lord Glenarvan would not disapprove. But the Duncan is going to recover some shipwrecked sailors, abandoned on the coast of Patagonia, and she cannot change so humane a course." In a few moments the Frenchman was acquainted with the situation of affairs, and learned, not without emotion, the providential discovery of the documents, the story of Captain Grant, and Lady Helena's generous proposal. "Madam," said he, "permit me to admire your conduct in all this, and to admire it without reserve. May your yacht continue on her course, I would reproach myself for delaying her a single day." "Will you then join in our search?" asked Lady Helena. "It is impossible, madam, I must fulfill my mission. I shall disembark at your first landing." "At Madeira then," said Captain Mangles. "At Madeira let it be. I shall be only 180 leagues from Lisbon, and will wait there for means of further conveyance." "Well, Monsieur Paganel," said Glenarvan, "it shall be as you desire, and, for my part, I am happy that I can offer you for a few days the hospitalities of my vessel. May you not grow weary of our company." "Oh, my lord," exclaimed the geographer, "I am still too happy in being so agreeably disappointed. However, it is a very ludicrous situation for a man who takes passage for India, and is sailing to America." In spite of this mortifying reflection, Paganel made the best use of a delay that he could not avoid. He showed himself amiable, and even gay, he enchanted the ladies with his good humor, and before the end of the day he was the friend of everyone. At his request the famous document was shown to him. He studied it carefully, long and minutely. No other interpretation appeared to him possible. Mary Grant and her brother inspired him with the liveliest interest. He gave them good hopes. His way of distinguishing the events, and the undeniable success that he predicted for the Duncan, elicited a smile from the young girl. As to Lady Helena, when he learned that she was the daughter of William Tufnell, there was an outburst of surprise and admiration. He had known her father. What a bold discoverer! How many letters they had exchanged when the latter was corresponding member of the Society. He it was who had introduced him to M. Malta Brun. What a meeting! And how much pleasure to travel with the daughter of such a man. Finally, he asked Lady Helena's permission to kiss her, to which she consented, although it was perhaps a little improper. 8. The geographer's resolution. Meanwhile the yacht, favored by the currents, was advancing rapidly towards the equator. In a few days the island of Madeira came in view. Glenarvan, faithful to his promise, offered to land his new guest here. "My dear lord," replied Paganel, "I will not be formal with you. Before my arrival on board, did you intend to stop at Madeira?" "No," said Glenarvan. "Well, permit me to profit by the consequences of my unlucky blunder. Madeira is an island too well known. Everything has been said and written about it, and it is, moreover, rapidly declining in point of civilization. If, then, it is all the same to you, let us land at the Canaries." "Very well, at the Canaries," replied Glenarvan. "That will not take us out of our way." "I know it, my dear lord. At the Canaries, you see, there are 3 groups to study, not to speak of the Peak of Teneriffe, which I have always desired to see. This is a fine opportunity. I will profit by it, and, while waiting for a vessel, will attempt the ascent of this celebrated mountain." "As you please, my dear Paganel," replied Glenarvan, who could not help smiling, and with good reason. The Canaries are only a short distance from Madeira, scarcely 250 miles, a mere trifle for so good a vessel as the Duncan. The same day, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Captain Mangles and Paganel were walking on the deck. The Frenchman pressed his companion with lively questions concerning Chile. All at once the captain interrupted him, and pointing towards the southern horizon, said, "Mr. Paganel." "My dear captain," replied the geographer, "please cast your eyes in that direction. Do you see nothing?" "Nothing. You are not looking right. It is not on the horizon, but above, in the clouds." "In the clouds. I look in vain. Stop, now, just on a line with the end of the bowsprit." "I see nothing. You do not wish to see. However that may be, although we are 40 miles distant, you understand, the Peak of Teneriffe is visible above the horizon." Whether Paganel wished to see or not, he had to yield to the evidence some hours afterwards, or, at least, confess himself blind. "You perceive it now," said his companion. "Yes, yes, perfectly," replied Paganel. "And that," added he in a contemptuous tone, "is what you call the Peak of Teneriffe." "The same. It appears to be of very moderate height. Yet it is 11,000 feet above the level of the sea." "Not so high as Mont Blanc." "Very possibly, but when you come to climb it, you will find it, perhaps, high enough." "Oh, climb it, my dear captain. What is the use, I ask you, after Humboldt and Bonpland? What can I do after these great men?" "Indeed," replied Captain Mangles, "there is nothing left but to wander about. It is a pity, for you would be very tired waiting for a vessel at Teneriffe. You cannot look for many distractions there." "Except my own," said Paganel, laughing. "But, my dear captain, have not the Cape Verde Islands important landings?" "Certainly. Nothing is easier than to land at Villa Praya." "Not to speak of an advantage that is not to be despised," answered Paganel, "that the Cape Verde Islands are not far from Senegal, where I shall find fellow countrymen." "As you please, Mr. Paganel," replied Captain Mangles. "I am certain that geographical science will gain by your sojourn in these islands. We must land there to take in coal, you will, therefore, cause us no delay." So saying, the captain gave the order to pass to the southeast of the Canaries. The celebrated peak was soon left on the larboard, and the Duncan, continuing her rapid course, cut the Tropic of Cancer the next morning at 5 o'clock. The weather there changed. The atmosphere had the moisture and oppressiveness of the rainy season, disagreeable to travelers, but beneficial to the inhabitants of the African islands, who have no trees, and consequently need water. The sea was boisterous, and prevented the passengers from remaining on deck, but the conversation in the cabin was not less animated. The next day Paganel began to collect his baggage preparatory to his approaching departure. In a short time they entered the Bay of Villa Praya, and anchored opposite the city in 8 fathoms of water. The weather was stormy and the surf high, although the bay was sheltered from the winds. The rain fell in torrents so that they could scarcely see the city, which was on an elevated plain in the form of a terrace, resting on volcanic rocks 300 feet in height. The appearance of the island through this rainy curtain was misty. Shipping the coal was not accomplished without great difficulty, and the passengers saw themselves confined to the cabin, while sea and sky mingled their waters in an indescribable tumult. The weather was, therefore, the topic of conversation on board. Each one had his say except the Major, who would have witnessed the deluge itself with perfect indifference. Paganel walked to and fro, shaking his head. "It is an imperative fact," said he. "It is certain," replied Glenarvan, "that the elements declare themselves against you." "I will see about that." "You cannot face such a storm," said Lady Helena. "I, madam, certainly. I fear only for my baggage and instruments. They will all be lost." "Our landing is the only thing doubtful," resumed Glenarvan. "Once at Villa Praya, you will not have very uncomfortable quarters, rather uncleanly, to be sure, in the company of monkeys and swine, whose surroundings are not always agreeable, but a traveler does not regard that so critically. Besides, you can hope in 7 or 8 months to embark for Europe." 7 or 8 months, exclaimed Paganel. "At least that. The Cape Verde Islands are very rarely frequented during the rainy season. But you can employ your time profitably. This archipelago is still little known. There is much to do, even now." "But," replied Paganel in a pitiful tone, "what could I do after the investigations of the geologist Deville?" "That is really a pity," said Lady Helena. "What will become of you, Monsieur Paganel?" Paganel was silent for a few moments. "You had decidedly better have landed at Madeira," rejoined Glenarvan, "although there is no wine there." "My dear Glenarvan," continued Paganel at last, "where shall you land next?" "At Concepcion." "Alas! But that would bring me directly away from India." "No, for when you have passed Cape Horn you approach the Indies." "I very much doubt it." "Besides," continued Glenarvan with the greatest gravity, "as long as you are at the Indies, what difference does it make whether they are the east or the west? What difference does it make? The inhabitants of the pampas of Patagonia are Indians as well as the natives of the Punjab." My lord," exclaimed Paganel, "that is a reason I should never have imagined. And then, my dear Paganel, you know that you can gain the gold medal in any country whatever. There is something to do, to seek, to discover, everywhere, in the chains of the Cordilleras as well as the mountains of Tibet." "But the course of the Yaru-Sangbo Tsoo?" "Certainly. You can replace that by the Rio Colorado. This is a river very little known, and one of those which flow on the map too much according to the fancy of the geographer." "I know it, my dear lord, there are errors of several degrees. I do not doubt that at my request the Society would have sent me to Patagonia as well as to India, but I did not think of it. The result of your continual abstraction." "Well, Monsieur Paganel, shall you accompany us?" asked Lady Helena in her most persuasive tone. "And my mission, madam?" "I inform you that we shall pass through the Strait of Magellan," continued Glenarvan. "My lord, you are a tempter." "I add that we shall visit Port Famine." "Port Famine!" cried the Frenchman, assailed on all sides, that port so celebrated in geographical fasts. "Consider also, Monsieur Paganel," continued Lady Helena, "that in this enterprise you will have the right to associate the name of France with that of Scotland." "Yes, doubtless. A geographer may be very serviceable to our expedition, and what is more noble than for science to enlist in the service of humanity?" "That is well said, madam. Believe me, try chance, or rather Providence. Imitate us. It has sent us this document, we have started. It has cast you on board the Duncan, do not leave her." "And do you, indeed, wish me, my good friends?" replied Paganel. "Well, you desire me to stay very much." "And you, Paganel, you are dying to stay," retorted Glenarvan. "Truly," cried the geographer, "but I fear I am very indiscreet." Thus far the Duncan had acquitted herself admirably. In every way her powers for steaming or sailing had been sufficiently tested, and her captain and passengers were alike satisfied with her performance and with one another. Through the Strait of Magellan. The joy on board was general, when Paganel's resolution was known. Young Robert threw himself on his neck with very demonstrative delight. The worthy geographer almost fell backwards. "A rough little gentleman," said he, "I will teach him geography." As Captain Mangles had engaged to make him a sailor, Glenarvan a man of honor, the Major a boy of coolness, Lady Helena a noble and generous being, and Mary Grant a pupil grateful towards such patrons, Robert was evidently to become one day an accomplished gentleman. The Duncan soon finished shipping her coal, and then leaving these gloomy regions she gained the current from the southeast coast of Brazil, and, after crossing the equator with a fine breeze from the north, she entered the southern hemisphere. The passage was effected without difficulty, and everyone had good hopes. On this voyage in search of Captain Grant, the probabilities increased every day. Their captain was one of the most confident on board, but his confidence proceeded especially from the desire that he cherished so strongly at heart, of seeing Miss Mary happy and consoled. He was particularly interested in this young girl, and this feeling he concealed so well, that, except Miss Grant and himself, no one on board the Duncan had perceived it. As for the learned geographer, he was probably the happiest man in the southern hemisphere. He passed his time in studying the maps with which he covered the cabin table, and then followed daily discussions with Mr. Olbinett, so that he could scarcely set the table. But Paganel had all the passengers on his side except the Major, who was very indifferent to geographical questions, especially at dinner time. Having discovered a whole cargo of odd books in the mates' chests, and among them a number of Cervantes' works, the Frenchman resolved to learn Spanish, which nobody on board knew, and which would facilitate his search on the shores of Chile. Thanks to his love for philology, he did not despair of speaking this new tongue fluently on arriving at Concepcion. He therefore studied assiduously, and was heard incessantly muttering heterogeneous syllables. During his leisure hours he did not fail to give young Robert practical instruction, and taught him the history of the country they were rapidly approaching. In the meantime the Duncan was proceeding at a remarkable rate. She cut the Tropic of Capricorn, and her prow was headed toward the strait of the celebrated geographer. Now and then the low shores of Patagonia were seen, but like an almost invisible line on the horizon. They sailed along the coast for more than 10 miles, but Paganel's famous telescope gave him only a vague idea of these American shores. The vessel soon found herself at the head of the strait, and entered without hesitation. This way is generally preferred by steam vessels bound for the Pacific. Its exact length is 376 miles. Ships of the greatest tonnage can always find deep water, even near its shores, an excellent bottom, and many springs of water. The rivers abound in fish, the forest in game, there are safe and easy landings at 20 places, and, in short, 1,000 resources that are wanting in the Strait of Le Maire, and off the terrible rocks of Cape Horn, which are continually visited by storms and tempests. During the first hours of the passage, till you reach Cape Gregory, the shores are low and sandy. The entire passage lasted scarcely 36 hours, and this moving panorama of the two shores well rewarded the pains the geographer took to admire it under the radiant beams of the southern sun. No inhabitant appeared on the shores of the continent, and only a few Fuegians wandered along the barren rocks of Terra del Fuego. At one moment the Duncan rounded the peninsula of Brunswick between two magnificent sights. Just here the strait cuts between stupendous masses of granite. The base of the mountains was hidden in the heart of immense forests, while their summits, whitened with eternal snow, were lost in the clouds. Towards the southeast Mount Taru towered 6,500 feet aloft. Night came, preceded by a long twilight, the light melting away insensibly by gentle degrees, while the sky was studded with brilliant stars. In the midst of this partial obscurity, the yacht boldly continued on her course, without casting anchor in the safe bays with which the shores abound. Sometimes the tips of her yards would graze the branches of the beeches that hung over the waves. At others her propeller would beat the waters of the great rivers, starting geese, ducks, snipe, teal, and all the feathered tribes of the marshes. Soon deserted ruins appeared, and fallen monuments, to which the night lent a grand aspect. These were the mournful remains of an abandoned colony, whose name will be an eternal contradiction to the fertility of the coasts and the rich game of the forests. It was Port Famine, the place that the Spaniard Sarmiento colonized in 1581 with 400 emigrants. Here he founded the city of San Felipe. But the extreme severity of the cold weakened the colony, famine devoured those whom the winter had spared, and in 1587 the explorer Cavendish found the last of these 400 unfortunates dying of hunger amid the ruins of a city only 6 years in existence. The vessel coasted along these deserted shores. At daybreak she sailed in the midst of the narrow passes, between beeches, ash trees, and birches, from the bosom of which emerged ivy-clad domes, cupolas tapestried with the hardy holly, and lofty spires, among which the obelisk of Buckland rose to a great height. Far out in the sea sported droves of seals and whales of great size, judging by their spouting, which could be seen at a distance of 4 miles. At last they doubled Cape Froward, still bristling with the ices of winter. On the other side of the strait, on Terra del Fuego, rose Mount Sarmiento to the height of 6,000 feet, an enormous mass of rock broken by bands of clouds which formed as it were an aerial archipelago in the sky. Cape Froward is the real end of the American continent, for Cape Horn is only a lone rock in the sea. Passing this point the strait narrowed between Brunswick Peninsula and Desolation Island. Then to fertile shores succeeded a line of wild barren coast, cut by 1,000 inlets of this tortuous labyrinth. The Duncan unerringly and unhesitatingly pursued its capricious windings, mingling her columns of smoke with the mists on the rocks. Without lessening her speed, she passed several Spanish factories established on these deserted shores. At Cape Tamar the strait widened. The yacht rounded the Narborough Islands, and approached the southern shores. At last, 36 hours after entering the strait, the rocks of Cape Pilares were discerned at the extreme point of Desolation Island. An immense open glittering sea extended before her prow, and Jacques Paganel, hailing it with an enthusiastic gesture, felt moved like Ferdinand Magellan himself, when the sails of the Trinidad swelled before the breezes of the Pacific. The course decided. 8 days after doubling Cape Pilares the Duncan entered at full speed the Bay of Talcahuano, a magnificent estuary, 12 miles long and 9 broad. The weather was beautiful. Not a cloud is seen in the sky of this country from November to March, and the wind from the south blows continually along these coasts, which are protected by the chain of the Andes. Captain Mangles, according to Lord Glenarvan's orders, had kept close to the shore of the continent, examining the numerous wrecks that lined it. A waif, a broken spar, a piece of wood fashioned by the hand of man, might guide the Duncan to the scene of the shipwreck. But nothing was seen, and the yacht continued her course and anchored in the harbor of Talcahuano 42 days after her departure from the waters of the Clyde. Glenarvan at once lowered the boat, and, followed by Paganel, landed at the foot of the palisade. The learned geographer, profiting by the circumstance, would have made use of the language which he had studied so conscientiously, but, to his great astonishment, he could not make himself understood by the natives. "The accent is what I need," said he. "Let us go to the custom-house," replied Glenarvan. There they were informed by means of several English words, accompanied by expressive gestures, that the British consul resided at Concepcion. It was only an hour's journey. Glenarvan easily found 2 good horses, and, a short time after, Paganel and he entered the walls of this great city, which was built by the enterprising genius of Valdivia, the valiant companion of Pizarro. How greatly it had declined from its ancient splendor! Often pillaged by the natives, burnt in 1819, desolate, ruined, its walls still blackened with the flames of devastation, eclipsed by Talcahuano, it now scarcely numbered 8,000 souls. Under the feet of its idle inhabitants the streets had grown into prairies. There was no commerce, no activity, no business. The mandolin resounded from every balcony, languishing songs issued from the lattices of the windows, and Concepcion, the ancient city of men, had become a village of women and children. Glenarvan appeared little desirous of seeking the causes of this decline, though Jacques Paganel attacked him on this subject, and, without losing an instant, betook himself to the house of J.R. Bentock, Esq., Consul of Her Britannic Majesty. This individual received him very courteously, and when he learned the story of Captain Grant undertook to search along the entire coast. The question whether the Britannia had been wrecked on the shores of Chile or Araucania was decided in the negative. No report of such an event had come either to the consul, or his colleagues in other parts of the country. But Glenarvan was not discouraged. He returned to Talcahuano, and, sparing neither fatigue, trouble, or money, he sent men to the coast, but their search was in vain. The most minute inquiries among the people of the vicinity were of no avail. They were forced to conclude that the Britannia had left no trace of her shipwreck. Glenarvan then informed his companions of the failure of his endeavors. Mary Grant and her brother could not restrain their grief. It was now 6 days since the arrival of the Duncan at Talcahuano. The passengers were together in the cabin. Lady Helena was consoling, not by her words, for what could she say, but by her caresses, the two children of the captain. Jacques Paganel had taken up the document again, and was regarding it with earnest attention, as if he would have drawn from it new secrets. For an hour he had examined it thus, when Glenarvan, addressing him, said, "Paganel, I appeal to your sagacity. Is the interpretation we have made of this document incorrect? Is the sense of these words illogical?" Paganel did not answer. He was reflecting. "Are we mistaken as to the supposed scene of the shipwreck?" continued Glenarvan. "Does not the name Patagonia suggest itself at once to the mind?" Paganel was still silent. "In short," said Glenarvan, "does not the word Indian justify us still more?" "Perfectly," replied MacNabb. "And therefore, is it not evident that these shipwrecked men, when they wrote these lines, expected to be prisoners of the Indians?" "There you are wrong, my dear lord," said Paganel, at last, "and if your other conclusions are just, the last at least does not seem to me rational." "What do you mean?" asked Lady Helena, while all eyes were turned towards the geographer. "I mean," answered Paganel, emphasizing his words, "that Captain Grant is now prisoner of the Indians, and I will add that the document leaves no doubt on this point." "Explain yourself, sir," said Miss Grant. "Nothing is easier, my dear Mary. Instead of reading they will be prisoners, read they are prisoners, and all will be clear." "But that is impossible," replied Glenarvan. "Impossible. And why, my noble friend?" asked Paganel, smiling. "Because the bottle must have been thrown when the vessel was breaking on the rocks. Hence the degrees of longitude and latitude apply to the very place of shipwreck." "Nothing proves it," said Paganel, earnestly, "and I do not see why the shipwrecked sailors, after being carried by the Indians into the interior of the country, could not have sought to make known by means of this bottle the place of their captivity. Simply, my dear Paganel, because to throw a bottle into the sea it is necessary, at least, that the sea should be before you. Or, in the absence of the sea," added Paganel, "the rivers which flow into it." An astonished silence followed this unexpected, yet reasonable, answer. By the flash that brightened the eyes of his hearers Paganel knew that each of them had conceived a new hope. Lady Helena was the first to resume the conversation. "What an idea!" she exclaimed. "What a good idea!" added the geographer, simply. "Your advice then?" asked Glenarvan. "My advice is to find the 37th parallel, just where it meets the American coast, and follow it, without deviating half a degree, to the point where it strikes the Atlantic. Perhaps we shall find on its course the survivors of the Britannia." "A feeble chance," replied the Major. "However feeble it may be," continued Paganel, "we ought not to neglect it. If I am right that this bottle reached the sea by following the current of a river, we cannot fail to come upon the traces of the prisoners. Look, my friends, look at the map of this country, and I will convince you beyond a doubt." So saying, Paganel spread out before them upon the table a large map of Chile and the Argentine provinces. "Look," said he, "and follow me in this passage across the American continent. Let us pass over the narrow strip of Chile and the Cordilleras of the Andes, and descend into the midst of the Pampas. Are rivers, streams, watercourses, wanting in these regions? No. Here are the Rio Negro, the Rio Colorado, and their affluents, cut by the 37th parallel, all of which might have served to transport the document. There, perhaps, in the midst of a tribe, in the hands of settled Indians, on the shores of these unknown rivers, in the gorges of the Sierras, those whom I have the right to call our friends are awaiting an interposition of Providence. Ought we, then, to disappoint their hopes? Do you not think we should follow across these countries an unswerving course? And if, contrary to all expectation, I am still mistaken, is it not our duty to trace this parallel to the very end, and, if necessary, make upon it the tour of the world?" These words, spoken with a noble enthusiasm, excited a deep emotion among Paganel's hearers. All rose to shake hands with him. "Yes, my father is there," cried Robert Grant, devouring the map with his eyes. "And wherever he is," replied Glenarvan, "we shall find him, my child." Nothing is more consistent than our friend Paganel's interpretation, and we must follow without hesitation the course he has indicated. Either Captain Grant is in the hands of countless Indians, or is prisoner in a feeble tribe. In the latter case, we will rescue him. In the former, after ascertaining his situation, we will join the Duncan on the eastern coast, sail to Buenos Aires, and with a detachment, organized by the Major, can overcome all the Indians of the Argentine plains. Yes, yes, your lordship, answered Captain Mangles, and I will add that this passage of the continent will be without peril. Without peril, or fatigue, continued Paganel. How many have already accomplished it who had scarcely our means for success, and whose courage was not sustained by the grandeur of the undertaking? Sir, sir, exclaimed Mary Grant, in a voice broken with emotion, how can I thank a devotion that exposes you to so many dangers? Dangers, cried Paganel. Who uttered the word danger? Not I, replied Robert Grant, with flashing eye and determined look. Danger, repeated Paganel, does such a thing exist? Moreover, what is the question? A journey of scarcely 350 leagues, since we shall proceed in a straight line, a journey which will be accomplished in a favorable latitude and climate, in short, a journey whose duration will be only a month at most. It is a mere walk. Monsieur Paganel, asked Lady Helena at last, do you think that, if the shipwrecked sailors have fallen into the power of the Indians, their lives have been spared? Certainly I do, madam. The Indians are not cannibals, far from that. One of my countrymen whom I knew in the society was 3 years prisoner among the Indians of the Pampas. He suffered, was ill-treated, but at last gained the victory in this trying ordeal. A European is a useful person in these countries. The Indians know his value, and esteem him very highly. Well then, there is no more hesitation, said Glenarvan, we must start, and that, too, without delay. What course shall we take? An easy and agreeable one, replied Paganel. A few mountains to begin with, then a gentle descent on the eastern slope of the Andes, and at last a level, grassy, sandy plain, a real garden. Let us see the map, said the Major. Here it is, my dear MacNabb. We shall begin at the end of the 37th parallel on the coast of Chile. After passing through the capital of Araucania, we shall strike the Cordilleras, and descending their steep declivities across the Rio Colorado, we shall reach the Pampas. Passing the frontiers of Buenos Aires, we shall continue our search until we reach the shores of the Atlantic. Thus speaking and developing the program of the expedition, Paganel did not even take the trouble to look at the map spread before him. And he had no need to. Educated in the schools of Freser, Molina, Humboldt, and Mears, his unerring memory could neither be deceived nor baffled. After finishing his plan, he added, therefore, my dear friends, the course is straight. In 30 days we shall accomplish it, and arrive before the Duncan on the eastern shore, since the westerly winds will delay her progress. The Duncan then, said Captain Mangles, will cross the 37th parallel between Cape Corrientes and Cape Street. Antonio. Exactly. And whom would you constitute the members of such an expedition? Asked Glenarvan. The fewer the better. The only point is to ascertain the situation of Captain Grant, and not to engage in combat with the Indians. I think that Lord Glenarvan, as our chief, the Major, who would yield his place to no one, your servant Jacques Paganel. And I, cried Robert Grant. Robert, said Mary. And why not? Answered Paganel. Travels develop youth. We 4, then, and 3 sailors of the Duncan. What, exclaimed Captain Mangles, your lordship does not intercede for me. My dear fellow, replied Glenarvan, we shall leave the ladies on board, the dearest objects we have in the world. Who would watch over them, if not the devoted captain of the Duncan? We cannot accompany you, then, said Lady Helena, whose eyes were dimmed by a mist of sadness. My dear wife, replied Glenarvan, our journey will be performed with unusual rapidity, our separation will be short, and— Yes, yes, I understand you, answered Lady Helena. Go, then, and may you succeed in your enterprise. Besides, this is not a journey, added Paganel. What is it, then? Asked Lady Helena. A passage, nothing more. We shall pass, that is all, like honest men, over the country and do all the good possible. Transire benefaciendo, is our motto. With these words the discussion ended. The preparations were begun that very day, and it was resolved to keep the expedition secret, in order not to alarm the Indians. The 14th of October was fixed for the day of departure. When they came to choose the sailors who were to go, they all offered their services, and Glenarvan was forced to make a choice. He preferred to have them draw lots, that he might not mortify such brave men. This was accordingly done, and the mate, Tom Austin, Wilson, a powerful fellow, and Mulready, were the fortunate ones. Lord Glenarvan had displayed great energy in his preparations, for he wished to be ready at the day appointed, and he was. Captain Mangles likewise supplied his ship with coal, that he might put to sea at any moment. He wished to gain the Argentine shore before the travelers. Hence there was a real rivalry between Glenarvan and the captain, which was of advantage to both. At last, on the 14th of October, at the time agreed upon, everyone was ready. At the moment of departure the passengers of the yacht assembled in the cabin. The Duncan was on the point of starting, and already her propeller was agitating the quiet waters of Talcahuano Bay. Glenarvan, Paganel, MacNabb, Robert Grant, Tom Austin, Wilson and Mulready, armed with carbines and Colt's revolvers, were preparing to leave the vessel. Guides and mules were waiting for them on shore. "It is time," said Lord Glenarvan at last. "Go, then, my husband," replied Lady Helena, restraining her emotion. He pressed her to his breast, while Robert threw himself upon the neck of his sister. "And now, dear companions," said Jacques Paganel, "one last clasp of the hand to last us till we reach the shores of the Atlantic." It was not asking much, but these were clasps which would strengthen the hopes of the worthy geographer. They then returned to the deck, and the 7 travelers left the vessel. They soon reached the wharf, which the yacht approached within less than half a cable's length. Lady Helena cried for the last time, "My friends, God help you." "And he will help us, madam," answered Jacques Paganel, "for, I assure you, we shall help ourselves." "Forward!" shouted Captain Mangles to his engineer. "En route!" returned Glenarvan, and at the same instant that the travelers, giving reins to their animals, followed the road along the shore, the Duncan started again at full speed on the highway of the ocean. 11. Traveling in Chile. The native troop engaged by Glenarvan consisted of 3 men and a boy. The leader of the muleteers was an Englishman who had lived in the country for 20 years. His occupation was to let mules to travelers, and guide them across the passes of the Andes. Then he consigned them to the care of a Laquino Argentine guide who was familiar with the road over the Pampas. This Englishman had not so forgotten his native tongue, in the company of mules and Indians, that he could not converse with the travelers. Hence it was easy for Glenarvan to make known his wishes, and for the muleteer to execute his orders, of which circumstance the former availed himself, since Paganel had not yet succeeded in making himself understood. This leader, or catapaz, in the language of Chile, was assisted by 2 native peons and a boy of 12. The peons had charge of the mules laden with the baggage of the party, and the boy led the madrina little mare which wore small bells, and went in advance of the other 10 mules. The travelers were mounted on 7, and the catapaz on 1, of these animals, while the 2 others carried the provisions and a few rolls of cloth designed to ensure the goodwill of the chiefs of the plains. The peons traveled on foot according to their custom. This journey in South America was, therefore, to be performed under the most favorable conditions of safety and speed. Crossing the Andes is not an ordinary journey. It cannot be undertaken without employing those hardy mules, of which the most preferable belong to the Argentine Republic. These excellent animals have attained in that country a development superior to their pristine quality and strength. They are not very particular about their food, drink only once a day, and easily make 10 leagues in 8 hours. There are no taverns on this route, from one ocean to the other. You eat dried meat, rice seasoned with allspice, and whatever game can be captured on the way. In the mountains the torrents, and in the plains the rivers, furnish water, generally flavored with a few drops of rum, of which each has a supply in an ox horn called chiffle. However, care must be taken not to indulge too much in alcoholic drinks, which are specially injurious in a region where the nervous system is peculiarly excited. As for your bedding, it consists merely of the native saddle called recado. This saddle is made of sheepskins tanned on one side and covered with wool on the other, and is supported by broad girths elaborately embroidered. A traveler wrapped in one of these warm coverings can brave with impunity the dampness of the nights, and enjoy the soundest repose. Glenarvan, who knew how to travel and conform to the customs of different countries, had adopted the Chilean costume for himself and his friends. Paganel and Robert, two children, a large and a small one, felt no pleasure in introducing their heads into the national poncho, a large blanket with a hole in the center, and their legs into leathern stirrups. They would rather have seen their mules richly caparisoned, with the Arab bit in their mouths, a long bridle of braided leather for a whip, and their heads adorned with metal ornaments, and the alforjas double saddlebags containing the provisions. Paganel, always absent-minded, received 3 or 4 kicks from his excellent animal just as he was mounting. Once in the saddle, however, with his inseparable telescope in a sling and his feet confined in the stirrups, he confided himself to the sagacity of his beast, and had no reason to repent. As for young Robert, he showed from the first a remarkable capacity for becoming an excellent horseman. They started. The day was magnificent, the sky was perfectly clear, and the atmosphere sufficiently refreshed by the sea breezes in spite of the heat of the sun. The little party followed at a rapid pace the winding shores of the bay, and made good progress the first day across the reeds of old dried marshes. Little was said. The parting farewells had left a deep impression upon the minds of all. They could still see the smoke of the Duncan as she gradually disappeared on the horizon. All were silent, except Paganel. This studious geographer kept asking himself questions, and answering them, in his new language. The castaways was, moreover, quite a taciturn man, whose avocation had not made him loquacious. He scarcely spoke to his peons, for they understood their duty very well. Whenever a mule stopped, they urged him with a guttural cry. If this did not suffice, a good pebble thrown with sure aim overcame his obstinacy. If a girth gave way or a bridle was loosened, the peon, taking off his poncho, enveloped the head of the animal, which, when the injury was repaired, resumed its pace. The custom of the muleteers is to set out at 8 o'clock in the morning after breakfast, and travel thus till it is time to rest at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Glenarvan, accordingly, conformed to this custom. Precisely when the signal to halt was given by the castaways, the travelers arrived at the city of Arauco, situated at the southern extremity of the bay, without having left the foam-washed shore of the ocean. They would have had to proceed 20 miles farther to the west to reach the limits of the 37th parallel, but Glenarvan's agents had already traversed that part of the coast without meeting with any signs of shipwreck. A new exploration became, therefore, useless, and it was decided that the city of Arauco should be chosen as their point of departure. From this their course was to be directed towards the east in a rigorously straight line. The little party entered the city and took up their quarters in the open court of a tavern, whose accommodations were still in a rudimentary state. While supper was preparing, Glenarvan, Paganel and the castaways took a walk among the thatch-roofed houses. Except a church and the remains of a convent of Franciscans, Arauco presented nothing interesting. Glenarvan attempted to make some inquiries, but failed, while Paganel was in despair at not being able to make himself understood by the inhabitants. But, since they spoke Araucanian, his Spanish served him as little as Hebrew. The next day, the madrina at the head, and the peons in the rear, the little troop resumed the line of the 37th parallel towards the east. They now crossed the fertile territory of Araucania, rich in vineyards and flocks. But gradually solitude ensued. Scarcely, from mile to mile, was there a hut of rastreadors, Indian horse tamers. Now and then they came upon an abandoned relay station, that only served as a shelter to some wanderer on the plains, and, by means of a ford, they crossed the Rio Tubal, the mountains visible in the distance. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, after a journey of 35 miles, they halted in the open country under a group of giant myrtles. The mules were unharnessed, and left to graze at will upon the rich herbage of the prairie. The saddlebags furnished the usual meat and rice, the pellions spread on the ground served as covering, the saddles as pillows, and each one found on these improvised beds a ready repose, while the peons and the castaways watched in turn. As the weather continued pleasant, all the travelers, not excepting Robert, were still in good health, and, since the journey had begun under such favorable auspices, they thought it best to profit by it, and push on. The following day they advanced rapidly, crossed without accident Bell Rapids, and at evening encamped on the banks of the Rio Biobio. There were 35 miles more to travel before they were out of Chile. The country had not changed. It was still rich in amaryllis, violets, date trees, and golden-flowered cactuses. A few animals, among others the ocelot, inhabited the thickets. A heron, a solitary owl, thrushes and snipes wary of the talons of the hawk, were the only representatives of the feathered tribe. Of the natives few were seen, only some guasos, degenerate children of the Indians and Spanish, galloping on horses which they lacerated with the gigantic spurs that adorned their naked feet, and passing like shadows. They met on the way no one who could inform them, and inquiries were therefore utterly impossible. Glenarvan thought that Captain Grant, if prisoner of the Indians, must have been carried by them beyond the Andes. Their search could be successful only in the Pampas. They must be patient, and travel on swiftly and continuously. They advanced in the same order as before, which Robert with difficulty kept, for his eagerness led him to press forward, to the great annoyance of his animal. Nothing but a command from Glenarvan would keep the young boy at his place in the line. The country now became more uneven, and several hillocks indicated that they were approaching the mountains. Paganel still continued his study of Spanish. "What a language it is!" exclaimed he, "so full and sonorous." "But you are making progress, of course," replied Glenarvan. "Certainly, my dear lord. Ah, if there were only no accent! But, alas, there is one." In studying this language, Paganel did not, however, neglect his geographical observations. In these, indeed, he was astonishingly clever, and could not have found his superior. When Glenarvan questioned the catapaws about some peculiarity of the country, his learned companion would always anticipate the answer of the guide, who then gazed at him with a look of amazement. That same day they met a road which crossed the line that they had hitherto pursued. Lord Glenarvan naturally asked its name of their guide, and Paganel as naturally answered, "The road from Yumbel to Los Angelos." Glenarvan looked at the catapaws. "Exactly," replied he. Then, addressing the geographer, he said, "You have traveled in this country?" "Certainly," replied Paganel gravely. "On a mule?" "No, in an armchair." The catapaws did not understand, for he shrugged his shoulders and returned to the head of the troop. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon they stopped in a shallow gorge, a few miles above the little town of Loja, and that night the travelers encamped at the foot of the first slopes of the Andes. 11,000 feet aloft. The route through Chile had as yet presented no serious obstacles, but now the dangers that attend a journey across the mountains suddenly increased. The struggle with the natural difficulties was about to begin in earnest. An important question had to be decided before starting. By what pass could they cross the Andes with the least departure from the prescribed course? The catapaws was questioned on this subject. "I know," he replied, "of but two passes that are practicable in this part of the Andes." "Doubtless the pass of Arica," said Paganel, "which was discovered by Valdivia Mendoza." "Exactly. And that of Valerica, situated to the south of Novato." "You were right. Well, my friend, these two passes have only one difficulty: they will carry us to the south, or the north, farther than we wish." "Have you another pass to propose?" asked the major. "Yes," replied Paganel, "the pass of Antuco." "Well," said Glenarvan, "but do you know this pass, catapaws?" "Yes, my lord, I have crossed it, and did not propose it because it is only a cattle track for the Indian herdsmen of the eastern slopes." "Never mind, my friend," continued Glenarvan, "where the herds of the Indians pass, we can also, and, since this will keep us in our course, let us start for the pass of Antuco." The signal for departure was immediately given, and they entered the valley of Los Lejos between great masses of crystallized limestone, and ascended a very gradual slope. Towards noon they had to pass around the shores of a small lake, the picturesque reservoir of all the neighboring streams which flowed into it. Above the lake extended vast llanos, lofty plains, covered with grass, where the herds of the Indians grazed. Then they came upon a swamp which extended to the south and north, but which the instinct of the mules enabled them to avoid. Soon Fort Boulanger appeared on a rocky peak which it crowned with its dismantled walls. The ascent had already become abrupt and stony, and the pebbles, loosened by the hoofs of the mules, rolled under their feet in a rattling torrent. The road now became difficult, and even perilous. The steepness increased, the walls on either side approached each other more and more, while the precipices yawned frightfully. The mules advanced cautiously in single file, with their noses to the ground, scenting the way. Now and then, at a sudden turn, the madrina disappeared, and the little caravan was then guided by the distant tinkling of her bell. Sometimes, too, the capricious windings of the path would bend the column into two parallel lines, and the catapaws could talk to the peons, while a crevasse, scarcely 2 fathoms wide, but 200 deep, formed an impassable abyss between them. Under these conditions it was difficult to distinguish the course. The almost incessant action of subterranean and volcanic agency changes the road, and the landmarks are never the same. Therefore the catapaws hesitated, stopped, looked about him, examined the form of the rocks, and searched on the crumbling stones for the tracks of Indians. Glenarvan followed in the steps of his guide. He perceived, he felt, his embarrassment, increasing with the difficulties of the way. He did not dare to question him, but thought that it was better to trust to the instinct of the muleteers and mules. For an hour longer the catapaws wandered at a venture, but always seeking the more elevated parts of the mountain. At last he was forced to stop short. They were at the bottom of a narrow valley, one of those ravines that the Indians call quebradas. A perpendicular wall of porphyry barred their exit. The catapaws, after searching vainly for a passage, dismounted, folded his arms, and waited. Glenarvan approached him. "Have you lost your way?" he asked. "No, my lord," replied the catapaws. "But we are not at the pass of Antuco." "We are. Are you not mistaken?" "I am not. Here are the remains of a fire made by the Indians, and the tracks left by their horses." "Well, they passed this way." "Yes, but we cannot. The last earthquake has made it impracticable." "For mules," replied the major, "but not for men." "That is for you to decide," said the catapaws. "I have done what I could. My mules and I are ready to turn back, if you please, and search for the other passes of the Andes. But that will cause a delay of 3 days, at least." Glenarvan listened in silence to the words of the catapaws, who had evidently acted in accordance with his engagement. His mules could go no farther, but when the proposal was made to retrace their steps, Glenarvan turned towards his companions, and said, "Do you wish to go on?" "We will follow you," replied Tom Austin. "And even precede you," added Paganel. "What is it, after all? To scale a chain of mountains whose opposite slopes afford an unusually easy descent. This accomplished, we can find the Argentine Liquinos, who will guide us across the pampas, and swift horses accustomed to travel over the plains." "Forward, then, without hesitation." "Forward," cried his companions. "You do not accompany us," said Glenarvan to the catapaws. "I am the muleteer," he replied. "As you say." "Never mind," said Paganel, "on the other side of this wall we shall find the pass of Antuco again, and I will lead you to the foot of the mountain as directly as the best guide of the Andes." Glenarvan accordingly settled with the catapaws, and dismissed him, his peons, and his mules. The arms, the instruments, and the remaining provisions, were divided among the 7 travelers. By common consent it was decided that the ascent should be undertaken immediately, and that, if necessary, they should travel part of the night. Around the precipice to the left wound a steep path that mules could not ascend. The difficulties were great, but, after 2 hours of fatigue and wandering, Glenarvan and his companions found themselves again in the pass of Antuco. They were now in that part of the Andes properly so called, not far from the main ridge of the mountains, but of the path traced out, of the pass, nothing could be seen. All this region had just been thrown into confusion by the recent earthquakes. They ascended all night, climbed almost inaccessible plateaus, and leapt over broad and deep crevasses. Their arms took the place of ropes, and their shoulders served as steps. The strength of Mulready and the skill of Wilson were often called into requisition. Many times, without their devotion and courage, the little party could not have advanced. Glenarvan never lost sight of young Robert, whose youth and eagerness led him to acts of rashness, while Paganel pressed on with all the ardor of a Frenchman. As for the Major, he only moved as much as was necessary, no more, no less, and mounted the path by an almost insensible motion. Did he perceive that he had been ascending for several hours? It is not certain. Perhaps he imagined he was descending. At 5 o'clock in the morning the travelers had attained a height of 7,500 feet. They were now on the lower ridges, the last limit of arborescent vegetation. At this hour the aspect of these regions was entirely changed. Great blocks of glittering ice, of a bluish color in certain parts, rose on all sides, and reflected the first rays of the sun. The ascent now became very perilous. They no longer advanced without carefully examining the ice. Wilson had taken the lead, and with his foot tested the surface of the glaciers. His companions followed exactly in his footsteps, and avoided uttering a word, for the least sound might have caused the fall of the snowy masses suspended 800 feet above their heads. They had reached the region of shrubs, which, 450 feet higher, gave place to grass and cactuses. At 11,000 feet all traces of vegetation disappeared. The travelers had stopped only once to recruit their strength by a hasty repast, and with superhuman courage they resumed the ascent in the face of the ever-increasing dangers. The strength of the little troop, however, in spite of their courage, was almost gone. Glenarvan, seeing the exhaustion of his companions, regretted having engaged in the undertaking. Young Robert struggled against fatigue, but could go no farther. Glenarvan stopped. "We must take a rest," said he, for he clearly saw that no one else would make this proposal. "Take a rest," replied Paganel. "How? Where? We have no shelter. It is indispensable, if only for Robert." "No, my lord," replied the courageous child, "I can still walk, do not stop." "We will carry you, my boy," said Paganel, "but we must, at all hazards, reach the eastern slope. There, perhaps, we shall find some hut in which we can take refuge. I ask for 2 hours more of travel. Do you all agree?" asked Glenarvan. "Yes," replied his companions. "I will take charge of the brave boy," added the equally brave Mulrady. They resumed their march towards the east. 2 hours more of terrible exertion followed. They kept ascending, in order to reach the highest summit of this part of the mountain. Whatever were the desires of these courageous men, the moment now came when the most valiant failed, and dizziness, that terrible malady of the mountains, exhausted not only their physical strength but their moral courage. It is impossible to struggle with impunity against fatigues of this kind. Soon falls became frequent, and those who fell could only advance by dragging themselves on their knees. Exhaustion was about to put an end to this too prolonged ascent, and Glenarvan was considering with terror the extent of the snow, the cold which in this fatal region was so much to be dreaded, the shadows that were deepening on the solitary peaks, and the absence of a shelter for the night, when the Major stopped him, and, in a calm tone, said, "A hut. 13. A sudden descent. Anyone but MacNabb would have passed by, around, or even over this hut 100 times without suspecting its existence. A projection on the surface of the snow scarcely distinguished it from the surrounding rocks. It was necessary to uncover it. After half an hour of persistent labor, Wilson and Mulrady had cleared away the entrance to the casaka, and the little party stepped in. This casaka, constructed by the Indians, was made of adobes, a kind of bricks dried in the sun. 10 persons could easily find room inside, and, if its walls had not been sufficiently watertight in the rainy season, at this time, at least, they were some protection against the severity of the cold. There was, besides, a sort of fireplace with a flue of bricks very poorly laid, which enabled them to kindle a fire and thus withstand the external temperature. "Here is a shelter, at least," said Glenarvan, "even if it is not comfortable. Providence has led us hither, and we cannot do better than accept this fortune." "Why," replied Paganel, "it is a palace. It only wants sentries and courtiers. We shall get along admirably here." "Especially when a good fire is blazing on the hearth," said Tom Austin, "for, if we are hungry, we are none the less cold it seems to me, and, for my part, a good fagot would delight me more than a slice of venison." "Well, Tom," said Paganel, "we will try to find something combustible." Something combustible on the top of the Andes, said Mulready, shaking his head doubtfully. Since a chimney has been made in this hut, replied the Major, there is probably something here to burn. Our friend is right, added Glenarvan. Prepare everything for supper, and I will play the part of woodcutter. I will accompany you with Wilson, said Paganel. If you need me, said Robert, rising. No, rest yourself, my brave boy, replied Glenarvan. You will be a man when others are only children. Glenarvan, Paganel, and Wilson went out of the hut. It was 6 o'clock in the evening. The cold was keen and cutting, in spite of the calmness of the air. The azure of the sky was already fading, and the sun shedding his last rays on the lofty peaks of the mountains. Reaching a hillock of porphyry, they scanned the horizon in every direction. They had now gained the summit of the Andes, which commanded an extended prospect. To the east the sides of the mountains declined by gentle gradations, down which they could see the peons sliding several hundred feet below. In the distance extended long lines of scattered rocks and stones that had been crowded back by glacial avalanches. The valley of the Colorado was already growing dim in the increasing twilight. The elevations of land, the crags and the peaks, illumined by the rays of the sun, gradually faded, and darkness covered the whole eastern slope of the Andes. Towards the north undulated a succession of ridges that mingled together insensibly. To the south, however, the view was magnificent, and, as night descended, the grandeur was inimitable. Looking down into the wild valley of Torbido, you saw Mount Antuco, whose yawning crater was 2 miles distant. The volcano, like some enormous monster, belched forth glowing smoke mingled with torrents of bright flame. The circle of the mountains that enclosed it seemed to be on fire. Showers of incandescent stones, clouds of reddish vapors, and streams of lava, united in glittering columns. A loud rumbling that increased every moment, and was followed by a dazzling flash, filled this vast circuit with its sharp reverberations, while the sun, his light gradually fading, disappeared as a star is extinguished in the shadows of the horizon. Paganel and Glenarvan would have remained a long time to contemplate this magnificent struggle of the fires of earth with those of heaven, and the improvised woodcutters were becoming admirers of nature, but Wilson, less enthusiastic, reminded them of their situation. Wood was wanting, it is true, but fortunately a scanty and dry moss clothed the rocks. An ample supply was taken, as well as of a plant whose roots were quite combustible. This precious fuel was brought to the hut, and piled in the fireplace, but it was difficult to kindle the fire, and especially to keep it burning. When the viands were prepared, each one drank several mouthfuls of hot coffee with delight. As for the dried meat, it appeared a little unsatisfactory, which provoked on the part of Paganel a remark as useless as it was true. Indeed, said he, I must confess a llama steak would not be bad just now. What? Cried the Major, are you not content with our supper, Paganel? Enchanted, my good Major, but I acknowledge a plate of venison would be welcome. You are a Sybarite, said MacNabb. I accept the title, Major, but you yourself, whatever you may say, would not be displeased with a beefsteak. Probably not. And if you were asked to take your post at the cannon, you would go without a word. Certainly, and, although it pleases you. His companions had not heard any more, when distant and prolonged howls were heard. They were not the cries of scattered animals, but those of a herd approaching with rapidity. Would Providence, after furnishing them with shelter, give them their supper? Such was the thought of the geographer. But Glenarvan humbled his joy somewhat by observing that the animals of the Andes were never met with in so elevated a region. Whence comes the noise, then? Asked Tom Austin. Hear how it approaches. An avalanche, said Mulready. Impossible. These are real howls, replied Paganel. Let us see, cried Glenarvan. Let us see like hunters, answered the Major, as he took his rifle. All rushed out of the hut. Night had come. It was dark, but the sky was studded with stars. The moon had not yet shown her disk. The peaks on the north and east were lost in the darkness, and the eye only perceived the grotesque outlines of a few towering rocks. The howls, those of terrified animals, were redoubled. They came from the dark side of the mountain. What was going on? Suddenly there came a furious avalanche, but one of living creatures, mad with terror. The whole plateau seemed to tremble. There were hundreds, perhaps thousands, of these animals. Were they wild beasts of the pampas, or only llamas? The whole party had only time to throw themselves to the earth, while this living whirlwind passed a few feet above them. At this moment the report of a firearm was heard. The Major had shot at a venture. He thought that a large animal fell a few paces from him, while the whole herd, carried along by their resistless motion, disappeared down the slopes illumined by the volcano. "Ah, I have them!" cried a voice, that of Paganel. "What have you?" asked Glenarvan. "My glasses, to be sure." "You were not wounded?" "No, a little kick, but by what?" "By this," replied the Major, dragging after him the animal he had shot. Each one hastened to gain the hut, and by the light of the fire MacNabb's prize was examined. It was a pretty animal, resembling a little camel without a hump. It had a small head, flat body, long legs and claws, fine coffee-colored hair, and its breast was spotted with white. Scarcely had Paganel looked at it when he exclaimed, "It is a guanaco." "What is that?" asked Glenarvan. "An animal that eats itself." "And is it good?" "Delicious. A dish for the gods." "I knew well that you would like fresh meat for supper." "And what meat this is." "But who will dress the animal?" "I will," said Wilson. "Well, I will engage to broil it," replied Paganel. "You are a cook, then, Monsieur Paganel?" said Robert. "Certainly, my boy. A Frenchman is always a cook." In a little while Paganel placed large slices of meat on the coals, and, in a short time, served up to his companions this appetizing viand. No one hesitated, but each attacked it ravenously. To the great amazement of the geographer, a general grimace accompanied by a pwah followed the first mouthful. "It is horrible," said one. "It is not eatable," replied another. The poor geographer, whatever was the difficulty, was forced to agree that this steak was not acceptable even to starving men. They therefore began to launch jokes at him, and deride his dish for the gods, while he himself sought a reason for this unaccountable result. "I have it," he cried. "I have it." "Is the meat too old?" asked MacNabb, calmly. "No, my intolerant Major, but it has traveled too much." "How could I forget that?" "What do you mean?" asked Tom Austin. "I mean that the animal is not good unless killed when at rest. I can affirm from the taste that it has come from a distance, and, consequently, the whole herd." "You are certain of this?" said Glenarvan. "Absolutely so. But what event could have terrified these animals so, and driven them at a time when they ought to be peacefully sleeping in their lairs?" "As to that, my dear Glenarvan," said Paganel, "it is impossible for me to say. If you believe me, let us search no farther. For my part one am dying for want of sleep. Let us retire, Major." "Very well, Paganel." Thereupon each wrapped himself in his poncho, the fuel was replenished for the night, and soon all but Glenarvan were buried in profound repose. He alone did not sleep. A secret uneasiness held him in a state of wakeful fatigue. He could not help thinking of that herd, flying in one common direction, of their inexplicable terror. They could not have been pursued by wild beasts, at that height there were scarcely any, and yet fewer hunters. What fright had driven them over the abysses of Antuco, and what was the cause of it? He thought of their strange situation, and felt a presentiment of coming danger. However, under the influence of a partial drowsiness, his ideas gradually modified, and fear gave place to hope. He saw himself in anticipation, on the morrow, on the plain at the foot of the Andes. There his actual search was to begin, and success was not, perhaps, far distant. He thought of Captain Grant and his 2 sailors, delivered from a cruel slavery. These images passed rapidly before his mind, every instant interrupted by a flash of fire, a spark, a flame, illumining the faces of his sleeping companions, and casting a flickering shadow over the walls of the hut. Then his presentiments returned with more vividness, while he listened vaguely to the external sounds so difficult to explain on these solitary summits. At one moment he thought he heard distant rumblings, dull and threatening like the rollings of thunder. These sounds could be caused only by a tempest, raging on the sides of the mountain. He wished to convince himself, and left the hut. The moon had risen, and the sky was clear and calm. Not a cloud was to be seen either above or below, only now and then the moving shadows of the flames of the volcano. At the zenith twinkled thousands of stars, while the rumblings still continued. They seemed to approach, and run along the chain of the mountains. Glenarvan returned more uneasy than before, seeking to divine what relation there was between these subterranean noises and the flight of the guanacos. He looked at his watch; it was 2 o'clock. However, having no certain knowledge of immediate danger, he did not wake his companions, whom fatigue held in a deep repose, but fell himself into a heavy sleep that lasted several hours. All at once a violent crash startled him to his feet. It was a deafening roar, like the irregular noise of innumerable artillery wagons rolling over a hollow pavement. Glenarvan suddenly felt the earth tremble beneath his feet. He saw the hut sway and start open. "Look out!" he cried. His companions, awakened and thrown into confusion, were hurried down a rapid descent. The day was breaking, and the scene was terrible. The form of the mountains suddenly changed, their tops were truncated, the tottering peaks disappeared, as if a pitfall had opened at their base. A mass, several miles in extent, became detached entire, and slid towards the plain. "An earthquake!" cried Paganel. He was not mistaken. It was one of those phenomena frequent on the mountain frontier of Chile. This portion of the globe is disturbed by subterranean fires, and the volcanoes of this chain afford only insufficient outlets for the confined vapors. In the meantime the plateau, to which 7 stunned and terrified men clung by the tufts of moss, glided with the rapidity of an express. Not a cry was possible, not a movement of escape. They could not hear each other. The internal rumblings, the din of the avalanche, the crash of the blocks of granite, and the whirlwinds of snow, rendered all communication with each other impossible. At one time the mass would slide without jolts or jars, at another, seized with a pitching and rolling motion like the deck of a vessel shaken by the billows, it would run along the edge of the abysses into which the fragments of the mountain fell, uproot the trees of centuries, and level with the precision of an enormous scythe all the inequalities of the eastern slope. How long this indescribable scene lasted, no one could tell; in what abyss all were to be engulfed, no one was able to foresee. Whether they were all there alive, or whether one of them was lying at the bottom of a crevasse, no one could say. Stunned by the swiftness of the descent, chilled by the keenness of the cold, blinded by the whirlwinds of snow, they panted, exhausted and almost inanimate, and only clung to the rocks by the supreme instinct of preservation. All at once a shock of unusual violence arrested their gliding vehicle. They were thrown forward and rolled upon the last declivities of the mountains. The plateau had stopped short. For a few moments no one stirred. At last one rose, deafened by the shock, but yet firm. It was the Major. He shook off the snow that blinded him, and looked around. His companions were not very far from one another. He counted them. All but one lay on the ground. The missing one was Robert Grant. 14. Providentially rescued. The eastern side of the Andes consists of long slopes, declining gradually to the plain upon which a portion of the mass had suddenly stopped. In this new country, garnished with rich pastures and adorned with magnificent vegetation, an incalculable number of apple trees, planted at the time of the conquest, glowed with their golden fruit and formed true forests. It seemed as if a part of beautiful Normandy had been cast into these monotonous regions, and under any other circumstances the eye of a traveler would have been struck with this sudden transition from desert to oasis, from snowy peak to verdant prairie, from winter to summer. The earth had regained an absolute immobility, and the earthquake had ceased. But without doubt the subterranean forces were still exerting their devastating action at a distance, for the chain of the Andes is always agitated or trembling in some part. This time, however, the commotion had been of extreme violence. The outline of the mountains was entirely changed, a new view of summits, crests, and peaks was defined against the azure of the sky, and the guide of the pampas would have sought in vain for his accustomed landmarks. A wonderfully beautiful day was breaking. The rays of the sun, issuing from their watery bed in the Atlantic, glittered over the Argentine plains and were already silvering the waves of the other ocean. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. Glenarvan and his companions, revived by the aid of the Major, gradually recovered consciousness. Indeed, they had only undergone a severe giddiness. The mountain was descended, and they would have applauded a means of locomotion which had been entirely at nature's expense, if one of the feeblest, Robert Grant, had not been missing. Everyone loved the courageous boy. Paganel was particularly attached to him, the Major, too, in spite of his coldness, but especially Glenarvan. When the latter learned of Robert's disappearance, he was desperate. He pictured to himself the poor child engulfed in some abyss, and calling vainly for him whom he considered his second father. "My friends," said he, scarcely restraining his tears, "we must search for him, we must find him. We cannot abandon him thus. Every valley, every precipice, every abyss must be explored to the very bottom. You shall tie a rope around me and let me down. I will do it, you hear me, I will. May heaven grant that Robert is still living. Without him, how could we dare find his father? What right have we to save Captain Grant, if his rescue costs the life of his child?" His companions listened without speaking. They felt that he was seeking in their looks some ray of hope, and they lowered their eyes. "Well," continued Glenarvan, "you understand me, you are silent. You have no more hope." A few moments of silence ensued, when MacNabb inquired, "Who of you, my friends, remembers when Robert disappeared?" To this question no answer was given. "At least," continued the Major, "you can tell with whom the boy was during the descent." "With me," replied Wilson. "Well, at what moment did you last see him with you? Recall the circumstances. Speak." "This is all that I remember. Robert Grant was at my side, his hand grasping a tuft of moss, less than 2 minutes before the shock that caused our descent." "Less than 2 minutes. Remember, Wilson, the minutes may have seemed long to you. Are you not mistaken?" "I think not. Yes, it is so, less than 2 minutes." "Well," said MacNabb, "and was Robert on your right, or on your left?" "On my left. I remember that his poncho flapped in my face." "And where were you situated in reference to us?" "On the left also." "Then Robert could have disappeared only on this side," said the Major, turning towards the mountain, and pointing to the right. "And also considering the time that has elapsed since his disappearance, the child must have fallen at a high part of the mountain. There we must search, and, by taking different ways, we shall find him." Not a word more was said. The 6 men, scaling the declivities of the mountain, stationed themselves at different heights along the ridge, and began their search. They kept always to the right of their line of descent, sounding the smallest fissures, descending to the bottom of precipices half filled with fragments of the mass, and more than one came forth with his garments in shreds, his feet and hands lacerated, at the peril of his life. All this portion of the Andes, except a few inaccessible plateaus, was carefully explored for many hours without one of these brave men thinking of rest. But it was a vain search. The child had not only found death in the mountains, but also a tomb, the stone of which, made of some enormous rock, was forever closed over him. Towards noon Glenarvan and his companions, bruised and exhausted, found themselves again in the valley. The former was a prey to the most violent grief. He scarcely spoke, and from his lips issued only these words, broken by sighs, "I will not go, I will not go." Each understood this determination, and respected it. "We will wait," said Paganel to the Major and Tom Austin. "Let us take some rest, and recruit our strength. We shall need it, whether to begin our search or continue our journey." "Yes," replied MacNabb, "let us remain, since Edward wishes it." "He hopes, but what does he hope?" "God knows," said Tom Austin. "Poor Robert," replied Paganel, wiping his eyes. Trees thronged the valley in great numbers. The Major chose a group of lofty carob trees, under which was established a temporary encampment. A few blankets, the arms, a little dried meat, and some rice, was all that remained to the travelers. A stream, which flowed not far off, furnished water, still muddy from the effects of the avalanche. Mulready kindled a fire on the grass, and soon presented to his master a warm and comforting repast. But Glenarvan refused it, and remained stretched on his poncho in profound prostration. Thus the day passed. Night came, clear and calm as the preceding. While his companions lay motionless, although wakeful, Glenarvan reascended the mountain. He listened closely, still hoping that a last cry might reach him. He ventured alone and afar, pressing his ear to the ground, listening, restraining the beatings of his heart, and calling in a voice of despair. The whole night long he wandered on the mountain. Sometimes Paganel, sometimes the Major, followed him, ready to help him on the slippery summits, or on the edge of the chasms where his rashness led him. But his last efforts were fruitless, and to the cry of "Robert! Robert!" 1,000 times repeated, echo alone replied. Day dawned, and it was necessary to go in search of Glenarvan on the mountain, and bring him in spite of his reluctance back to the encampment. His despair was terrible. Who would now dare to speak to him of departure, and propose leaving this fatal valley? But the provisions were failing. They would soon meet the Argentine guides and horses to take them across the pampas. To retrace their steps was more difficult than to advance. Besides, the Atlantic was the place appointed to meet the Duncan. All these reasons did not permit a longer delay, and it was for the interest of all that the hour for departure should be no longer deferred. MacNabb attempted to draw Glenarvan from his grief. For a long time he spoke without his friend appearing to hear him. Glenarvan shook his head. At length, words escaped his lips. "Go," said he. "Yes, go. 1 hour more." "Well, 1 hour more," replied the worthy Major. When it had passed, Glenarvan asked for another. You would have thought a condemned man was praying for his life. Thus it continued till about noon, when MacNabb, by the advice of all, would no longer hesitate, and told Glenarvan that they must go. The lives of his companions depended upon a prompt decision. "Yes, yes," replied Glenarvan, "we will go, we will go." But as he spoke his eyes were turned away from MacNabb. His gaze was fixed upon a black speck in the air. Suddenly his hand rose, and remained immovable, as if petrified. "There, there," cried he. "See, see." All eyes were raised towards the sky, in the direction so imperatively indicated. At that moment the black speck visibly increased. It was a bird hovering at a measureless height. "A condor," said Paganel. "Yes, a condor," replied Glenarvan. "Who knows? He is coming, he is descending. Let us wait." What did Glenarvan hope? Was his reason wandering? He had said, "Who knows?" Paganel was not mistaken. The condor became more distinct every moment. This magnificent bird, long revered by the Incas, is the king of the southern Andes. In these regions he attains an extraordinary development. His strength is prodigious, and he often precipitates oxen to the bottom of the abysses. He attacks sheep, goats, and calves wandering on the plain, and carries them in his talons to a great height. Sometimes he hovers at an elevation beyond the limit of human vision, and there this king of the air surveys, with a piercing look, the regions below, and distinguishes the faintest objects with a power of sight that is the astonishment of naturalists. What had the condor seen? A corpse, that of Robert Grant. "Who knows?" repeated Glenarvan, without losing sight of him. The enormous bird approached, now hovering, now falling with the swiftness of inert bodies. He soon described circles of larger extent, and could be perfectly distinguished. He measured 15 feet across his wings, which supported him in the air almost without motion, for it is the peculiarity of these great birds to sail with a majestic calmness unlike all others of the winged tribes. The Major and Wilson had seized their rifles, but Glenarvan stopped them with a gesture. The condor was approaching in the circles of his flight a sort of inaccessible plateau a quarter of a mile distant. He was turning with a vertical rapidity, opening and closing his formidable claws, and shaking his cartilaginous neck. "There, there," cried Glenarvan. Then suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. "If Robert is still living," exclaimed he, with a cry of terror, "this bird. Fire, my friends, fire!" But he was too late. The condor had disappeared behind the lofty boulders. A second passed that seemed an eternity. Then the enormous bird reappeared, heavily laden, and rising slowly. A cry of horror was uttered. In the claws of the condor an inanimate body was seen suspended and dangling. It was Robert Grant. The bird had raised him by his garments, and was now hovering in midair at least 150 feet above the encampment. He had perceived the travelers, and was violently striving to escape with his heavy prey. "May Robert's body be dashed upon these rocks," cried Glenarvan, "rather than serve." He did not finish, but, seizing Wilson's rifle, attempted to take aim at the condor. But his arm trembled, he could not sight the piece. His eyes were dimmed. "Let me try," said the Major. With clear eye, steady hand, and motionless body, he aimed at the bird, that was already 300 feet above him. But he had not pressed the trigger, when a report resounded in the valley. A light smoke curled up between two rocks, and the condor, shot in the head, fell, slowly turning, sustained by his broad outspread wings. He had not released his prey, and at last reached the ground, 10 paces from the banks of the stream. "Quick, quick," said Glenarvan, and without seeking whence this providential shot had come, he rushed towards the condor. His companions closely followed him. When they arrived the bird was dead, and the body of Robert was hidden under its great wings. Glenarvan threw himself upon the child, released him from the talons of the condor, stretched him on the grass, and pressed his ear to his breast. Never did a wilder cry of joy issue from human lips than when Glenarvan rose, exclaiming, "He lives! He lives!" In an instant Robert was stripped of his garments, and his face bathed with fresh water. He made a movement, opened his eyes, looked around, and uttered a few words. "You, my lord, my father." Glenarvan could not speak. Emotion stifled him, and, kneeling, he wept beside this child so miraculously saved. 15. Thalcave. After the great danger that he had just escaped, Robert incurred another, no less great, that of being overwhelmed with caresses. However feeble he was still, not one of these good people could refrain from pressing him to his heart. But it must be confessed that these well-meant embraces are not fatal, for the boy did not die. When his rescue was certain, thought reverted to his rescuer, and the Major very naturally thought of looking around him. 50 paces from the stream, a man of lofty stature was standing, motionless, on one of the first ledges of the mountain. A long gun lay at his feet. This individual, who had so suddenly appeared, had broad shoulders, and long hair tied with leathern thongs. His height exceeded 6 feet, and his bronzed face was red between his eyes and mouth, black below his eyelids, and white on his forehead. After the manner of the Patagonians of the frontiers, the native wore a splendid cloak, decorated with red arabesques, made of the skin of a guanaco, its silky fur turned outward, and sewed with ostrich tendons. Under his cloak a tippet of fox skin encircled his neck and terminated in a point in front. At his girdle hung a little bag containing the colors with which he painted his face. His leggings were of oxhide, and fastened to the ankle with straps regularly crossed. The figure of this Patagonian was fine, and his face denoted real intelligence in spite of the colors that adorned it. He waited in an attitude full of dignity, and, seeing him so motionless and stern on his pedestal of rocks, you would have taken him for a statue. The Major, as soon as he perceived him, pointed him out to Glenarvan, who hastened towards him. The Patagonian took 2 steps forward, Glenarvan took his hand, and pressed it. There was in the latter's look, in his physiognomy, such a feeling, such an expression of gratitude, that the native could not mistake it. He inclined his head gently, and uttered a few words that neither the Major nor his friend could understand. The Patagonian, after regarding the strangers attentively, now changed the language, but whatever it was, this new idiom was no better understood than the first. However, certain expressions which he used struck Glenarvan. They seemed to belong to the Spanish language, of which he knew several common words. "Spanish," said he. The Patagonian nodded. "Well," said the Major, "this is our friend Paganel's business." It is fortunate that he thought of learning Spanish. Paganel was called. He came at once and with all the grace of a Frenchman saluted the Patagonian, to which the latter paid no attention. The geographer was informed of the state of affairs, and was only too glad to use his diligently acquired knowledge. "Exactly," said he. And opening his mouth widely in order to articulate better, he said, in his best Spanish, "You are a brave man." The native listened, but did not answer. "He does not understand," said the geographer. "Perhaps you do not pronounce well," replied the Major. "Very true. Curse the pronunciation." And again Paganel began, but with no better success. "I will change the expression," said he. And pronouncing with magisterial slowness, he uttered these words. "A Patagonian, doubtless." The native remained mute as before. "Answer," added Paganel. The Patagonian did not reply. "Do you understand?" cried Paganel, violently enough to damage his organs of speech. It was evident that the Indian did not understand, for he answered, but in Spanish. I do not understand. It was Paganel's turn now to be astonished, and he hastily put on his glasses, like one irritated. May I be hanged, said he, if I understand a word of this infernal jargon. It is certainly Araucanian. No, replied Glenarvan, this man answered in Spanish. And, turning to the Patagonian, he repeated, Spanish. Yes, replied the native. Paganel's surprise became amazement. The Major and Glenarvan looked at him quizzingly. Ah, my learned friend, said the Major, while a half-smile played about his lips, you have committed one of those blunders peculiar to you. What? Cried the geographer, starting. Yes, it is plain that this Patagonian speaks Spanish. Yes. By mistake you have learnt another language, while thinking that you studied. MacNabb did not finish. A loud, oh, from the geographer, accompanied by shrugs of the shoulders, cut him short. Major, you are going a little too far, said Paganel in a very dry tone. To be sure, since you do not understand. I do not understand because this native speaks so badly, answered the geographer, who began to be impatient. That is to say, he speaks badly, because you do not understand, returned the Major, calmly. MacNabb, said Glenarvan, that is not a probable supposition. However abstracted our friend Paganel may be, we cannot suppose that his blunder was to learn one language for another. Now, my dear Edward, or rather you, my good Paganel, explain to me what the difficulty is. I will not explain, replied Paganel, I insist. Here is the book in which I practice daily the difficulties of the Spanish language. Examine it, Major, and you will see whether I impose upon you. So saying, Paganel groped in his numerous pockets. After searching a few moments, he drew forth a volume in a very bad state, and presented it with an air of assurance. The Major took the book, and looked at it. Well, what work is this? He asked. The Lusiad, replied Paganel, an admirable poem which... The Lusiad, cried Glenarvan. Yes, my friend, the Lusiad of the immortal Camines, nothing more or less. Camines, repeated Glenarvan, but, unfortunate friend, Camines was a Portuguese. It is Portuguese that you have been studying for 6 weeks. Camines, Lusiad, Portuguese. Paganel could say no more. His eyes wandered, while a peal of Homeric laughter rang in his ears. The Patagonian did not wink. He waited patiently for the explanation of this event, which was totally incomprehensible to him. Insensate, fool, cried Paganel, at last. What, is it so? Is it not a mere joke? Have I done this? It is the confusion of languages, as at Babel. My friends, to start for India and arrive at Chile. To learn Spanish and speak Portuguese. This is too much, and, if it continues, I shall some day throw myself out of the window instead of my cigar. To hear Paganel take his blunder thus, to see his comical actions, it was impossible to keep serious. Besides, he set the example himself. Laugh, my friends, said he, laugh with a will. You cannot laugh as much as I do at myself. And he uttered the most formidable peal of laughter that ever issued from the mouth of a geographer. But we are none the less without an interpreter, said the Major. Oh, do not be troubled, replied Paganel. The Portuguese and Spanish resemble each other so much that I made a mistake. However, this very resemblance will soon enable me to rectify my error, and in a short time I will thank this worthy Patagonian in the language he speaks so well. Paganel was right, for he could soon exchange a few words with the native. He even learned that his name was Thalcave, a word which signifies in Araucanian, the Thunderer. This surname was doubtless given to him for his skill in the use of firearms. But Glenarvan was particularly rejoiced to discover that the Patagonian was a guide, and, moreover, a guide of the Pampas. There was, therefore, something so providential in this meeting that the success of the enterprise seemed already an accomplished fact, and no one any longer doubted the rescue of Captain Grant. In the meantime the travelers and the Patagonian had returned to Robert. The latter stretched his arms towards the native, who, without a word, placed his hand upon his head. He examined the child and felt his wounded limbs. Then, smiling, he went and gathered on the banks of the stream a few handfuls of wild celery, with which he rubbed the boy's body. Under this treatment, performed with an extreme gentleness, the child felt his strength revive, and it was plain that a few hours would suffice to restore him. It was therefore decided that that day and the following night should be passed at the encampment. Besides, two important questions remained to be settled: food, and means of conveyance. Provisions and mules were both wanting. Fortunately Thalcave solved the difficulty. This guide, who was accustomed to conduct travelers along the Patagonian frontiers, and was one of the most intelligent Baquinos of the country, engaged to furnish Glenarvan all that his little party needed. He offered to take him to a Tolderia encampment of Indians, about 4 miles distant, where they would find everything necessary for the expedition. This proposal was made partly by gestures, partly by Spanish words which Paganel succeeded in understanding. It was accepted, and Glenarvan and his learned friend, taking leave of their companions, reascended the stream under the guidance of the Patagonian. They proceeded at a good pace for an hour and a half, taking long strides to keep up to the giant Thalcave. All the region was charming, and of a rich fertility. The grassy pastures succeeded each other, and could easily have fed thousands of cattle. Large ponds, united by a winding chain of streams, gave these plains a verdant moisture. Black-headed swans sported on the mirror-like surface, and disputed the empire of the waters with numberless ostriches that gamboled over the plains, while the brilliant feathered tribes were in wonderful variety. Jacques Paganel proceeded from admiration to ecstasy. Exclamations of delight continually escaped his lips, to the astonishment of the Patagonian, who thought it very natural that there should be birds in the air, swans on the lakes, and grass on the prairies. The geographer had no reason to regret his walk, or complain of its length. He scarcely believed himself started, or that the encampment would soon come in sight. This Tolderia was at the bottom of a narrow valley among the mountains. Here in huts of branches lived 30 wandering natives, grazing large herds of milch cows, sheep, cattle and horses. Thus they roamed from one pasture to another, always finding a repast ready for their 4-footed companions. Thalcave took upon himself the negotiation, which was not long. In return for 7 small Argentine horses, all saddled, 100 pounds of dried meat, a few measures of rice, and some leathern bottles for water, the Indians received 20 ounces of gold, the value of which they perfectly understood. Glenarvan would have bought another horse for the Patagonian, but he intimated that it was unnecessary. The bargain concluded, Glenarvan took leave of his new providers, as Paganel expressed it, and returned to the encampment. His arrival was welcomed by cries of joy at sight of the provisions and horses. Everyone ate with avidity. Robert partook of some nourishment. He had almost entirely regained his strength, and the remainder of the day was passed in perfect rest. Various subjects were alluded to: the absent dear ones, the Duncan, Captain Mangles, his brave crew, and Harry Grant, who was, perhaps, not far distant. As for Paganel, he did not leave the Indian. He became Thalcave's shadow, and could not remain quiet in the presence of a real Patagonian, in comparison with whom he would have passed for a dwarf. He overwhelmed the grave Indian with Spanish phrases, to which the latter quietly listened. The geographer studied this time without a book, and was often heard repeating words aloud. "If I do not get the accent," said he to the major, "you must not be angry with me. Who would have thought that one day a Patagonian would teach me Spanish?" 16. News of the lost captain. At 8 o'clock the next morning Thalcave gave the signal for departure. The slope was gradual, and the travelers had only to descend a gentle declivity to the sea. When the Patagonian declined the horse that Glenarvan offered him, the latter thought that he preferred to go on foot, according to the custom of certain guides, and indeed, his long legs ought to have made walking easy. But he was mistaken. At the moment of departure Thalcave whistled in a peculiar manner. Immediately a magnificent Argentine horse, of superb form, issued from a small wood nearby, and approached at the call of his master. The animal was perfectly beautiful. His brown color indicated a sound, spirited and courageous beast. He had a small and elegantly poised head, widely opening nostrils, a fiery eye, large hams, swelling withers, broad breast, long pasterns, in short, all the qualities that constitute strength and suppleness. The Major, like a perfect horseman, admired unreservedly this specimen of the horses of the plains. This beautiful creature was called Toca, which means bird, in the Patagonian language, and he justly merited this appellation. When Thalcave was in the saddle, the horse pranced with spirited grace, and the Patagonian, a skillful rider, was magnificent to behold. His outfit comprised 2 weapons of the chase, the bolus and the lasso. The bolus consists of 3 balls tied together by a leathern string, which are fastened to the front of the saddle. The Indians frequently throw them the distance of 100 paces at the animal or enemy that they are pursuing, and with such precision that they twist about their legs and bring them to the ground. It is, therefore, in their hands a formidable instrument, and they handle it with surprising dexterity. The lasso, on the contrary, does not leave the hand that wields it. It consists simply of a leathern thong 30 feet in length, terminating in a slip noose which works upon an iron ring. The right hand throws the slip noose, while the left hand holds the remainder of the lasso, the end of which is firmly tied to the saddle. A long carbine in a sling completed the Patagonian's armament. Thalcave, without observing the admiration caused by his natural grace, ease and courage, took the lead, and the party advanced, now at a gallop, and now at a walk, for their horses seemed entirely unaccustomed to trotting. Robert mounted with much boldness, and speedily convinced Glenarvan of his ability to keep his seat. On issuing from the gorges of the Andes, they encountered a great number of sand ridges, called medanos, real waves incessantly agitated by the wind, when the roots of the herbage did not confine them to the earth. This sand is of an extreme fineness, and, at the least breath, they saw it float away in light clouds, or form regular sand columns which rose to a considerable height. This spectacle caused pleasure as well as annoyance to the eyes. Pleasure, for nothing was more curious than these columns, wandering over the plain, struggling, mingling, sinking and rising in inexpressible confusion, and annoyance, since an impalpable dust emanated from these innumerable medanos and penetrated the eyelids, however tightly they were closed. This phenomenon continued during a great part of the day. Nevertheless, they advanced rapidly, and towards 6 o'clock the Andes, 40 miles distant, presented a darkish aspect already fading in the mists of the evening. The travelers were a little fatigued with their journey, and, therefore, saw with pleasure the approach of the hour for retiring. They encamped on the shores of a turbulent stream, enclosed by lofty red cliffs. Toward noon of the next day, the sun's rays became very oppressive, and at evening a line of clouds on the horizon indicated a change in the weather. The Patagonian could not be deceived, and pointed out to the geographer the western portion of the sky. "Good, I know," said Paganel, and addressing his companions, "a change in the weather is about to take place. We shall have a pampero." He explained that this pampero is frequent on the Argentine plains. It is a very dry wind from the southwest. Thalcave was not mistaken, and during the night, which was quite uncomfortable for people sheltered with a simple poncho, the wind blew with great violence. The horses lay down on the ground, and the men near them in a close group. Glenarvan feared they would be delayed if the storm continued, but Paganel reassured him after consulting his barometer. "Ordinarily," said he, "this wind creates tempests, which last for 3 days, but when the barometer rises as it does now, you are free from these furious hurricanes in a few hours. Be assured, then, my dear friend, at break of day the sky will have resumed its usual clearness." "You talk like a book, Paganel," replied Glenarvan. "And I am one," replied Paganel, "which you are free to consult as much as you please." He was not mistaken. At 1 o'clock in the morning the wind suddenly subsided, and everyone was able to enjoy an invigorating sleep. The next morning they rose bright and fresh, especially Paganel, who displayed great cheerfulness and animation. During this passage across the continent, Lord Glenarvan watched with scrupulous attention for the approach of the natives. He wished to question them concerning Captain Grant, by the aid of the Patagonian, with whom Paganel had begun to converse considerably. But they followed a path little frequented by the Indians, for the trails over the Pampas, which led from the Argentine Republic to the Andes, are situated too far to the north. If by chance a wandering horseman appeared in the distance, he fled rapidly away, little caring to come in contact with strangers. However, although Glenarvan, in the interest of his search, regretted the absence of the Indians, an incident took place which singularly justified the interpretation of the document. Several times the course pursued by the expedition crossed paths on the Pampas, among others quite an important road, that from Carmen to Mendoza, distinguishable by the bones of such animals as mules, horses, sheep and oxen, whose remains were scattered by the birds of prey, and lay bleaching in the sun. There were thousands of them, and, without doubt, more than one human skeleton had added its bones to those of these humbler animals. Hitherto Thalcave had made no remark concerning the line so rigorously followed. He understood, however, that if they kept no definite course over the Pampas, they would not come to cities or villages. Every morning they advanced towards the rising sun, without deviating from the straight line, and every evening the setting sun was behind them. In his capacity of guide, Thalcave must, therefore, have been astonished to see that not only he did not guide them, but that they guided him. Nevertheless, if he was astonished, with the reserve natural to the Indians he made no remark. But today arriving at the above-mentioned road, he stopped his horse, and turned towards Paganel. "Road to Carmen," said he. "Yes, my good Patagonian," replied the geographer, in his purest Spanish, "road to Carmen and Mendoza." "We do not take it," resumed Thalcave. "No," answered Paganel. "And we are going always to the east. That is going nowhere. Who knows?" Thalcave was silent, and gazed at the geographer with profound surprise. He did not admit, however, that Paganel was joking the least in the world. An Indian, with his natural seriousness, never imagines that you are not speaking in earnest. "You are not going to Carmen then?" he added, after an instant of silence. "No," replied Paganel. "Nor to Mendoza?" "No." At this moment Glenarvan, rejoining Paganel, asked what Thalcave said, and why he had stopped. When he had told him, Glenarvan said, "Could you not explain to him the object of our expedition, and why we must always proceed toward the east?" "That would be very difficult," answered Paganel, "for an Indian understands nothing of geography." "But," said the Major seriously, "is it the history, or the historian, that he cannot understand?" "Ah, MacNabb," said Paganel, "you still doubt my Spanish. Try, my worthy friend." "Very well." Paganel turned to the Patagonian, and began a discourse, frequently interrupted for want of words and from the difficulty of explaining to a half-ignorant savage details which were rather incomprehensible to him. The geographer was just then a curious sight. He gesticulated, articulated, and exerted himself in 100 ways, while great drops of sweat rolled down his face. When his tongue could no longer move, his arm came to his aid. He dismounted, and traced on the sand a geographical map, with lines of latitude and longitude, the two oceans, and the road to Carmen. Never was professor in such embarrassment. Thalcave watched these maneuvers without showing whether he comprehended or not. The lesson in geography lasted more than half an hour. At last Paganel ceased, wiped his face, which was wet with perspiration, and looked at the Patagonian. "Did he understand?" inquired Glenarvan. "We shall see," replied Paganel, "but, if he did not, I give it up." Thalcave did not stir. He no longer spoke. His eyes were fixed upon the figures traced on the sand, which the wind was gradually effacing. "Well?" asked Paganel. Thalcave did not appear to hear him. Paganel already saw an ironical smile forming upon the lips of the Major, and, wishing to save his reputation, had begun with renewed energy his geographical demonstrations, when the Patagonian stopped him with a gesture. "You were searching for a prisoner," he said. "Yes," replied Paganel. "And exactly on the line from the setting to the rising sun," said Thalcave, indicating by a comparison, in the Indian manner, the course from west to east. "Yes, yes, that is it. And it is your God," said the Patagonian, "who has confided to the waves of the vast ocean the secrets of the prisoner." "God himself. May his will be accomplished then," replied Thalcave, with a certain solemnity. "We will go to the east, and, if necessary, even to the sun." Paganel, in his exultation over his pupil, immediately translated to his companions the replies of the Indian. Glenarvan requested Paganel to ask the Patagonian if he had heard of any strangers falling into the hands of the Indians, which was accordingly done. "Perhaps," replied the Patagonian. As soon as this word was translated, Thalcave was surrounded by the 7 travelers, who gazed at him with questioning looks. Paganel, excited and scarcely finding his words, resumed these interesting interrogatories, while his eyes, fixed upon the grave Indian, strove to anticipate his reply before it issued from his lips. Every word the Patagonian said he repeated in English, so that his companions heard the Indian speak, as it were, in their own language. "And this prisoner?" inquired Paganel. "He was a stranger," replied Thalcave slowly, "a European." "You have seen him?" "No, but he is mentioned in the accounts of the Indians." "He was a brave man." "You understand, my friends," said Paganel, "a courageous man." "My father," cried Robert Grant. Then, addressing Paganel, "How do you say, 'it is my father,' in Spanish?" he asked. "Es mio padre," answered the geographer. Immediately Robert, taking Thalcave's hands, said in a sweet voice, "Es mio padre." "Suo padre," replied the Patagonian, whose look brightened. He took the boy in his arms, lifted him from his horse, and gazed at him with the most curious sympathy. His intelligent countenance became suffused with a peaceful emotion. But Paganel had not finished his inquiries. Where was this prisoner? What was he doing? When had Thalcave heard of him? All these questions thronged his mind at once. He did not have to wait long for answers, but learnt that the European was a slave of one of the Indian tribes that scour the plains. "But where was he last?" asked Paganel. "With the cacique Calfucora," answered Thalcave. "On the line we have been following." "Yes. And who is this cacique?" "The chief of the Poyuches Indians, a man with 2 tongues and 2 hearts." "That is to say, false in word and in deed," said Paganel, after translating to his companions this beautiful metaphor of the Indian language. "And can we rescue our friend?" he added. "Perhaps so, if your friend is still in the hands of the Indians." "And when did you hear of him?" "A long time ago, and, since then, the sun has brought back 2 summers to the sky." Glenarvan's joy could not be described. This answer coincided exactly with the date of the document. But one question remained to be asked. "You speak of a prisoner," said Paganel, "but were there not 3? "I do not know," replied Thalcave. "And you know nothing of their actual situation?" "Nothing." This last word ended the conversation. It was possible that the 3 prisoners had been separated a long time. But the substance of the Patagonian's information was that the Indians spoke of a European who had fallen into their power. The date of his captivity, the place where he must have been, everything, even to the Patagonian phrase used to express his courage, related evidently to Captain Harry Grant. Their progress was now somewhat slow and difficult, their next object being to reach and cross the river Colorado, to which at length their horses brought them. Here Paganel's first care was to bathe, geographically, in its waters, which are colored by a reddish clay. He was surprised to find the depth so great as it really was, this being the result of the snow having melted rapidly under the first heat of summer. The width likewise of this stream was so considerable that it was almost impossible for their horses to swim across, but they happily discovered a sort of weir bridge, of wattles looped and fastened together, which the Indians were in the habit of using, and by its aid the little troop was enabled to pass over to the left bank, where they rested for the night. 17. A serious necessity. They set out at daybreak. The horses advanced at a brisk pace among the tufts of paja brava, a kind of grass that serves the Indians as a shelter during the storms. At certain distances, but less and less frequent, pools of shallow water contributed to the growth of willows and a certain plant which is found in the neighborhood of fresh water. Here the horses drank their fill, to fortify themselves for the journey. Thalcave, who rode in advance, beat the bushes, and thus frightened away the cholinas vipers, while the agile Toka bounded over all obstacles, and aided his master in clearing a passage for the horses that followed. Early in the afternoon, the first traces of animals were encountered, the bones of an innumerable drove of cattle, in whitened heaps. These fragments did not extend in a winding line, such as animals exhausted and falling one by one would leave behind them. Thus no one, not even Paganel, knew how to explain this chain of skeletons in a space comparatively circumscribed. He therefore questioned Thalcave, who was not at a loss for a reply. "What is this?" they asked, after Paganel had inquired of the Indian. "The fire of heaven," replied the geographer. "What? The lightning could not have produced such a disaster," said Tom Austin, and stretched 500 head of cattle on the earth. But Thalcave reaffirmed it, and he was not mistaken, for the storms of the Pampas are noted for their violence. At evening they stopped at an abandoned rancho, made of interlaced branches plastered with mud and covered with thatch. This structure stood within an enclosure of half-rotten stakes which, however, sufficed to protect the horses during the night against the attacks of the foxes. Not that they had anything to fear personally from these animals, but the malicious beasts gnawed the halters so that the horses could escape. A few paces from the rancho, a hole was dug which served as a kitchen and contained half-cooled embers. Within, there was a bench, a bed of ox-hide, a saucepan, a spit, and a pot for boiling mate. The mate is a drink very much in use in South America. It is the Indians' tea, consisting of a decoction of leaves dried in the fire, and is imbibed through a straw. At Paganel's request, Thalcave prepared several cups of this beverage, which very agreeably accompanied the ordinary eatables, and was declared excellent. The next day they resumed their journey towards the east. About noon a change took place in the appearance of the Pampas, which could not escape eyes wearied with its monotony. The grass became more and more scanty, and gave place to sickly burdocks and gigantic thistles, while stunted nettles and other thorny shrubs grew here and there. Heretofore, a certain moisture, preserved by the clay of the prairie, freshened the meadows, the vegetation was thick and luxuriant. But now a patchy growth, bare in many places, exposed the earth, and indicated the poverty of the soil. These signs of increasing dryness could not be mistaken, and Thalcave called attention to them. "I am not sorry at this change," said Tom Austin, "to see always grass, nothing but grass, becomes tiresome before long." "But where there is grass there is water," replied the Major. "Oh, we are not in want," said Wilson, "and shall find some river on our course." However, when Wilson said that the supply of water would not fail, he had not calculated for the unquenchable thirst that consumed his companions all that day, and, when he added that they would meet with some stream in their journey, he had anticipated too much. Indeed, not only were rivers wanting, but even the artificial wells dug by the Indians were empty. On seeing these indications of dryness increase from mile to mile, Paganel asked Thalcave where he expected to find water. "At Lake Salinas," replied the Indian. "And when shall we arrive there?" "Tomorrow evening." The natives ordinarily, when they travel on the Pampas, dig wells, and find water a few feet below the surface, but the travelers, destitute of the necessary implements, could not employ this expedient. It was therefore necessary to obtain a supply in some other way, for, if they did not absolutely suffer from the tormenting desire for drink, no one could entirely allay his thirst. At evening they halted, after a journey of 30 miles. Everyone relied upon a good night to recruit himself after the fatigues of the day, but they were greatly annoyed by a very persistent swarm of mosquitoes, which disappeared, however, after the wind changed. If the Major preserved his calmness in the midst of the petty annoyances of life, Paganel, on the contrary, could not treat the matter so indifferently. He fought the mosquitoes, and sadly regretted the absence of his acid water, which would have soothed the pain of their bites. Although the Major endeavored to console him, he awoke in a very bad humor. However, he was very easily persuaded to set out at daybreak, for it was important to arrive at Lake Salinas the same day. The horses were very much exhausted. They were dying of thirst, and, although their riders had denied themselves on their account, still their share of water had been very limited. The dryness was today even greater, and the heat no less intolerable, with the dusty wind, the simoom of the Pampas. During the day the monotony of the journey was interrupted. Mulready, who rode in advance, turned back, signaling the approach of a party of Indians. This meeting elicited different opinions. Glenarvan thought of the information that these natives might furnish concerning the shipwrecked seamen of the Britannia. Thalcave, for his part, scarcely enjoyed meeting in his journey the wandering Indians of the plains. He considered them plunderers and robbers, and only sought to avoid them. According to his orders, the little party collected together, and made ready their firearms. It was necessary to be prepared for any emergency. The Indian detachment was soon perceived. It consisted of only 10 men, which fact reassured the Patagonian. They approached within 100 paces, so that they could be easily distinguished. Their high foreheads, prominent rather than receding, their tall forms, and their olive color, showed them to be magnificent types of the Indian race. They were clad in the skins of guanacos, and carried various weapons of war in the chase, while their dexterity in horsemanship was remarkable. Having halted, they appeared to hold a conference, crying and gesticulating. Glenarvan advanced toward them, but he had not proceeded 2 yards, when the detachment wheeled about and disappeared with incredible swiftness. The tired horses of the travelers could never have overtaken them. "The cowards!" cried Paganel. "They fly too fast for honest men," said MacNabb. "What are these Indians?" inquired Paganel of Thalcave. "Gauchos," replied the Patagonian. "Gauchos," repeated Paganel, turning toward his companions. "Gauchos. We had no need, then, to take such precautions. There was nothing to fear." "Why?" asked the Major. "Because the Gauchos are inoffensive peasants." "Do you think so, Paganel?" "Certainly. They took us for robbers, and fled." Glenarvan was quite disappointed in not speaking with them, as he expected to obtain additional tidings of the lost sailors, but it was necessary to push on, if they would reach their destination that evening. At 8 o'clock Thalcave, who had gone a little in advance, announced that the lake so long desired was in sight. A quarter of an hour afterward the little party descended the high banks. But here a serious disappointment awaited them. The lake was dry. 18. In search of water. Lake Salinas terminates the cluster of lagoons that adjoin the Ventana and Guamini Mountains. Numerous expeditions are made to this place to obtain supplies of salt, with which these waters are strongly impregnated. But now the water had evaporated under the heat of the sun, and the lake was only a vast glittering basin. When Thalcave announced the presence of a drinkable liquid at Lake Salinas, he meant the streams of fresh water that flow from it in many places. But at this time its effluents were as dry as itself. The burning sun had absorbed everything. Hence, the consternation was general when the thirsty party arrived at the parched shores of Lake Salinas. It was necessary to take counsel. The little water in the leathern bottles was half spoiled, and could not quench their thirst, which began to make itself acutely felt. Hunger and fatigue gave place to this imperative want. A ruca, a kind of upright tent, of leather, which stood in a hollow, and had been abandoned by the natives, served as a refuge for the travelers, while their horses, stretched on the muddy shores of the lake, ate the saline plants and dry reeds, although reluctantly. When each had sat down in the ruca, Paganel asked Thalcave's advice as to what was best to be done. A rapid conversation, of which Glenarvan caught a few words, ensued between the geographer and the Indian. Thalcave spoke calmly, while Paganel gesticulated for both. This consultation lasted a few minutes, and then the Patagonian folded his arms. "What did he say?" inquired Glenarvan. "I thought I understood him to advise us to separate." "Yes, into 2 parties," replied Paganel. "Those of us whose horses are so overcome with fatigue and thirst that they can scarcely move will continue the journey as well as possible. Those who are better mounted, on the contrary, will ride in advance, and reconnoiter the Guamini River, which empties into Lake San Lucas. If there is sufficient water there, they will wait for their companions on the banks of the stream; if not, they will return to save the rest a useless journey." "And then?" asked Tom Austin. "Then we must go southward to the first branches of the Ventana Mountains, where the rivers are numerous." "The plan is good," replied Glenarvan, "and we will follow it without delay. My horse has not suffered so much yet from want of water, and I offer to accompany Thalcave." "Oh, my lord, take me," cried Robert, as if a pleasure excursion were in question. "But can you keep up with us, my child?" "Yes, I have a good beast that asks nothing better than to go in advance." "Will you, my lord?" "I beseech you." "Come then, my boy," said Glenarvan, delighted not to be separated from Robert. "And we 3, he added, will be very stupid if we do not discover some clear and fresh stream." "And I," said Paganel. "Oh, You, my dear Paganel," replied the major, "you will remain with the reserve detachment. You know the course, the Guamini River, and the Pampas, too well to abandon us. Neither Wilson, Mulready, nor myself are capable of rejoining Thalcave at his rendezvous, unless we advance confidently under the guidance of the brave Jacques Paganel." "I resign," said the geographer, very much flattered to obtain a higher command. "But no distractions," added the major. "Do not lead us where we have nothing to do, and bring us back to the shores of the Pacific." "You would deserve it, my intolerable major," said Paganel, smiling. "But tell me, my dear Glenarvan, how will you understand Thalcave's language?" "I suppose," answered Glenarvan, "that the Patagonian and I will not need to talk. Besides, with the few Spanish words that I know, I shall succeed well enough on an emergency in giving him my opinion and understanding his." "Go then, my worthy friend," replied Paganel. "Let us eat first," said Glenarvan, "and sleep till the hour of departure." They ate supper without drink, which was rather unrefreshing, and then fell asleep. Paganel dreamed of torrents, cascades, streams, rivers, ponds, brooks, nay even full bottles, in short, of everything which generally contains water. It was a real nightmare. The next morning at 6 o'clock the horses were saddled. They gave them the last drink of water left, which they took with more dislike than pleasure, for it was very nauseating. The 3 horsemen then mounted. "Au revoir," said the major, Austin, Wilson, and Mulready. Soon the Patagonian, Glenarvan, and Robert, not without a certain throbbing of the heart, lost sight of the detachment confided to the sagacity of the geographer. Thalcave was right in first proceeding towards the Guamini, since this stream lay on the prescribed course, and was the nearest. The 3 horses galloped briskly forward. These excellent beasts perceived, doubtless, by instinct, whither their masters were guiding them. Toka, especially, showed a spirit that neither fatigue nor thirst could overcome. The other horses followed, at a slower pace, but incited by his example. The Patagonian frequently turned his head to look at Robert Grant, and, seeing the young boy firm and erect, in an easy and graceful position, testified his satisfaction by a word of encouragement. "Bravo, Robert," said Glenarvan. "Thalcave seems to congratulate you. He praises you, my boy." "And why, my lord?" "Because of the way you ride." "Oh, I merely keep firm, that is all," replied Robert, who blushed with pleasure at hearing himself complimented. "That is the main point, Robert," said Glenarvan, "but you are too modest, and I am sure you cannot fail to become an accomplished equestrian." "Well," said Robert, "but what will Papa say, who wishes to make a sailor of me? The one does not interfere with the other. If all horsemen do not make good sailors, all sailors may certainly make good horsemen. To ride on the yards, you must learn to keep yourself firm. As for knowing how to manage your horse, that comes more easily." "Poor father," exclaimed Robert, "how he will thank you when you have found him." And, so saying, he took his lordship's hand and pressed it to his lips. "You love him well, Robert?" "Yes, my lord, he was so kind to sister and me. He thought only of us, and every voyage brought us a memento of the countries he visited, and, what was better, tender caresses and kind words, on his return. Ah, you will love him too, when you know him. Mary resembles him. He has a sweet voice like her. It is singular for a sailor, is it not?" "Yes, very singular, Robert," said Glenarvan. "I see him still," replied the boy, as if speaking to himself. "Good and brave papa. He rocked me to sleep on his knees, when I was little, and kept humming an old Scottish song which is sung around the lakes of our country. I sometimes recall the air, but indistinctly. How we loved him, my lord! Well, I think one must be very young to love his father well." "And old to reverence him, my child," replied Glenarvan, quite moved by the words that came from this young heart. During this conversation, their horses had relaxed their pace and fallen behind the other, but Thalcave called them, and they resumed their former gait. It was soon evident, however, that, with the exception of Toka, the horses could not long maintain this speed. At noon it was necessary to give them an hour's rest. Glenarvan grew uneasy. The signs of dryness did not diminish, and the want of water might result in disastrous consequences. Thalcave said nothing, but probably thought that if the Guamini was dry it would then be time to despair, if indeed an Indian's heart has ever experienced such an emotion. They therefore kept on, and by use of whip and spur the horses were induced to continue their journey, but they could not quicken their pace. Thalcave might easily have gone ahead, for in a few hours Toka could have carried him to the banks of the stream. He doubtless thought of it, but probably did not like to leave his two companions alone in the midst of this desert, and, that he might not outstrip them, he forced Toka to lessen his speed. It was not, however, without much resistance, prancing and neighing, that Thalcave's horse consented to keep pace with the others. It was not so much the strength as the voice of his master which restrained him. The Indian actually talked to his horse, and the animal, if he did not answer, at least comprehended him. The Patagonian must have used excellent arguments, for, after discussing some time, Toka yielded, and obeyed his master's commands. But, if Toka understood Thalcave, Thalcave had nonetheless understood Toka. The intelligent animal, through his superior instincts, had perceived a moisture in the air. He inhaled it eagerly, and kept moving his tongue, as if it were steeped in a grateful liquid. The Patagonian could not be deceived, water was not far distant. He therefore encouraged his companions by explaining the impatience of his horse, which the others were not long in understanding. They made a final effort, and galloped after the Indian. About 3 o'clock a bright line appeared in a hollow of the plain. It trembled under the rays of the sun. "Water!" cried Glenarvan. "Water, yes, water!" cried Robert. They had no more need to urge their horses. The poor beasts, feeling their strength renewed, rushed forward with an irresistible eagerness. In a few moments they had reached the Guamini River, and, saddled as they were, plunged to their breasts into the cooling stream. Their masters imitated their example, without reluctance, and took an afternoon bath which was as healthful as it was pleasant. "Ah, how good it is!" said Robert, as he quenched his thirst in the middle of the river. "Be moderate, my boy," said Glenarvan, who did not set a good example. Nothing was heard but the sound of rapid drinking. As for Thalcave, he drank quietly, without hurrying, long and deeply, till they might perhaps fear that the stream would be drained. "Well," said Glenarvan, "our friends will not be disappointed in their expectations. They are sure, on arriving at the Guamini, to find an abundance of clear water, if Thalcave leaves any." "But could we not go to meet them?" asked Robert. "We could spare them several hours of anxiety." "Doubtless, my boy, but how carry the water? Wilson has charge of the water bottles." "No, it is better to wait, as we agreed. Calculating the necessary time, and the slow pace of the horses, our friends will be here at night. Let us, then, prepare them a safe shelter and a good repast." Thalcave had not waited for Glenarvan's orders to search for a place to encamp. He had very fortunately found on the banks of the river a ramada, a kind of enclosure designed for a cattle fold and shut in on 3 sides. The situation was excellent for the purpose, so long as one did not fear to sleep in the open air, and that was the least anxiety of Thalcave's companions. Thus they did not seek a better retreat, but stretched themselves on the ground in the sun to dry their water-soaked garments. "Well, since here is shelter," said Glenarvan, "let us think of supper. Our friends must be satisfied with the couriers whom they have sent forward, and, if I am not greatly mistaken, they will have no reason to complain. I think an hour's hunting will not be time lost. Are you ready, Robert?" "Yes, my lord," replied he, with gun in hand. Glenarvan had conceived this idea because the banks of the Guamini seemed to be the haunt of the game of the surrounding plains. Tinamis, a kind of partridge, plovers called turu-turu, yellow rails, and waterfowl of magnificent green were seen rising in flocks. As for quadrupeds, they did not make their appearance, but Thalcave, pointing to the tall grass and thick coppice, explained that they were hidden there. The hunters had only to take a few steps to find themselves in one of the best game covers in the world. They began to hunt, therefore, and, disdaining the feathered tribe, their first attempts were made upon the large game of the pampas. Soon hares and guanacos, like those that had attacked them so violently on the Andes, started up before them by hundreds, but these very timid animals fled with such swiftness that it was impossible to come within gunshot. The hunters, therefore, attacked other game that was less fleet. A dozen partridges and rails were brought down, and Glenarvan shot a peccary, which was very good eating. In less than half an hour they had obtained without difficulty all the game they needed. Robert captured a curious animal called an armadillo, which was covered with a sort of helmet of movable bony pieces and measured 1.5 feet in length. It was very fat, and would be an excellent dish, as the Patagonian said, while Robert was proud of his success. As for Thalcave, he showed his companions a nando hunt. This bird, peculiar to the pampas, is a kind of ostrich, whose swiftness is marvelous. The Indian did not try to decoy so nimble an animal, but urged his horse to a gallop, straight towards the bird, so as to overtake it at once, for, if the first attack should fail, the nando would soon fatigue both horse and rider with its giddy backward and forward movements. Thalcave, arriving at a proper distance, launched his bolus with a strong hand, and so skillfully that they twisted about the legs of the ostrich and paralyzed its efforts. In a few moments it lay on the ground. The Indian soon captured his prize and contributed it to the common repast. The string of partridges, Thalcave's ostrich, Glenarvan's peccary, and Robert's armadillo were brought back to camp. The ostrich and the peccary were immediately stripped of their skin and cut into small slices. As for the armadillo, it is a dainty animal which carries its roasting dish with it, and it was, accordingly, placed in its own bony covering on the glowing embers. The three hunters were satisfied with the partridges for supper, and kept the rounds of beef for their friends. This repast was washed down with clear water, which was then considered superior to all the wines in the world. The horses were not forgotten. A great quantity of dry fodder, piled in the ramada, served them for food and bedding. When everything was ready, Glenarvan, Robert, and the Indian wrapped themselves in their ponchos, and stretched their limbs on a bundle of alfafairs, the usual bed of the hunters of the pampas. 19. The Red Wolves. Night came, the night of the new moon, only the uncertain light of the stars illumined the plain. On the horizon the zodiacal light faded away in a dark mist. The waters of the Guamini flowed without a murmur, while birds, quadrupeds, and reptiles reposed after the fatigues of the day. The silence of the desert reigned on the vast expanse of the pampas. Glenarvan, Robert, and Thalcave had yielded to the common law, and, stretched on their thick beds of grass, they enjoyed a refreshing sleep. The horses, overcome with fatigue, had lain down on the ground. Toka alone, like a true-blooded horse, slept standing, spirited in repose as in action, and ready to start at the least sign from his master. Perfect tranquility reigned within the enclosure, and the embers of the night fire, as they gradually died out, cast their last rays over the silent obscurity. About 10 o'clock, after a short sleep, the Indian awoke. His eyes became fixed beneath his lowered eyebrows, and his head was turned in a listening attitude towards the plain. He seemed endeavoring to detect some scarcely perceptible sound. A vague uneasiness was soon expressed on his face, usually so calm. Had he perceived the approach of prowling Indians, or the coming of jaguars, water tigers, and other formidable beasts which are numerous in the neighborhood of rivers? This last possibility doubtless appeared plausible to him, for he cast a rapid glance over the combustible materials piled in the enclosure, and his anxiety increased. In fact, all this dry bedding would quickly be consumed, and could not long intimidate the audacious animals. According to this conjecture, Thalcave had only to await the progress of events, which he did, half reclining, his head resting on his hands, his elbows on his knees, his eyes motionless, in the attitude of a man whom a sudden anxiety has awakened from sleep. An hour passed. Any other person but Thalcave, reassured by the outward silence, would have lain down again. But where a stranger would have suspected nothing, the highly trained senses and natural instinct of the Indian foresaw the coming danger. While he was listening and watching, Toka gave a low neigh. His nose was stretched towards the entrance to the ramada. The Patagonian suddenly started. "Toka has scented some enemy," said he. He arose and scanned the plain attentively. Silence still reigned, but not tranquility. Thalcave discerned shadows moving noiselessly among the tufts of grass. Here and there glittered luminous points, which spread on all sides, now fading away, and now gleaming forth again. You would have thought fantastic elves were dancing on the surface of an immense lagoon. A stranger would doubtless have taken these flitting sparks for glowworms, which shine, when night comes, in many parts of the pampas. But Thalcave was not deceived, he knew with what enemies he had to deal. He loaded his carbine, and took a position near the first stakes of the enclosure. He did not wait long. A strange cry, a mingling of barks and howls, resounded over the plain. The report of the carbine answered it, and was followed by 100 frightful yelps. Glenarvan and Robert suddenly awoke. "What is the matter?" asked Robert. "Indians," said Glenarvan. "No," replied Thalcave, "Agaras." Robert looked at Glenarvan. "Agaras," said he. "Yes," replied Glenarvan, "the red wolves of the pampas." Both seized their weapons, and joined the Indian. The latter pointed to the plain, from which arose a series of formidable howls. Robert involuntarily took a step backward. "You are not afraid of the wolves, my boy," said Glenarvan. "No, my lord," replied Robert, in a firm tone. "With you I fear nothing." "So much the better. These Agaras are not very formidable beasts, and were it not for their numbers I should not even think of them." "What does it matter?" replied Robert. "We are well armed. Let them come, and they shall be well received." Speaking thus, Glenarvan endeavored to reassure the lad, but he did not think without a secret terror of that dense horde of exasperated beasts. Perhaps there were hundreds of them, and these three, however well armed, could not advantageously contend against so many and such antagonists. By the howls that resounded over the pampas, and by the multitude of shadows that flitted about the plain, Glenarvan could not be mistaken as to the number. These animals had scented a sure prey, horseflesh or human flesh, and not one among them would return to his lair without having his portion. The situation was, therefore, very alarming. Meanwhile the circle of wolves grew gradually narrower. The horses, awakened, gave signs of the liveliest terror. Toka alone pawed the ground, seeking to break his halter, and ready to rush out. His master succeeded in calming him only by whistling continually. Glenarvan and Robert had stationed themselves so as to defend the entrance of the ramada, and with their loaded rifles were about to fire at the first ranks of wolves, when Thalcave turned aside their weapons already poised for a shot. "What does Thalcave wish?" asked Robert. "He prohibits us from firing," answered Glenarvan. "Why?" "Perhaps he does not consider it the proper time." This was not, however, the motive which actuated the Indian, but a graver reason, which Glenarvan understood when Thalcave, raising his powder flask and inverting it, showed that it was almost empty. "Well," said Robert, "we must economize our ammunition. Our hunt today has cost us dear, and we are deficient in powder and shot. We have not 20 charges left." The boy answered nothing. "You are not afraid, Robert?" "No, my lord." "Very well, my boy." At this moment another report resounded. Thalcave had brought down a too bold enemy. The wolves that were advancing in close ranks recoiled, and gathered together again 100 paces from the enclosure. Glenarvan, at a sign from the Indian, took his place at once, while the latter, collecting the bedding, grass, and all combustible materials, piled them at the entrance of the ramada and threw on a burning ember. Soon a curtain of flame was defined against the dark background of the sky, and through the openings the plain appeared illumined by great moving reflections. Glenarvan could therefore judge of the great number of animals against which they had to defend themselves. Never had so many wolves been seen together before, nor so excited by rapacity. The fiery barrier that Thalcave had just opposed to them had redoubled their fury. Some, however, advanced to the very fire, crowded by the rear ranks, and burned their paws. From time to time a shot was necessary to check the howling horde, and at the end of an hour 15 bodies lay on the prairie. The besieged were now in a situation relatively less dangerous. So long as their supplies lasted, so long as the barrier of fire stood at the entrance to the ramada, invasion was not to be feared. But what was to be done if all these methods of repelling the wolves should fail at the same time? Glenarvan gazed at Robert, and felt his heart beat quick with excitement. He forgot himself, and thought only of this poor child, who displayed a courage beyond his years. Robert was pale, but his hand did not leave his weapon, and he awaited with firm bearing the assault of the enraged wolves. Meantime, Glenarvan, after coolly considering the situation, resolved to do something decisive. "In 1 hour," said he, "we shall have no more powder, shot, or fire. We must not wait till then to make a sally." He turned towards Thalcave, and, recalling a few words of Spanish, began a conversation with the Indian, frequently interrupted by the cracks of the rifle. It was not without difficulty that these two men succeeded in understanding each other. Glenarvan, fortunately, knew the habits of the Red Wolf. Without this knowledge he could not have interpreted the words and gestures of the Patagonian. Nevertheless, a quarter of an hour passed before he could give to Robert the meaning of Thalcave's answer. He had questioned the Indian concerning their situation. "And what did he answer?" inquired Robert. "He said that, cost what it may, we must hold out till daybreak. The Ramada goes out only at night, and when morning comes he returns to his lair. He is the wolf of darkness, a cowardly beast that fears the daylight. Well, let us defend ourselves till day. Yes, my boy, and with our knives if we can no longer use our guns." Already Thalcave had set the example, and when a wolf approached the fire, the long knife of the Patagonian was thrust through the flames and drawn back again red with blood. However, the means of defense were failing. About 2 o'clock in the morning, Thalcave threw into the fire the last armful of fuel, and the besieged had only 5 charges left. Glenarvan cast about him a sorrowful glance. He thought of the child who was there, of his companions, of all whom he loved. Robert said nothing. Perhaps the danger did not appear imminent to his hopeful spirit. But Glenarvan pictured to himself that terrible event, now apparently inevitable, the being devoured alive. He was not master of his emotion. He drew the child to his breast, he clasped him to his heart, he pressed his lips to his forehead, while tears flowed from his eyes. Robert gazed at him with a smile. "I am not afraid," said he. "No, my boy, no," replied Glenarvan, "and you are right. In 2 hours, day will appear, and we shall be saved. Well done, Thalcave, my brave Patagonian," cried he, as the Indian killed with the butt of his gun 2 enormous beasts that were attempting to cross the glowing barrier. But at this moment the dying light of the fire showed him the Agaras advancing in a dense body to assail the Ramada. The denouement of the bloody drama was approaching. The fire gradually subsided. For want of fuel, the flames sank. The plain, before illumined, now relapsed into shadow, and in the shadow reappeared the terrible eyes of the red wolves. A few moments more, and the whole drove would rush into the enclosure. Thalcave discharged his carbine for the last time, stretched out one more of their enemies, and, as his ammunition was exhausted, folded his arms. His head sank upon his breast. He appeared to be questioning himself. Was he searching for some bold, novel, or rash scheme for repelling this furious herd? Glenarvan did not venture to ask him. At this moment a change took place in the action of the wolves. They seemed to be retreating, and their howls, so deafening before, suddenly ceased. An ominous silence reigned over the plain. "They are going," said Robert. "Perhaps," replied Glenarvan, who was listening with intentness. But Thalcave shook his head. He knew well that the animals would not abandon a certain prey until at daybreak they returned to their holes and dens. However, the tactics of their enemies had evidently changed. They no longer endeavored to force the entrance of the Ramada, but their new maneuvers were already causing a still more imminent danger. The wolves, abandoning their design of penetrating the enclosure by this entrance, which was defended by weapon and fire, went to the back of the Ramada and sought to assail it in the rear. Their claws were soon heard rattling against the half-decayed wood. Already their powerful paws and bloody mouths had forced their way between the shattered stakes. The horses, bewildered and panic-stricken, broke their halters and dashed into the enclosure. Glenarvan seized Robert in his arms, to defend him to the last extremity, and he would have attempted a rash flight, and rushed out of the Ramada, had not his eyes fallen upon the Indian. Thalcave, turning like a deer, had suddenly approached his horse, which was neighing with impatience, and was beginning to saddle him carefully, forgetting neither strap nor buckle. He seemed no longer to care for the howls, that were now redoubled. Glenarvan gazed at him with a dark foreboding. "He is leaving us," cried he, seeing Thalcave gather up his reins as though he were about to mount. "He, never," said Robert. In truth the Indian was about to make a venture, not to leave his friends, but to save them by sacrificing himself. Toka was ready. He champed his bit, he pranced, his eyes, full of a fiery spirit, shot forth lightning flashes. He understood his master. Just as the Indian was seizing the mane of his horse, Glenarvan caught him by the arm with a convulsive grasp. "You are going," said he, pointing to the plain, which was now deserted. "Yes," replied the Indian, who comprehended the gesture of his companion, and, with vehement gesticulations which were however perfectly intelligible, he added a few words in Spanish, which signified, "Toka, good horse, swift, will draw the wolves after him." "Ha! Thalcave!" cried Glenarvan. "Quick, quick!" continued the Indian, while Glenarvan said to Robert, in a voice broken by emotion, "Robert, my lad, you hear? He will sacrifice himself for us, he will rush out over the plain, and turn aside the fury of the wolves upon himself." "Friend Thalcave," replied Robert, looking imploringly at the Patagonian, "Friend Thalcave, do not leave us." "No," said Glenarvan, "he will not leave us." And, turning to the Indian, he added, pointing to the terrified horses crowding against the stakes, "Let us go together." "No," said the Indian, who was not mistaken as to the meaning of these words. "Bad beasts, frightened, Toka, good horse." "Very well," said Glenarvan. "Thalcave shall not leave, Robert. He shows me what I have to do. It is my duty to go, and his to remain with you." Then, seizing Toka's bridle, he added, "I will go." "No," replied the Patagonian, calmly. "I tell you," cried Glenarvan, taking the bridle from the hands of the Indian, "I will go. Save this boy. I trust him to you, Thalcave." Glenarvan, in his excitement, mingled English and Spanish together. But what matters the language? In such a terrible situation, signs tell all, and men quickly understand each other. However, Thalcave resisted, and the discussion was prolonged. The danger was increasing every moment. Already the broken stakes were yielding to the teeth and claws of the wolves. But neither Glenarvan nor Thalcave appeared willing to yield. The Indian had drawn Glenarvan towards the entrance of the enclosure. He pointed to the plain, now free from wolves. In his animated language, he explained that not a moment was to be lost, that the danger, if this plan failed, would be greater for those who remained. In short, that he alone knew Toka well enough to employ his marvelous agility and speed for the common safety. Glenarvan blindly persisted in his resolve to sacrifice himself, when suddenly he was pushed violently back. Toka pranced, reared on his hind legs, and all at once, with a spring, cleared the barrier of fire and the rampart of bodies, while a boyish voice cried, "God save you, my lord." Glenarvan and Thalcave had scarcely time to perceive Robert, who, clinging to the horse's mane, disappeared in the darkness. "Robert, unfortunate!" cried Glenarvan. But these words the Indian himself could not hear. Frightful howls resounded. The wolves, starting on the track of the horse, fled into the darkness with a terrible speed. Thalcave and Glenarvan rushed out of the ramada. Already the plain had resumed its tranquility, and they could scarcely distinguish a moving line which undulated afar in the shadows of the night. Glenarvan sank upon the ground, overcome, in despair, clasping his hands. He gazed at Thalcave, who smiled with his accustomed calmness. "Toka, good horse, brave child, he will be saved," he repeated, nodding his head. "But if he falls," said Glenarvan. "He will not fall." In spite of Thalcave's confidence, his companion passed the night in terrible anguish. He was no longer even mindful of the danger still to be feared from the wolves. He would have gone in search of Robert, but the Indian restrained him, and explained that their horses could not overtake the boy, that Toka must have distanced his enemies, and could not be found in the darkness. They must wait for day to start in search of Robert. At 4 o'clock in the morning day began to break. The mists of the horizon were soon tinged with pale rays. A sparkling dew covered the plain, and the tall grass began to wave under the first breezes of the dawn. The moment of departure had arrived. "Forward," said the Indian. Glenarvan did not reply, but sprang upon Robert's horse, and the two were soon galloping towards the west in the direction from which their companions were to come. For an hour they traveled thus with great speed, gazing around for Robert, and dreading at each step to behold his mangled body. Glenarvan tortured the flanks of his horse with his spurs. Suddenly shots were heard, and reports at regular intervals, like signals for recognition. "It is they," cried Glenarvan. Thalcave and he urged their horses to a more rapid pace, and a few moments afterwards they joined the party led by Paganel. To Glenarvan's joy, Robert was there, alive, borne by the noble Toka, who neighed with pleasure at seeing his master. "Ah, my boy, cried Glenarvan, with unspeakable tenderness, and Robert and he, dismounting, rushed into each other's arms. Then it was the Indian's turn to clasp to his breast the courageous son of Captain Grant. He lives, exclaimed Glenarvan. "Yes," replied Robert, "thanks to Toka." The Indian had not waited for these words of gratitude to embrace his horse, but at that very moment he spoke to him and embraced him, as if human blood flowed in the veins of the noble animal. Then, turning towards Paganel, he pointed to young Robert. "A brave boy," said he. Glenarvan, however, asked, even while he admired the lad, "Why, my son, did you not let Thalcave or me try this last chance of saving you?" "My lord," replied he, in accents of the liveliest gratitude, "was it not my duty to sacrifice myself, when Thalcave has saved my life, and you are going to save my father?" XX. Strange signs. After their first outbursts of joy at meeting were over, Paganel, Austin, Wilson, and Mulready, all who had remained behind, except the Major, were conscious of one thing, namely, that they were suffering from thirst. Fortunately, the Guamini flowed at no great distance. They accordingly continued their journey, and at 7 o'clock in the morning the little party arrived at the Ramada. On seeing its entrance strewn with the bodies of the wolves, it was easy to understand the violence of the attack and the vigor of the defense. The travelers, after fully quenching their thirst, devoted their attention to breakfast in the enclosure. The ostrich steaks were declared excellent, and the armadillo, roasted in its own covering, was a delicious dish. To eat reasonably of this, said Paganel, would be ingratitude towards Providence. We really must eat immoderately. And he did so accordingly, but was not sick, thanks to the clear water of the Guamini, which appeared to possess superior digestive properties. At 10 o'clock Glenarvan gave the signal for departure. The water bottles were filled, and they set out. The horses, being greatly revived, evinced much spirit, and maintained an easy and almost continuous canter. The next morning they crossed the boundary which separates the Argentine plains from the Pampas. Here Thalcave hoped to meet the chiefs in whose hands he doubted not that he should find Harry Grant and rescue him and his 2 companions from slavery. Since they had left the Guamini, the travelers noticed, with great satisfaction, a considerable change in the temperature, thanks to the cold winds of Patagonia, which cause continual currents of air. Neither man nor beast had any reason to complain, after suffering so much from dryness and heat. They therefore pushed on with courage and confidence. But, whatever might have been said, the country seemed to be entirely uninhabited, or, to use a more exact word, disinhabited. Frequently they skirted the shores of freshwater lagoons, on whose banks, in the shelter of the bushes, tiny wrens skipped and melodious larks warbled, in company with the brilliant plumaged tanagers. These pretty birds gaily fluttered about, heedless of the haughty starlings that strutted on the banks like soldiers with their epaulets and red breasts. In the thorny coppices the nests of the Anubis swung like hammocks, and on the shores of the lagoons magnificent flamingos, marching in regular file, spread their fiery-colored wings to the wind. Their nests were seen, by thousands together, like a small village, in the shape of truncated cones a foot high. The birds were not startled at the approach of the travelers, which was contrary to Paganel's calculations. "I have been curious for a long time," said he to the Major, "to see a flamingo fly." "Well," said MacNabb, "now, since I have an opportunity, I shall profit by it." "Do so, Paganel. Come with me, Major, and you too, Robert, I need witnesses." And Paganel, leaving his companions to go on, proceeded towards the flock of flamingos, followed by Robert and the Major. Arriving within range, Paganel fired a blank charge, for he would not needlessly destroy even a bird, and all the flamingos flew away, while the geographer gazed at them attentively through his glasses. "Well," said he to the Major, when the flock had disappeared, "did you see them fly?" "Certainly," replied MacNabb, "you could not do otherwise, unless you were blind." But let us hasten on, for we have fallen a mile behind." When he had joined his companions, Paganel found Glenarvan in excited conversation with the Indian, whom he did not appear to understand. Thalcave had frequently stopped to examine the horizon, and each time his countenance expressed a lively astonishment. Glenarvan, not seeing his ordinary interpreter present, had attempted, but in vain, to question the Patagonian. So, as soon as he perceived the geographer at a distance, he cried, "Come, friend Paganel, Thalcave and I can scarcely succeed in understanding each other." Paganel conversed a few moments with the Indian, and, turning to Glenarvan, said, "Thalcave is astonished at a circumstance that is really strange." "What?" "At meeting neither Indians, nor any traces of them, on these plains, which are usually furrowed with their trails, whether they are driving home the cattle stolen from the ranchos, or going to the Andes to sell their Zarilla carpets and whips of braided leather." "And to what does Thalcave attribute this abandonment?" "He cannot tell, he is astonished. That is all. But what Indians did he expect to find in this part of the Pampas?" "The very ones who have had foreign prisoners, those natives who are commanded by the caciques Calfucora, Catriel, and Yanchatrus." "Who were these caciques?" "Chiefs of tribes that were very powerful 30 years ago, before they were driven beyond the Sierras. Since that time they have been subdued as much as an Indian can be, and now scour the Pampas as well as the province of Buenos Aires. I am therefore astonished, like Thalcave, at not encountering traces of them in a country where they generally pursue the calling of plunderers." "Well, then," inquired Glenarvan, "what course ought we to take?" "I will see," replied Paganel. After a few moments' conversation with Thalcave, he said, "This is his advice, which seems to me very wise. We must continue our journey to the east as far as Fort Independence, and there, if we have no news of Captain Grant, we shall at least know what has become of the Indians of the plain." "Is Fort Independence far?" "No, it is situated at Tandil, 60 miles distant." "And when shall we arrive there?" "On the evening of the day after tomorrow." Glenarvan was quite disconcerted at finding no Indians on the Pampas, a circumstance which was little expected. There are ordinarily too many of them. Some special cause must therefore have removed them. But a serious question was to be considered. If Captain Grant was a prisoner of one of these tribes, had he been carried to the north or to the south? This problem harassed Glenarvan. It was advisable at all hazards to keep track of the captain. In short, it was better to follow Thalcave's advice and reach the village of Tandil, where at least they could obtain information. About 4 o'clock in the afternoon they approached a hill that might have passed for a mountain in so level a country. It was Tepalquam Sierra, and at its foot the travelers encamped for the night. The passage of this mountain was accomplished the next day with the greatest ease. They followed the sandy undulations of a gradually sloping terrace, which certainly did not present difficulties to people who had scaled the Andes, and the horses scarcely relaxed their rapid pace. At noon they reached the abandoned Fort Tepalquam, the first of the chain of forts built on the southern frontier against the plundering natives. But not a shadow of an Indian did they encounter, to the increasing surprise of Thalcave, although, towards the middle of the day, 3 rovers of the plain, well armed and mounted, gazed for a moment at the little party, but prevented their approach, galloping away with incredible rapidity. Glenarvan was furious. "Gauchos," said the Patagonian. "Ah, gauchos," replied MacNabb. "Well, Paganel, what do you think of these creatures?" "I think they look like famous bandits," answered Paganel. "And hence of course are, my dear geographer." "Of course, my dear Major." Paganel's avowal was followed by a general laugh, which did not disconcert him at all. According to Thalcave's orders, they advanced in close ranks, and at evening encamped in a spacious abandoned rancho, where the chief Catriel generally assembled his bands of natives. From an examination of the ground and the absence of fresh tracks, the Patagonian knew that it had not been occupied for a long time. The next morning Glenarvan and his companions found themselves again on the plain. The first estancias, vast establishments for raising cattle which border upon the Tandil, were descried, but Thalcave resolved not to stop, but to keep straight on to Fort Independence, where he wished to obtain information, especially concerning the singular condition of this abandoned country. The trees, so rare since leaving the Andes, now reappeared. The greater part of these have been planted since the arrival of the Europeans on the American continent. They generally surround corrals, vast cattle enclosures protected with stakes. Here thousands of cattle, sheep, cows, and horses, branded with the mark of the owner, graze and fatten, while large numbers of huge dogs keep watch. The soil is admirably adapted to raising cattle, and yields an excellent fodder. The people lead the life of the shepherds of the Bible. Their flocks are perhaps even more numerous than those which fed on the plains of Mesopotamia, but the family element is wanting, and the owners of the great folds of the pampas have little to recommend themselves or their manner of life. Paganel explained all these particulars to his companions, and even succeeded in interesting the Major. Thalcave, meanwhile, hastened their progress, as he wished to arrive that evening at Fort Independence. The horses, urged on by their masters, and following the example of Toka, dashed through the tall grass. They passed several farms, fortified and defended by deep ditches. The principal house was provided with an elevated terrace, from which the inmates could fire upon the plunderers of the plain. Glenarvan might perhaps have obtained here the information that he sought, but it was wisest to go to the village of Tandil. They did not stop, therefore, and soon the feet of the horses struck the grassy sward of the first mountain slopes. An hour afterward the village appeared at the bottom of a narrow gorge crowned by the embattled walls of Fort Independence. 21. A false trail. Paganel, after giving his companions a brief account of the village of Tandil, added that they could not fail to obtain information there. Moreover, the fort was always garrisoned by a detachment of national troops. Glenarvan, accordingly, put the horses into the stable of a fonda, and Paganel, the Major, Robert, and he, under the guidance of Thalcave, proceeded towards Fort Independence. After ascending the ridges of the mountains for a short time, they arrived at the postern, rather carelessly guarded by a native sentinel. They passed without difficulty, and inferred either great negligence or extreme security. A few soldiers were exercising on the parade ground of the fort, the oldest of whom was not more than 20 and the youngest scarcely 10. In fact, they were a dozen young children and boys who were drilling very nicely. Their uniform consisted of a striped shirt confined at the waist by a leathern girdle. The mildness of the climate justified this light costume. Each of these young soldiers carried a gun and a sword, which were too long and heavy for the little fellows. All had a certain family resemblance, and the corporal who commanded resembled them too. They were 12 brothers, who were parading under the orders of the 13th. Paganel was not astonished. He remembered his Argentine statistics, and knew that in this country the average number of children in a family exceeds 9. But what surprised him exceedingly was to see these little soldiers practicing the French tactics, and to hear the orders of the corporal given in his own native language. "This is singular," said he. But Glenarvan had not come to see boys drill, still less to occupy himself with their nationality or relationship. He did not, therefore, give Paganel time to express further astonishment, but besought him to ask for the commander of the fortress. Paganel did so, and one of the soldiers proceeded towards a small building which served as the barracks. A few moments after, the commander appeared in person. He was a man of 50, robust, with a military air, thick whiskers, prominent cheekbones, gray hair, and commanding look, so far as one could judge through the clouds of smoke that issued from his short pipe. Thalcave, addressing him, introduced Lord Glenarvan and his companions. While he spoke, the commander kept scrutinizing Paganel with quite embarrassing persistence. The geographer did not know what the trooper meant, and was about to ask him, when the latter unceremoniously seized his hand, and said, in a joyous tone, in his own language, "A Frenchman." "Yes, a Frenchman," replied Paganel. "Ah, I am delighted. Welcome, welcome. I am almost a Frenchman," cried the commander, shaking the geographer's arm with rather painful violence. "One of your friends?" asked the Major of Paganel. "Yes," replied he, with national pride, "we have friends in all parts of the world." He then entered into conversation with the commander. Glenarvan would gladly have put in a word in regard to his affairs, but the soldier was telling his story, and was not in the mood to be interrupted. This honest man had left France a long time before, and the native language was no longer perfectly familiar to him. He had forgotten, if not words, at least the manner of combining them. As his visitors soon learned, he had been a sergeant in the French army. Since the foundation of the fort he had not left it, and commanded it by appointment from the Argentine government. He was by parentage a Basque, and his name was Manuel Iferriger. A year after his arrival in the country, Sergeant Manuel was naturalized, joined the Argentine army, and married an honest Indian woman, who had twins, boys, to be sure, for the sergeant's worthy consort would never present him with daughters. Manuel did not think of any other calling than that of the soldier, and hoped, in time, with the help of God, to offer to the Republic a whole battalion of young soldiers. "You have seen them," said he. "Charming fellows. Good soldiers. Jose, Juan, Miguel, Pepe. Pepe is only 7 years old, and is already biting his cartridge." Pepe, hearing himself complimented, joined his 2 little feet, and presented arms with perfect precision. "He will do," added the sergeant. "He will be a major, or brigadier general one day." This story lasted a quarter of an hour, to Thalcave's great astonishment. The Indian could not understand how so many words could come from a single throat. No one interrupted the commander, and even a French sergeant had to conclude at last, though not without forcing his guests to accompany him to his dwelling. Here they were introduced to Madame Iferriger, who appeared to be a good-looking person, if this expression may be employed in regard to an Indian. When he had exhausted himself, the sergeant asked his guests to what he owed the honor of their visit. And now it was their turn to explain. Paganel, opening the conversation in French, told him of their journey across the Pampas, and ended by asking why the Indians had abandoned the country. "War," replied the sergeant. "War. Yes, civil war." "Civil war," rejoined Paganel. "Yes, war between Paraguay and Buenos Aires," answered the sergeant. "Well, why, all the Indians of the north are in the rear of General Flores, and those of the plains are plundering." "But the caciques?" "The caciques with them." This answer was reported to Thalcave, who shook his head. Indeed, he either did not know, or had forgotten, that a civil war, which was afterwards to involve Brazil, was decimating 2/3 of the Republic. The Indians had everything to gain in these internal struggles, and could not neglect such fine opportunities for plunder. The sergeant, therefore, was not mistaken in attributing this desertion of the Pampas to the civil war that was being waged in the northern part of the Argentine provinces. But this event disconcerted Glenarvan's hopes. If Captain Grant was a prisoner of the caciques, he must have been carried by them to the northern frontiers. Yet how and where to find him? Must they attempt a perilous and almost useless search to the northern limits of the Pampas? It was a serious matter, which was to be earnestly considered. However, one important question was still to be asked of the sergeant, and the major thought of this, while his companions were looking at each other in silence. "Have you heard of any Europeans being retained as prisoners by the caciques of the Pampas?" Manuel reflected for a few moments, like a man who recalls events to recollection. "Yes," said he, at length. "Ah!" cried Glenarvan, conceiving a new hope. Paganel, MacNabb, Robert, and he now surrounded the sergeant. "Speak, speak," cried they, gazing at him with eagerness even in their looks. "Several years ago," replied Manuel. "Yes, that is it, European prisoners, but have never seen them." "Several years ago," said Glenarvan. "You were mistaken. The date of the shipwreck is definite. The Britannia was lost in June, 1862, less than 2 years ago." "Oh, more than that, my lord." "Impossible," cried Paganel. "Not at all. It was when Pepe was born. There were 2 men." "No, 3, said Glenarvan. "2, replied the sergeant, in a positive tone. "2, exclaimed Glenarvan, very much chagrined. "2 Englishmen." "No," continued the sergeant. "Who speaks of Englishmen? It was a Frenchman and an Italian." "An Italian who was massacred by the Indians," cried Paganel. "Yes, and I learned afterwards, Frenchmen saved." "Saved," exclaimed Robert, whose very life seemed to hang on the sergeant's lips. "Yes, saved from the hands of the Indians," replied Manuel. Each looked to the geographer, who beat his brow in despair. "Ah, "I understand," said he, at last. "All is clear, all is explained. But what is to be done?" asked Glenarvan, with as much anxiety as impatience. "My friends," answered Paganel, taking Robert's hands, "we must submit to a severe misfortune. We have followed a false trail. The captive in question is not the captain, but one of my countrymen whose companion, Marco Vizzello, was actually assassinated by the Indians, a Frenchman who often accompanied these cruel savages to the banks of the Colorado, and who, after fortunately escaping from their hands, returned to France. While thinking that we were on the track of Captain Grant, we have fallen upon that of young Gennard." A profound silence followed this declaration. The mistake was palpable. The sergeant's story, the nationality of the prisoner, the murder of his companion, and his escape from the hands of the Indians, all accorded with the evident facts. Glenarvan gazed at Thalcave with a bewildered air. The Indian then resumed the conversation. "Have you never heard of 3 English captives?" he asked the sergeant. "Never," replied Manuel. "It would have been known at Tandil. I should have heard of it." "No, it cannot be." Glenarvan, after this formal response, had nothing more to do at Fort Independence. He and his friends, therefore, departed, not without thanking the sergeant and shaking hands with him. Glenarvan was in despair at this complete overthrow of his hopes. Robert walked beside him in silence, with tearful eyes, while his protector could not find a single word to console him. Paganel gesticulated and talked to himself. The Major did not open his lips. As for Thalcave, his Indian pride seemed humbled at having gone astray on a false trail. No one, however, thought of reproaching him for so excusable an error. They returned to the encampment, saddened indeed. Still, not one of the courageous and devoted men regretted so many hardships uselessly endured, so many dangers vainly incurred. But each saw all hope of success annihilated in an instant. Could they find Captain Grant between Tandil and the sea? No. If any prisoner had fallen into the hands of the Indians on the Atlantic coast, Sergeant Manuel would certainly have been informed. An event of such a nature could not have escaped the natives who trade from Tandil to Carmen. Among the traders of the Argentine plains everything is known and reported. There was therefore but one course now to take, to join, without delay, the Duncan at Cape Madano, the appointed rendezvous. In the meantime, Paganel had asked Glenarvan for the document, by relying on which their search had resulted so unfortunately. He read it again with unconcealed vexation, seeking to discover a new interpretation. "This document is, at all events, clear," said Glenarvan. "It explains in the most definite manner the shipwreck of the captain and the place of his captivity." "No," replied the geographer, stamping with his foot, 100 times no. "Since Captain Grant is not on the Pampas, he is not in America. This document ought to tell where he is, and it shall, my friends, or I am no longer Jacques Paganel." 22. The flood. Fort Independence is 150 miles from the shores of the Atlantic. But for unforeseen and unexpected delays, Glenarvan could have rejoined the Duncan in 4 days. He could not, however, reconcile himself to the idea of returning on board without Captain Grant, and failing so completely in his search, and did not therefore, as usual, give the orders for departure. But the Major assumed the task of saddling the horses, renewing the provisions, and making his arrangements for the journey. Thanks to his activity, the little party, at 8 o'clock in the morning, was on its way down the grassy slopes of the Tandil Sierra. Glenarvan, with Robert at his side, galloped on in silence. His lordship's bold and resolute character did not permit him to accept this disappointment calmly. His heart beat violently, and his brain was on fire. Paganel, tormented by the mystery of the document, arranged the words in every way, as if to draw from them a new meaning. Thalcave silently resigned himself to Toka's sagacity. The Major, always confident, performed his duties like a man upon whom discouragement can have no effect. Tom Austin and his 2 sailors shared their master's annoyance. Once, when a timid hare crossed the path in front of them, the superstitious Scotchmen gazed at one another. "A bad omen," said Wilson. "Yes, in the Highlands," replied Mulready. "What is bad in the Highlands is no better here," added Wilson, sententiously. About noon the travelers had descended the mountains and gained the undulating plains that extend to the sea. The boundless prairie spread its broad carpet of verdure before them. More than once during the journey the attention and interest of all, but especially of Paganel, were arrested by the curious illusion of the mirage, by which was presented in the sky, at the limits of the horizon, a semblance of the estancias, the poplars and willows near them, and other objects, the images being so much like the reality that it required a strong effort to realize their deceptive character. The weather hitherto had been fine, but now the sky assumed a less pleasing aspect. Masses of vapor, generated by the high temperature of the preceding days, condensed into thick clouds and threatened to dissolve in showers of rain. Moreover, the proximity of the Atlantic, and the west wind, which here reigns supreme, rendered the climate of this region peculiarly moist. However, for that day at least the heavy clouds did not break, and at evening the horses, after traveling 40 miles, halted on the edge of a deep cañada, an immense natural ditch filled with water. A shelter was wanting, but the ponchos served for tents as well as clothing, and peaceful slumbers enwrapped all. The next day, as they progressed farther, the presence of subterranean streams betrayed itself more noticeably, and moisture was seen in every depression of the ground. Soon they came to large ponds, some already deep and others just forming. So long as there were only lagoons, the horses could easily extricate themselves, but with these treacherous swamps it was more difficult. Tall grass obstructed them, and it was necessary to incur the danger before it could be understood. These quagmires had been already fatal to more than one human being. Robert, who had ridden half a mile in advance, returned at a gallop, crying, "Monsieur Paganel! Monsieur Paganel! A forest of horns!" "What?" replied the geographer, "have you found a forest of horns?" "Yes, yes, or at least a field." "A field! You were dreaming, my boy," said Paganel, shrugging his shoulders. "I am not dreaming," retorted Robert, "you shall see for yourself. This is a strange country. People sow horns, and they spring up like corn. I should like very well to have some of the seed." "But he speaks seriously," said the Major. "Yes, Major, you shall see." Robert was not mistaken, and soon they found themselves before a vast field of horns, regularly planted. "Well," said Robert. "This is something singular," replied Paganel, turning towards the Indian with a questioning look. "The horns come from the ground," explained Thalcave, "and the cattle are under it." "What?" cried Paganel, "is there a whole drove in this mire?" "Yes," answered the Patagonian. In fact, a vast herd had perished in this bog, which had given way beneath them. Hundreds of cattle had thus met their death, side by side, by suffocation in this vast quagmire. This circumstance, which sometimes takes place on the plains, could not be ignored by the Indian, and it was a warning which it was proper to heed. They passed around this immense hecatomb, which would have satisfied the most exacting gods of antiquity, and an hour after the field of horns was far behind. Thalcave now began to observe with an anxious air the state of things around him. He frequently stopped, and rose in his stirrups. His tall form enabled him to survey a wide range, but, perceiving nothing that could enlighten him, he resumed his undeviating course. A mile farther, he stopped again, and, turning from the beaten track, proceeded a short distance, first to the north, then to the south, and then resumed his place at the head of the party, without saying either what he hoped or what he feared. These maneuvers, many times repeated, puzzled Paganel and annoyed Glenarvan. The geographer was accordingly requested to interrogate the Indian, which he did at once. Thalcave replied that he was astonished to see the plain so soaked with moisture. Never within his recollection, since he had performed the office of guide, had his feet trodden a soil so saturated. Even in the season of the great rains the Argentine plain was always easily passed. "But to what do you attribute this increasing moisture?" asked Paganel. "I know not," replied the Indian, "and what if I did? Do the mountain streams, when swollen with the rains, ever overflow their banks?" "Sometimes. And now, perhaps." "Perhaps," said Thalcave. Paganel was forced to be contented with this answer, and communicated to Glenarvan the result of the conversation. "And what does Thalcave advise?" inquired Glenarvan. "What is to be done?" asked Paganel of the Patagonian. "Advance quickly," replied the Indian. This advice was easier to give than to follow. The horses were quickly fatigued with treading a soil that sank beneath them deeper and deeper as they progressed, so that this part of the plain might have been compared to an immense basin in which the invading waters would rapidly accumulate. It was advisable, therefore, to cross without delay these sloping terraces that an inundation would have instantly transformed into a lake. They hastened their pace, though there was no great depth to the water which spread out in a sheet beneath the horses' feet. About 2 o'clock the floodgates of the heavens opened, and tropical torrents of rain descended. Never was a finer opportunity presented for showing oneself a philosopher. There was no chance of escaping this deluge, and it was better for the travelers to receive it stoically. Their ponchos were soon dripping, and their hats wet them still more, like roofs whose gutters have overflowed. The fringes of the saddle cloths seemed so many liquid streams, and the horsemen, bespattered by their animals, whose hoofs splashed in the water at every step, rode in a double shower, which came from the ground as well as the sky. It was in this wretchedly cold and exhausted state that they arrived, towards evening, at a very miserable rancho. Only people who were not fastidious could have given it the name of a shelter, only travelers in distress would consent to occupy it. But Glenarvan and his companions had no choice. They therefore cowered down in the abandoned hut which would not have satisfied even a poor Indian of the plains. A sorry fire of grass, which gave out more smoke than heat, was kindled with difficulty. The torrents of rain made havoc without, and large drops oozed through the mouldy thatch. The fire was extinguished 20 times, and 20 times did Wilson and Mulready struggle against the invading water. The supper was very meager and comfortless, and everyone's appetite failed. The Major alone did justice to the water-soaked repast, and did not lose a mouthful. He was superior to misfortune. As for Paganel, like a Frenchman, he tried to joke, but now he failed. "My jokes are wet," said he, "they must fire." However, as it was more agreeable, if possible, under the circumstances, to sleep, each one sought in slumber a temporary forgetfulness of his fatigues. The night was stormy. The sides of the rancho cracked as if they would break, while the frail structure bent beneath the gusts of wind and threatened to give way at every shock. The unfortunate horses neighed in terror without, exposed to the inclemency of the tempest, and their masters did not suffer less in their miserable shelter. However, sleep drowned all their troubles at last. Robert first closed his eyes, reclining his head on Lord Glenarvan's shoulder, and soon all the inmates of the rancho slept under the protection of God. They woke the next morning at the call of Toka, who, always ready, neighed without, and struck the wall of the hut vigorously with his hoof, as though to give the signal for departure. They owed him too much not to obey him, and they accordingly resumed their journey. The rain had ceased, but the hard earth held what had fallen. On the impenetrable clay, pools, marshes, and ponds overflowed and formed immense bañados of treacherous depth. Paganel, on consulting his map, judged rightly that the Grande and Navarota rivers, into which the waters of the plain usually flow, must have mingled together in one broad stream. An extremely rapid advance, therefore, became necessary. The common safety was at stake. If the inundation increased, where could they find a refuge? The vast circle of the horizon did not offer a single point, and on this level plain the progress of the water must be rapid. The horses were urged to their utmost speed. Toka took the lead, and might have borne the name of Seahorse, for he pranced as if he had been in his native element. Suddenly, about 6 o'clock in the evening, he manifested signs of extreme agitation. He turned frequently towards the vast expanse to the south, his neighs were prolonged, his nostrils keenly snuffed the air, and he reared violently. Thalcave, whom his antics could not unseat, managed his steed without difficulty. The froth from the horse's mouth was mingled with blood under the action of the firmly closed bit, and yet the spirited animal could not be calm. If free, his master felt but too well that he would have fled away at full speed towards the north. "What is the matter with Toka?" asked Paganel. "Has he been bitten by those voracious bloodsuckers of the Argentine waters?" "No," replied the Indian. "Is he terrified, then, at some danger?" "Yes, he has scented danger." "What?" "I do not know." Although the eye did not yet reveal the peril that Toka divined, the ear could already detect it. A low murmur, like the sound of a rising tide, was heard as from the limit of the horizon. The wind blew in damp gusts laden with spray. The birds, as if fleeing from some unknown phenomenon, shot swiftly through the air, and the horses, wading to their knees, felt the first impulse of the current. Soon a mingled roar, like bellowing, neighing, and bleating, resounded half a mile to the south, and immense herds appeared, tumbling, rising, and rushing, a confused mass of terrified beasts, and fled by with frightful rapidity. It was scarcely possible to distinguish them in the midst of the clouds of spray dashed up by their flight. "Quick, quick!" cried Thalcave, in a piercing voice. "What is it?" said Paganel. "The flood, the flood," replied Thalcave, spurring his horse towards the north. "The inundation," cried Paganel, and his companions, with him at their head, fled away in the track of Toka. It was time. 5 miles to the south a high and broad wall of water was rushing over the plain, which was fast becoming an ocean. The tall grass disappeared as before the scythe, and the tufts of mimosas, torn up by the current, separated and formed floating islands. The mass of water spread itself in broad waves of irresistible power. The dikes of the great rivers had evidently given way, and perhaps the waters of the Colorado and Rio Negro were now mingling in a common stream. The wall of water described by Thalcave advanced with the speed of a racehorse. The travelers fled before it like a cloud driven by the storm. Their eyes sought in vain a place of refuge. Sky and water mingled together on the horizon. The horses, excited by the danger, dashed along in a mad gallop, so that their riders could scarcely keep their seats. Glenarvan frequently glanced behind him. "The water is overtaking us," he thought. "Quick, quick!" cried Thalcave. The unfortunate beasts were urged to a swifter pace. From their flanks, lacerated with the spur, flowed bright red streams, which marked their course on the water by long, crimson lines. They stumbled in the hollows of the ground, they were entangled in the hidden grass, they fell and rose again continually. The depth of the water sensibly increased. Long surges announced the onrush of the mass of water that tossed its foaming crests less than 2 miles distant. For a quarter of an hour this final struggle against the most terrible of elements was prolonged. The fugitives could keep no account of the distance they had traversed, but, judging by the rapidity of their flight, it must have been considerable. Meantime the horses, immersed to their breasts, could no longer advance without extreme difficulty. Glenarvan, Paganel, Austin, all believed themselves lost, victims of the horrible death of unfortunates abandoned at sea. Their animals began to lose their footing, 6 feet of water was sufficient to drown them. We must forbear to picture the acute anguish of these 8 men overtaken by a rising inundation. They felt their powerlessness to struggle against these convulsions of nature, superior to human strength. Their safety was no longer in their own hands. 5 minutes after, the horses were swimming, while the current alone carried them along with irresistible force and furious swiftness. All safety seemed impossible, when the voice of the Major was heard. "A tree," said he. "A tree," cried Glenarvan. "Yes, yonder," replied Thalcave, and he pointed northward to a kind of gigantic walnut tree, which rose solitary from the midst of the waters. His companions had no need to be urged. This tree that was opportunely presented to them they must reach at all hazards. The horses probably could not accomplish the distance, but the men, at least, could be saved, the current would carry them. At that moment Tom Austin's horse gave a stifled neigh and disappeared. His rider, extricating himself from the stirrups, began to swim vigorously. "Cling to my saddle," cried Glenarvan to him. "Thanks, my lord," replied he, "my arms are strong." "Your horse, Robert," continued Glenarvan, turning towards the boy. "All right, my lord, all right. He swims like a fish." "Attention," cried the Major, in a loud voice. This word was scarcely pronounced, when the enormous wall of water reached them. A huge wave, 40 feet high, overwhelmed the fugitives with a terrible roar. Men and beasts, everything, disappeared in a whirlpool of foam. A ponderous liquid mass engulfed them in its furious tide. When the deluge had passed, the men regained the surface, and rapidly counted their numbers, but the horses, except Toka, had disappeared forever. "Courage, courage," cried Glenarvan, who supported Paganel with one arm and swam with the other. All right," replied the worthy geographer, "indeed I am not sorry. What was he not sorry for? No one ever knew, for the poor man was forced to swallow the end of his sentence in half a pint of muddy water. The Major calmly advanced, taking a regular stroke of which the most skillful swimmer would not have been ashamed. The sailors worked their way along like porpoises in their native element. As for Robert, he clung to Toka's mane, and was thus drawn along. The horse proudly cut the waters, and kept himself instinctively on a line with the tree, towards which the current bore him, and which was now not far distant. In a few moments the entire party reached it. It was fortunate, for, if this refuge had failed, all chance of safety would have vanished, and they must have perished in the waves. The water was up to the top of the trunk where the main branches grew, so that it was easy to grasp them. Thalcave, leaving his horse, and lifting Robert, seized the first limb, and soon his powerful arms had lodged the exhausted swimmers in a place of safety. But Toka, carried away by the current, was rapidly disappearing. He turned his intelligent head towards his master, and, shaking his long mane, neighed for him beseechingly. "Do you abandon him?" said Paganel. "Aye," cried the Indian, and, plunging into the tempestuous waters, he reappeared some distance from the tree. A few moments after, his arm rested upon the neck of Toka, and horse and horseman swam away together towards the misty horizon of the north. 23. A singular abode. The tree upon which Glenarvan and his companions had just found refuge resembled a walnut tree. It had the same shining foliage and rounded form. It was the ombu, which is met with only on the Argentine plains. It had an enormous, twisted trunk, and was confined to the earth not only by its great roots, but also by strong shoots which held it most tenaciously. It had thus resisted the force of the inundation. This ombu measured 100 feet in height, and might have covered with its shade a circumference of 360 feet. All the upper part rested on 3 great branches, which forked from the top of the trunk, that was 6 feet in diameter. 2 of these branches were nearly perpendicular, and supported the immense canopy of foliage, whose crossed, twisted, and interlaced limbs, as if woven by the hand of a basket-maker, formed an impenetrable shelter. The 3rd branch, on the contrary, extended almost horizontally over the roaring waters. Its leaves were bathed in them, while it seemed a promontory to this island of verdure surrounded by an ocean. There was abundant space, also, in the interior of this gigantic tree. The foliage, which was not very dense at its outer circumference, left large openings like skylights, and made it well ventilated and cool. At sight of these branches rising in innumerable ramifications towards the clouds, while the parasitic convolvuli bound them to each other, and the rays of the sun shone through the interstices of the leaves, you would really have thought that the trunk of this ombu bore upon itself alone an entire forest. On the arrival of the fugitives, a feathered population flew away to the top branches, protesting by their cries against so flagrant a usurpation of their dwelling. These birds, that had themselves sought refuge upon this solitary ombu, were seen by hundreds, blackbirds, starlings, and many other richly feathered varieties, and when they flew away it seemed as if a gust of wind had stripped the tree of its leaves. Such was the asylum offered to Glenarvan's little party. Robert and the nimble Wilson were scarcely perched in the tree, before they hastened to climb to the topmost branches. Their heads protruded above the dome of verdure. From this lofty position the view embraced a wide range. The ocean created by the inundation surrounded them on all sides, and their eyes could discern no limit. No other tree emerged from the watery surface. The ombu, alone in the midst of the unconfined waters, groaned at every shock. At a distance, borne along by the impetuous current, floated uprooted trunks, twisted branches, thatch torn from some demolished rancho, beams swept by the waters from the roofs of cattle folds, bodies of drowned animals, bloody skins, and, on a swaying tree, a whole family of growling jaguars that clung with their claws to this fragile raft. Still farther off, a black speck almost invisible attracted Wilson's attention. It was Thalcave and his faithful Toka, disappearing in the distance. "Thalcave, friend Thalcave," cried Robert, stretching out his hands towards the courageous Patagonian. "He will be saved, Mr. Robert," said Wilson, "but let us join Lord Glenarvan." A moment after, Robert and the sailor descended the 3 stories of branches and found themselves among their companions. Glenarvan, Paganel, the Major, Austen, and Mulready were seated astraddle, or dangling in the branches, according to their own inclinations. Wilson gave an account of their visit to the top of the tree. All shared his opinion in regard to Thalcave. The only question was, whether Thalcave would save Toka, or Toka Thalcave. The present situation of these refugees was undeniably insecure. The tree would not probably give way to the force of the current, but the rising waters might reach the top branches, for the depression of the soil made this part of the plain a deep reservoir. Glenarvan's first care, therefore, was to establish, by means of notches, points of comparison which enabled him to note the different heights of the water. The flood was now stationary, and it appeared to have reached its greatest elevation. This was encouraging. "And now what shall we do?" asked Glenarvan. "Build our nest, of course," replied Paganel. "Build our nest," cried Robert. "Certainly, my boy, and live the life of birds, since we cannot live the life of fishes." "Very well," said Glenarvan, "but who will give us our beakful?" "I," replied the Major. All eyes were turned towards MacNabb, who was comfortably seated in a natural armchair formed of two pliant branches, and with one hand was holding out the wet though well-filled saddlebags. "Ah, MacNabb," cried Glenarvan, "this is just like you. You think of everything, even under circumstances where it is allowable to forget. As soon as it was decided not to be drowned, I concluded not to die of hunger." "I should not have thought of this," said Paganel, innocently, "but I am so absent-minded." "And what do the saddlebags contain?" inquired Tom Austin. "Provisions for 7 men for 2 days," replied MacNabb. "Well," said Glenarvan, "I hope that the inundation will be considerably lower 24 hours hence." "Or that we shall find some means of gaining terra firma," added Paganel. "Our first business, then, is to breakfast," said Glenarvan. "After drying ourselves," observed the Major. "And fire," said Wilson. "Why, we must make one," replied Paganel. "Where?" "At the top of the trunk, of course." "With what?" "With dead wood that we shall cut in the tree." "But how kindle it?" said Glenarvan. "Our tinder is like a wet sponge." "We will manage that," answered Paganel. "A little dry moss, a ray of sunlight, the lens of my telescope, and you will see by what a fire I will dry myself." "Who will go for wood in the forest?" "I," cried Robert, and, followed by his friend Wilson, he disappeared like a cat in the depths of the foliage. During their absence Paganel found dry moss in sufficient quantity. He availed himself of a ray of sunlight, which was easy, for the orb of day now shone with a vivid brightness, and then, with the aid of his lens, he kindled without difficulty the combustible materials which were laid on a bed of leaves in the fork of the branches. It was a natural fireplace, with no danger of conflagration. Wilson and Robert soon returned with an armful of dead wood, which was cast on the fire. Paganel, to cause a draught, placed himself above the fireplace, his long legs crossed in the Arab fashion, then, moving his body rapidly up and down, he produced, by means of his poncho, a strong current of air. The wood kindled, and a bright, roaring flame soon rose from this improvised oven. Each dried himself in his own way, while the ponchos, hung on the branches, swung to and fro in the breeze. They now breakfasted, sparingly however, for they had to allow for the following day. The immense basin might not perhaps be empty so soon as Glenarvan hoped, and, moreover, the provisions were limited. The tree bore no fruit, but fortunately it afforded a remarkable supply of fresh eggs, thanks to the numerous nests that loaded the branches, not to speak of their feathered occupants. These resources were by no means to be despised. The question now was, therefore, in case of a prolonged stay, how to secure comfortable quarters. "Since the kitchen and dining room are on the ground floor," said Paganel, "we will sleep in the first story. The house is large, the rent reasonable, and we must take our ease. I perceive that above there are natural cradles, in which, when we have once laid ourselves, we shall sleep as well as in the best beds in the world. We have nothing to fear, moreover, we will keep watch, and there are enough of us to repulse all the wild animals." "Only we have no arms," said Tom Austin. "I have my revolvers," said Glenarvan. "And I mine," replied Robert. "What use," continued Tom Austin, "if Mr. Paganel does not find the means of manufacturing powder? "It is not necessary," replied MacNabb, showing a full flask. "Where did you get that, Major?" inquired Paganel. "Of Thalcave. He thought it might be useful to us, and gave it to me before going back to Toka." "Brave and generous Indian," cried Glenarvan. "Yes," added Tom Austin, "if all the Patagonians are fashioned after this model, I pay my respects to Patagonia." "I desire that the horse be not forgotten," said Paganel. "He forms part of the Patagonian, and, if I am not greatly mistaken, we shall see them again." "How far are we from the Atlantic?" inquired the Major. "Not more than 40 miles," answered Paganel. "And now, my friends, since each is free to act, I ask permission to leave you. I am going to choose an observatory above, and, with the aid of my telescope, will keep you acquainted with what goes on here." The geographer was allowed to go. He very adroitly swung himself from branch to branch, and disappeared behind the thick curtain of foliage. His companions at once occupied themselves with making the sleeping room and preparing their beds, which was neither a difficult nor a lengthy task. As there were no bedclothes to fix nor furniture to arrange, each soon resumed his place by the fire. They then conversed, but not about their present condition, which they must patiently endure. They returned to the inexhaustible subject of Captain Grant's recovery. If the waters subsided, in 3 days the travelers would be again on board the Duncan. But the captain and his 2 sailors, those unfortunate castaways, would not be with them, and it even seemed after this failure, after this vain search in South America, as if all hope of finding them were irrevocably lost. Whither direct a new search? What, too, would be the grief of Lady Helena and Mary Grant on learning that the future had no hope in store for them? "Poor sister!" exclaimed Robert, "all is over for us." Glenarvan, for the first time, had no consoling answer to make. What hope could he give the child? Had he not followed with rigorous exactitude the directions of the document? "At all events," said he, "this 37th degree of latitude is no vain indication. Have we not supposed, interpreted, and ascertained that it relates to the shipwreck or the captivity of Captain Grant? Have we not read it with our own eyes?" "All that is true, my lord," replied Tom Austin, "nevertheless our search has not succeeded." "It is discouraging as well as annoying," said Glenarvan. "Annoying if you will," replied MacNabb, in a calm tone, "but not discouraging. Precisely because we thus have a definite item, we must thoroughly exhaust all its instructions." "What do you mean?" inquired Glenarvan. "What do you think ought to be done?" "A very simple and reasonable thing, my dear Edward. Let us turn our faces towards the east, when we are on board the Duncan, and follow the 37th parallel even around to our starting point, if necessary." "Do you think, my dear Major, that I have not thought of this?" replied Glenarvan. "Indeed I have, 100 times. But what chance have we of succeeding? Is not leaving the American continent departing from the place indicated by Captain Grant himself, from Patagonia, so clearly named in the document?" "Do you wish to begin your search in the Pampas again," replied the Major, "when you are sure that the shipwreck of the Britannia did not take place on the Pacific or Atlantic coast?" Glenarvan did not answer. "And however feeble the chance of finding Captain Grant by following this latitude may be, still ought we not to attempt it?" "I do not deny it," replied Glenarvan. "And you, my friends," added the Major, addressing the sailors, "are you not of my opinion?" "Entirely," answered Tom Austin, while Wilson and Mulready nodded assent. "Listen to me, my friends," continued Glenarvan, after a few moments of reflection, "and you too, Robert, for this is a serious question. I shall do everything possible to find Captain Grant, as I have undertaken to do, and shall devote my entire life, if necessary, to this object. All Scotland would join me to save this noble man who sacrificed himself for her. I too think, however slight may be the chance, that we ought to make the tour of the world on the 37th parallel, and I shall do so. But this is not the point to be settled. There is a much more important one, and it is this: ought we once and for all to abandon our search on the American continent?" This question, so directly asked, was unanswered. No one dared to declare his opinion. "Well," resumed Glenarvan, addressing the Major more especially. "My dear Edward," replied MacNabb, "it would involve too great a responsibility to answer you now. The case requires consideration. But first of all I desire to know what countries the 37th parallel crosses. That is Paganel's business, replied Glenarvan. Let us ask him, then, said the Major. The geographer was no longer to be seen, as he was hidden by the thick foliage. It was necessary to call him. Paganel, Paganel, cried Glenarvan. Present, answered a voice which seemed to come to them from the sky. Where are you? In my tower. What are you doing? Surveying the wide horizon. Can you come down a moment? Do you need me? Yes. What for? To know what countries the 37th parallel crosses. Nothing easier, replied Paganel. I need not even disturb myself to tell you. Very well, then. Leaving America, the 37th parallel crosses the Atlantic. Good. It strikes Tristan d'Acunha Island. Well, it passes 2 degrees to the south of the Cape of Good Hope. And then, it runs across the Indian Ocean. And then, it grazes St. Hall's Island of the Amsterdam Group. Go on. It cuts Australia across the province of Victoria. Proceed. Leaving Australia. This last sentence was not finished. Did the geographer hesitate? Did he know no more? No, but a startling cry was heard in the top of the tree. Glenarvan and his friends grew pale as they gazed at each other. Had a new calamity happened? Had the unfortunate Paganel fallen? Already Wilson and Mulready were hastening to his assistance, when a long body appeared. Paganel dangled from branch to branch. His hands could grasp nothing. Was he alive, or dead? They did not know, but he was about to fall into the roaring waters, when the Major, with a strong hand, arrested his progress. Very much obliged, MacNabb, cried Paganel. Why, what is the matter with you? Said the Major. What has got into you? Is this another of your eternal distractions? Yes, yes, replied Paganel, in a voice choked with emotion and leaves. Yes, a distraction, phenomenal this time. What is it? We have been mistaken. We are still mistaken. Explain yourself. Glenarvan, Major, Robert, my friends, cried Paganel, all you who hear me, we are seeking Captain Grant where he is not. What do you say? Cried Glenarvan. Not only where he is not, added Paganel, but even where he has never been. 24. Paganel's disclosure. A profound astonishment greeted these unexpected words. What did the geographer mean? Had he lost his senses? He spoke, however, with such conviction that all eyes were turned towards Glenarvan. This declaration of Paganel was a direct answer to the question the former had asked. But Glenarvan confined himself to a negative gesture, indicating disbelief in the geographer, who, as soon as he was master of his emotion, resumed. Yes, said he, in a tone of conviction, yes, we have gone astray in our search, and have read in the document what is not written there. Explain yourself, Paganel, said the Major, and more calmly. That is very simple, Major. Like you, I was in error, like you, I struck upon a false interpretation. When, but a moment ago, at the top of this tree, in answer to the question, at the word, Australia, an idea flashed through my mind, and all was clear. What? Cried Glenarvan, do you pretend that Captain Grant? I pretend, replied Paganel, that the word Austral in the document is not complete, as we have hitherto supposed, but the root of the word Australia. This is something singular, said the Major. Singular, replied Glenarvan, shrugging his shoulders, it is simply impossible. Impossible, continued Paganel, is a word that we do not allow in France. What? Added Glenarvan, in a tone of the greatest incredulity, do you pretend, with that document in your possession, that the shipwreck of the Britannia took place on the shores of Australia? I am sure of it, replied Paganel. By my faith, Paganel, said Glenarvan, this is a pretension that astonishes me greatly, coming from the secretary of a geographical society. Why? Inquired Paganel, touched in his sensitive point. Because, if you admit the word Australia, you admit at the same time that there are Indians in that country, a fact which has not yet been proved. Paganel was by no means surprised at this argument. He seemingly expected it, and began to smile. My dear Glenarvan, said he, do not be too hasty in your triumph. I am going to defeat you completely, as no Englishman has ever been defeated. I ask nothing better. Defeat me, Paganel. Listen, then. You say that the Indians mentioned in the document belong exclusively to Patagonia. The incomplete word Indi does not mean Indians, but natives, indigenes. Now do you admit that there are natives in Australia? It must be confessed that Glenarvan now gazed fixedly at Paganel. Bravo, Paganel, said the Major. Do you admit my interpretation, my dear lord? Yes, replied Glenarvan, if you can prove to me that the imperfect word Goni does not relate to the country of the Patagonians. No, cried Paganel, it certainly does not mean Patagonia. Read anything you will but that. But what? Cosmogony, Teogony, agony, cried the Major. That is indifferent to me, replied Paganel, the word has no importance. I shall not even search for what it may signify. The principal point is that Austral means Australia, and we must have been blindly following a false trail, not to have discovered before so evident a meaning. If I had found the document, if my judgment had not been set aside by your interpretation, I should never have understood it otherwise. This time cheers, congratulations, and compliments greeted Paganel's words. Austin, the sailors, the Major, and Robert especially, were delighted to revive their hopes, and applauded the worthy geographer. Glenarvan, who had gradually been undeceived, was, as he said, almost ready to surrender. One last remark, my dear Paganel, and I have only to bow before your sagacity. Speak. How do you arrange these newly interpreted words, and in what way do you read the document? Nothing is easier. Here is the document, said Paganel, producing the precious paper that he had studied so conscientiously for several days. A profound silence ensued, while the geographer, collecting his thoughts, took his time to answer. His finger followed the incomplete lines on the document, while, in a confident tone, he expressed himself in the following terms. June 7, 1862, the brig Britannia, of Glasgow, foundered after, let us put, if you wish, 2 days, 3 days, or, a long struggle, it matters little, it is quite unimportant, on the coast of Australia. Directing their course to shore, 2 sailors and Captain Grant endeavored to land, or, did land on the continent, where they will be, or, are prisoners of cruel natives. They cast this document, and so forth. Is it clear? It is clear, replied Glenarvan, if the word continent can be applied to Australia, which is only an island. Be assured, my dear Glenarvan, the best geographers are agreed in naming this island the Australian continent. Then I have but one thing to say, my friends, cried Glenarvan. To Australia, and may heaven assist us. To Australia, repeated his companions, with one accord. Do you know, Paganel, added Glenarvan, that your presence on board the Duncan is a providential circumstance? Well, replied Paganel, let us suppose that I am an envoy of Providence, and say no more about it. Thus ended this conversation, that in the future led to such great results. It completely changed the moral condition of the travelers. They had caught again the thread of the labyrinth in which they had thought themselves forever lost. A new hope arose on the ruins of their fallen projects. They could fearlessly leave behind them this American continent, and already all their thoughts flew away to the Australian land. On reaching the Duncan, they would not bring despair on board, and Lady Helena and Mary Grant would not have to lament the irrevocable loss of the captain. Thus they forgot the dangers of their situation in their newfound joy, and their only regret was that they could not start at once. It was now 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and they resolved to take supper at 6. Paganel wished to celebrate this joyful day by a splendid banquet. As the bill of fare was very limited, he proposed to Robert that they should go hunting, in the neighboring forest, at which idea the boy clapped his hands. They took Thalcave's powder flask, cleaned the revolvers, loaded them with fine shot, and started. Do not go far, said the Major, gravely, to the 2 huntsmen. After their departure Glenarvan and MacNabb went to consult the notches on the tree, while Wilson and Mulready revived the smoldering embers. Arriving at the surface of this immense lake, they saw no sign of abatement. The waters seemed to have attained their highest elevation, but the violence with which they rolled from south to north proved that the equilibrium of the Argentine rivers was not yet established. Before the liquid mass could lower, it must first become calm, like the sea when flood tide ends and ebb begins. They could not, therefore, expect a subsidence of the waters so long as they flowed towards the north with such swiftness. While Glenarvan and the Major were making these observations, reports resounded in the tree, accompanied by cries of joy almost as noisy. The clear treble of Robert contrasted sharply with the deep bass of Paganel, and the strife was which should be the most boyish. The hunt promised well, and gave hopes of culinary wonders. When the Major and Glenarvan returned to the fire, they had to congratulate Wilson upon an excellent idea. The honest sailor had devoted himself to fishing with wonderful success, with the aid of a pin and a piece of string. Several dozen of little fish, delicate as smelts, called maharas, wriggled in a fold of his poncho, and seemed likely to make an exquisite dish. At this moment the hunters descended from the top of the tree. Paganel carefully carried some black swallows' eggs and a string of sparrows, which he meant afterwards to serve up as larks. Robert had adroitly brought down several pairs of jilgueros, little green and yellow birds, which are excellent eating, and very much in demand in the Montevideo market. The geographer, who knew many ways of preparing eggs, had to confine himself this time to cooking them in the hot ashes. However, the repast was as varied as it was delicate. The dried meat, the hard eggs, the broiled maharas, and the roast sparrows and jilgueros, formed a repast which was long remembered. The conversation was very animated. Paganel was greatly complimented in his twofold capacity of hunter and cook, and accepted these encomiums with the modesty that belongs to true merit. Then he gave himself up to singular observations on the magnificent tree that sheltered them with its foliage, and whose extent, as he declared, was immense. Robert and I, said he jokingly, imagined ourselves in the open forest during the hunt. One moment I thought we should be lost. I could not find my way. The sun was declining towards the horizon. I sought in vain to retrace my steps. Hunger made itself felt acutely. Already the gloomy coppices were resounding with the growls of ferocious beasts, but no, there are no ferocious beasts, and I am sorry. What? Cried Glenarvan, you are sorry there are no ferocious beasts? Certainly. But, when you have everything to fear from their ferocity. Ferocity does not exist, scientifically speaking, replied the geographer. Ha! This time, Paganel, said the Major, you will not make me admit the utility of ferocious beasts. What are they good for? Major, cried Paganel, they are good to form classifications, orders, families, genera, subgenera, species. Very fine, said MacNabb. I should not have thought of that. If I had been one of Noah's companions at the time of the deluge, I should certainly have prevented that imprudent patriarch from putting into the ark pairs of tigers, lions, bears, panthers, and other animals as destructive as they were useless. Should you have done so? Inquired Paganel. I should. Well, you would have been wrong in a zoological point of view. But not in a human one. This is shocking, continued Paganel. For my part, I should have preserved all the animals before the deluge of which we are so unfortunately deprived. I tell you, replied MacNabb, that Noah was right in abandoning them to their fate, admitting that they lived in his time. I tell you that Noah was wrong, retorted Paganel, and deserves the malediction of scholars to the end of time. The listeners to this argument could not help laughing at seeing the two friends dispute about what Noah ought to have done or left undone. The Major, who had never argued with anyone in his life, contrary to all his principles, was every day at war with Paganel, who must have particularly excited him. Glenarvan, according to his custom, interrupted the debate, and said, however much it is to be regretted, in a scientific or human point of view, that we are deprived of ferocious animals, we must be resigned today to their absence. Paganel could not hope to encounter any in this aerial forest. No, replied the geographer, although we beat the bush. It is a pity, for it would have been a glorious hunt. A ferocious man-eater like the jaguar. With one blow of his paw he can twist the neck of a horse. When he has tasted human flesh, however, he returns to it ravenously. What he likes best is the Indian, then the Negro, then the mulatto, and then the white man. However that may be, my good Paganel, said Glenarvan, so long as there are no Indians, mulattoes, or Negroes among us, I rejoice in the absence of your dear jaguars. Our situation is not, of course, so agreeable. What? cried Paganel, you complain of your lot. Certainly, replied Glenarvan. Are you at your ease in these uncomfortable and uncushioned branches? I have never been more so, even in my own study. We lead the life of birds, we sing and flutter about. I almost think that men were destined to live in the trees. They only want wings, said the Major. They will make them some day. In the meantime, replied Glenarvan, permit me, my dear friend, to prefer the sand of a park, the floor of a house, or the deck of a vessel to this aerial abode. Glenarvan, said Paganel, we must take things as they come. If favorable, so much the better; if unfavorable, we must not mind it. I see you long for the comforts of Malcolm Castle. No, but I am certain that Robert is perfectly happy, interrupted Paganel, to secure one advocate, at least, of his theories. Yes, Monsieur Paganel, cried the boy, in a joyful tone. It is natural at his age, replied Glenarvan. And at mine, added the geographer. The less ease we have, the fewer wants, the happier we are. Well, said the Major, here is Paganel going to make an attack upon riches and gilded splendor. No, my dear Major, continued Paganel, but, if you wish, I will tell you, in this connection, a little Arab story that occurs to me. Yes, yes, Monsieur Paganel, cried Robert. And what will your story prove? Asked the Major. What all stories prove, my brave companion. Not much, then, replied MacNabb. But go on, Scheherazade, and tell one of those stories that you relate so well. There was once upon a time, said Paganel, a son of the great Harun al-Rashid who was not happy. He accordingly consulted an old dervish, who told him that happiness was a very difficult thing to find in this world. However, added he, I know an infallible way to procure you happiness. What is it? Inquired the young prince. It is, replied the dervish, to put on the shirt of a happy man. Thereupon the prince embraced the old man, and set out in search of his talisman. He visited all the capitals of the earth, he tried the shirts of kings, emperors, princes, and nobles, but it was a useless task, he was no happier. Then he put on the shirts of artists, warriors, and merchants, but with no more success. He had thus traveled far, without finding happiness. At last, desperate from having tried so many shirts, he was returning very sadly one beautiful day to the palace of his father, when he spied in the field an honest laborer, who was joyously singing as he plowed. Here is, at all events, a man who possesses happiness, said he to himself, or happiness does not exist on earth. He approached him. Good man, said he, are you happy? Yes, replied the other. You wish for nothing. No. You would not change your lot for that of a king. Never. Well, sell me your shirt. My shirt. I have none. Quote 25. Between Fire and Water. Jacques Paganel's story had a very great success. He was greatly applauded, but each retained his own opinion, and the geographer obtained the result common to most discussions, of convincing nobody. However, they were agreed on this point, that it was necessary to have courage for every fortune, and be contented with a tree when one has neither palace nor cottage. During the course of this confabulation evening had come on. Only a good sleep could thoroughly refresh, after this eventful day. The inmates of the tree felt themselves not only fatigued by the sudden changes of the inundation, but especially overcome by the heat, which had been excessive. Their feathered companions had already set the example. The jilgueros, those nightingales of the pampas, had ceased their melodious warblings, and all the birds had disappeared in the recesses of the foliage. The best plan was to imitate them. But before retiring to their nest, as Paganel said, Glenarvan, Robert, and he climbed to the observatory, to examine for the last time the watery expanse. It was about 9 o'clock. The sun had just set in the sparkling mists of the horizon, and all the western part of the firmament was bathed in a warm vapor. The constellations, usually so dazzling, seemed veiled in a soft haze. Still they could be distinguished, and Paganel pointed out to Robert, for Glenarvan's benefit, that zone where the stars are most brilliant. While the geographer was discoursing thus, the whole eastern horizon assumed a stormy aspect. A dense and dark band, clearly defined, gradually rose, dimming the light of the stars. This cloud of threatening appearance soon invaded almost the entire vault of the sky. Its motive power must have been inherent in itself, for there was not a breath of wind. Not a leaf stirred on the tree, not a ripple curled the surface of the waters. Even the air seemed to fail, as if some huge pneumatic machine had rarefied it. A strong electric current was perceptible in the atmosphere, and every creature felt it course along the nerves. Glenarvan, Paganel, and Robert were sensibly affected by these electric currents. "We shall have a storm," said Paganel. "You are not afraid of thunder?" asked Glenarvan of the boy. "Oh, no, my lord," replied Robert. "Well, so much the better, for the storm is now not far distant." "And it will be violent," continued Paganel, "so far as I can judge from the state of the sky." "It is not the storm that troubles me," said Glenarvan, "but the torrents of rain with which it will be accompanied. We shall be drenched to the skin again." "Whatever you may say, Paganel, a nest cannot suffice a man, as you will soon learn to your cost." "Oh, yes, it can, with philosophy," briskly replied the geographer. "Philosophy does not prevent you from getting wet." "No, but it warms you." "Well, then," said Glenarvan, "let us join our friends and persuade them to envelop us with their philosophy and their ponchos as closely as possible, and especially to lay in a stock of patience, for we shall need it." So saying, he gave another look at the threatening sky. The mass of clouds now covered it entirely. A faint line of light towards the horizon was scarcely discernible in the dimness. The somber appearance of the water had increased, and between the dark mass below and the clouds above there was scarcely a separation. At the same time all perception seemed dulled, and a leaden torpor rested upon both eyes and ears, while the silence was profound. "Let us go down," said Glenarvan, "the lightning will soon be here." His two companions and himself slid down the smooth branches, and were somewhat surprised to find themselves in a remarkable kind of twilight, which was produced by myriads of luminous objects that crossed each other and buzzed on the surface of the water. "Phosphorescences," said Glenarvan. "No," replied Paganel, "but phosphorescent insects, real glowworms, living diamonds, and not expensive, of which the ladies of Buenos Aires make magnificent ornaments for themselves." "What," cried Robert, "are these things, that fly like sparks, insects?" "Yes, my boy." Robert caught one of the brilliant creatures. Paganel was right. It was a kind of large beetle, an inch in length, to which the Indians give the name of tuco tuco. This curious insect threw out flashes at 2 points situated in front of its sheath, and its light would have enabled one to read in the darkness. Paganel, on bringing it close to his watch, saw that it was 10 o'clock. Glenarvan now joined the Major and the 3 sailors, and gave them instructions for the night. A terrible storm was to be expected. After the first rollings of the thunder, the wind would doubtless break forth and the tree be violently shaken. It was, therefore, advisable for everyone to tie himself firmly to the bed of branches that had been appropriated to him. If they could not avoid the torrents of the sky, they must at least guard against those of the earth, and not fall into the rapid current that broke against the trunk of the tree. They wished each other good night without much hope of passing one, and then each, getting into his aerial resting place, wrapped himself in his poncho and waited for sleep. But the approach of a mighty tempest brings to the hearts of most sentient beings a vague anxiety of which the bravest cannot divest themselves. The occupants of the tree, agitated and fearful, could not close their eyes, and the first thunderclap found them all awake. It took place about 11 o'clock, resembling a distant rumbling. Glenarvan climbed to the end of the branch, and peered out from the foliage. The dark firmament was fitfully illumined by vivid and brilliant flashes, which the waters brightly reflected, and which disclosed great rifts in the clouds. Glenarvan, after surveying the zenith and the horizon, returned to his couch. "What do you think, Glenarvan?" asked Paganel. "I think that the storm is beginning, and, if it continues, it will be terrible." "So much the better," replied the enthusiastic Paganel. "I like a fine spectacle, especially when I cannot avoid it. Only one thing would make me anxious, if anxiety served to avert danger," added he, "and that is, that the culminating point of this plain is the ombu upon which we are perched. A lightning conductor would be very useful here, for this very tree among all those of the pampas is the one that particularly attracts the lightning. And then, as you are aware, my friends, meteorologists advise us not to take refuge under trees during a storm. Well, said the Major, that is timely advice. It must be confessed, Paganel, replied Glenarvan, that you choose a good time to tell us these encouraging things. Bah, replied Paganel, all times are good to receive information. Ah, it is beginning. Violent thunderclaps interrupted this conversation, and their intensity increased till they reached the most deafening peals. They soon became sonorous, and made the atmosphere vibrate in rapid oscillations. The firmament was on fire, and during this commotion it was impossible to distinguish from what electric spark emanated the indefinitely prolonged rumblings that reverberated throughout the abysses of the sky. The incessant flashes assumed various forms. Some, darting perpendicularly towards the earth, were repeated 5 or 6 times in the same place. Others, separating into 1,000 different branches, spread in zigzag lines and produced on the dark vault of the heavens astonishing jets of arborescent flame. Soon the sky, from east to north, was crossed by a phosphorescent band of intense brilliancy. This illumination gradually overspread the entire horizon, lighting up the clouds like a bonfire, and was reflected in the mirror-like waters, forming what seemed to be an immense circle of fire, of which the tree occupied the center. Glenarvan and his companions watched this terrific spectacle in silence. Sheets of dazzling light glided towards them, and blinding flashes followed in rapid succession, now showing the calm countenance of the Major, then the speculative face of Paganel or the energetic features of Glenarvan, and again the frightened look of Robert or the unconcerned expression of the sailors. The rain, however, did not fall as yet, nor had the wind risen. But soon the floodgates of the heavens opened, and the rain came down in torrents, the drops, as they struck the surface of the water, rebounding in thousands of sparks illuminated by the incessant lightning. Did this rain predict the end of the storm? Were Glenarvan and his companions to be released with a few thorough drenchings? At the height of this struggle of the elements, suddenly there appeared at the end of the branch which extended horizontally, a flaming globe, of the size of a fist, and surrounded by a black smoke. This ball, after revolving a few moments, burst like a bombshell, and with a noise that was distinguishable in the midst of the general tumult. A sulphurous vapor filled the atmosphere. There was a moment of silence, and then Tom Austin was heard crying, "The tree is on fire." He was right. In a moment the flame, as if it had been communicated to an immense piece of fireworks, spread along the west side of the tree. The dead limbs, the nests of dry grass, and finally the live wood itself, furnished material for the devouring element. The wind now rose and fanned the flames into fury. Glenarvan and his friends, speechless with terror, and venturing upon limbs that bent beneath their weight, hastily took refuge in the eastern part of the tree. Meantime the boughs shriveled, crackled, and twisted in the fire like burning serpents. The glowing fragments fell into the rushing waters and floated away in the current, sending forth flashes of ruddy light. The flames at one moment would rise to a fearful height, to be lost in the aerial conflagration, and the next, beaten back by the furious hurricane, would envelop the tree like a robe of molten gold. Glenarvan, Robert, the Major, Paganel, and the sailors, were terrified. A thick smoke was stifling them, an intolerable heat was scorching them. The fire was extending to the lower part of the tree on their side. Nothing could stop or extinguish it, and they felt themselves irrevocably doomed to the torture of those victims who are confined within the burning sides of a sacrificial fire basket. At last their situation was no longer tenable, and of 2 deaths they were forced to choose the least cruel. "To the water!" cried Glenarvan. Wilson, whom the flames had reached, had already plunged into the current, when they heard him cry, in tones of the greatest terror, "Help! Help!" Austin rushed towards him and assisted him to regain the trunk. "What is the matter?" "Caimans, caimans," replied Wilson. And, in truth, the foot of the tree was seen to be surrounded by the most formidable monsters. Their scales glittered in broad plates of light, sharply defined by the conflagration. Their flat tails, their pointed heads, their protruding eyes, their jaws, extending back of their ears, all these characteristic signs were unmistakable. Paganel recognized the voracious alligators peculiar to America, and called caimans in Spanish countries. There were a dozen of them, beating the water with their powerful tails, and attacking the tree with their terrible teeth. At this sight the unfortunate travelers felt themselves lost indeed. A horrible death was in store for them, to perish either by the flames or by the teeth of the alligators. There are circumstances in which man is powerless to struggle, and where a raging element can only be repulsed by another equally strong. Glenarvan, with a wild look, gazed at the fire and water leagued against him, not knowing what aid to implore of heaven. The storm had now begun to abate, but it had developed in the air a great quantity of vapor, which the electric phenomena were about to set in violent commotion. To the south an enormous waterspout was gradually forming, an inverted cone of mist, uniting the raging waters below to the stormy clouds above. It advanced revolving with frightful rapidity, collected at its center a liquid column, and by a powerful attraction, caused by its gyratory motion, drew towards it all the surrounding currents of air. In a few moments the gigantic waterspout struck the ombu and enveloped it in its watery folds. The tree was shaken to its very base, so that Glenarvan might have thought that the alligators had attacked it with their powerful jaws and were uprooting it from the ground. His companions and he, clinging to one another, felt the mighty tree give way and fall, and saw its flaming branches plunge into the tumultuous waters with a frightful hiss. It was the work of a second. The waterspout had passed, to exert elsewhere its destructive violence, and pumping the waters of the plain as if it would exhaust them. The tree now, loosened from its moorings, floated onward under the combined impulses of wind and current. The alligators had fled, except one which crawled along the upturned roots and advanced with open jaws, but Mulready, seizing a large brand, struck the creature so powerful a blow that he broke its back. The vanquished animal sank in the eddies of the torrent, still lashing his formidable tail with terrible violence. Glenarvan and his companions, delivered from these voracious creatures, took refuge on the branches to leeward of the fire, while the tree, wrapped by the blast of the hurricane in glowing sheets of flame, floated on like a burning ship in the darkness of the night. 26. The return on board. For 2 hours the tree floated on the immense lake without reaching terra firma. The flames had gradually died out, and thus the principal danger of this terrible voyage had vanished. The current, still keeping its original direction, flowed from southwest to northeast. The darkness, though illumined now and then by flashes, had become profound, and Paganel sought in vain for his bearings. But the storm was abating, the large drops of rain gave place to light spray that was scattered by the wind, while the huge distended clouds were crossed by light bands. The tree advanced rapidly on the impetuous torrent, gliding with surprising swiftness, as if some powerful propelling means were enclosed within its trunk. There was as yet no certainty that they would not float on thus for many days. About 3 o'clock in the morning, however, the Major observed that the roots now and then struck the bottom. Tom Austin, by means of a long branch, carefully sounded, and declared that the water was growing shallow. 20 minutes later, a shock was felt, and the progress of the tree was checked. "Land! Land!" cried Paganel, in ringing tones. The ends of the charred branches had struck against a hillock on the ground, and never were navigators more delighted to land. Already Robert and Wilson, having reached a firm plateau, were uttering shouts of joy, when a well-known whistle was heard. The sound of a horse's hoofs was heard upon the plain, and the tall form of the Indian emerged from the darkness. "Thalcave!" cried Robert. "Thalcave!" repeated his companions, as with one voice. "Friends," said the Patagonian, who had waited for them there, knowing that the current would carry them as it had carried him. At the same moment he raised Robert in his arms and clasped him to his breast. Glenarvan, the Major, and the sailors, delighted to see their faithful guide again, shook his hands with the most earnest cordiality. The Patagonian then conducted them to an abandoned estancia. Here a good fire was burning, which revived them, and on the coals were roasting succulent slices of venison, to which they did ample justice. And when their refreshed minds began to reflect, they could scarcely believe that they had escaped so many perils, the fire, the water, and the formidable alligators. Thalcave, in a few words, told his story to Paganel, and ascribed to his intrepid horse all the honor of having saved him. Paganel then endeavored to explain to him the new interpretation of the document, and the hopes it led them to entertain. Did the Indian understand the geographer's ingenious suppositions? It was very doubtful, but he saw his friends happy and very confident, and he desired nothing more. It may be easily believed that these courageous travelers, after their day of rest on the tree, needed no urging to resume their journey. At 8 o'clock in the morning they were ready to start. They were too far south to procure means of transport, and were therefore obliged to travel on foot. The distance, however, was only 40 miles, and Toka would not refuse to carry from time to time a tired pedestrian. In 36 hours they would reach the shores of the Atlantic. As soon as refreshed, the guide and his companions left behind them the immense basin, still covered with the waters, and proceeded across elevated plains, on which, here and there, were seen groves planted by Europeans, meadows, and occasionally native trees. Thus the day passed. The next morning, 15 miles before reaching the ocean, its proximity was perceptible. They hastened on in order to reach Lake Salado, on the shores of the Atlantic, the same day. They were beginning to feel fatigued, when they perceived sand hills that hid the foaming waves, and soon the prolonged murmur of the rising tide struck upon their ears. "The ocean!" cried Paganel. "Yes, the ocean," replied Thalcave. And these wanderers, whose strength had seemed almost about to fail, climbed the mounds with wonderful agility. But the darkness was profound, and their eyes wandered in vain over the gloomy expanse. They looked for the Duncan, but could not discern her. "She is there, at all events," said Glenarvan, "waiting for us." "We shall see her tomorrow," replied MacNabb. Tom Austin shouted seaward, but received no answer. The wind was very strong, and the sea tempestuous. The clouds were driving from the west, and the foaming crests of the waves broke over the beach in masses of spray. If the Duncan was at the appointed rendezvous, the lookout man could neither hear nor be heard. The coast afforded no shelter. There was no bay, no harbor, no cove, not even a creek. The beach consisted of long sandbanks that were lost in the sea, and the vicinity of which is more dangerous than that of the rocks in the face of wind and tide. These banks, in fact, increase the waves, the sea is peculiarly boisterous around them, and ships are sure to be lost if they strike on these bars in heavy storms. It was therefore very natural that the Duncan, considering this coast dangerous, and knowing it to be without a port of shelter, kept at a distance. Captain Mangles must have kept to the windward as far as possible. This was Tom Austin's opinion, and he declared that the Duncan was not less than 5 miles at sea. The Major, accordingly, persuaded his impatient relative to be resigned, as there was no way of dissipating the thick darkness. And why weary their eyes in scanning the gloomy horizon? He established a kind of encampment in the shelter of the sand hills, the remains of the provisions furnished them a final repast, and then each, following the Major's example, hollowed out a comfortable bed in the sand, and, covering himself up to his chin, was soon wrapped in profound repose. Glenarvan watched alone. The wind continued strong, and the ocean still showed the effects of the recent storm. The tumultuous waves broke at the foot of the sandbanks with the noise of thunder. Glenarvan could not convince himself that the Duncan was so near him, but as for supposing that she had not arrived at her appointed rendezvous, it was impossible, for such a ship there were no delays. The storm had certainly been violent and its fury terrible on the vast expanse of the ocean, but the yacht was a good vessel and her captain an able seaman. She must, therefore, be at her destination. These reflections, however, did not pacify Glenarvan. When heart and reason are at variance, the latter is the weaker power. The Lord of Malcolm Castle seemed to see in the darkness all those whom he loved, his dear Helena, Mary Grant, and the crew of the Duncan. He wandered along the barren coast which the waves covered with phosphorescent bubbles. He looked, he listened, and even thought that he saw a fitful light on the sea. "I am not mistaken," he soliloquized, "I saw a ship's light, the Duncan's. Ah, why cannot my eyes pierce the darkness?" Then an idea occurred to him. Paganel called himself a nyctalops, he could see in the night. The geographer was sleeping like a mole in his bed, when a strong hand dragged him from his sandy couch. "Who is that?" cried he. "I." "Who?" "Glenarvan." "Come, I need your eyes." "My eyes," replied Paganel, rubbing them vigorously. "Yes, your eyes, to distinguish the Duncan in this darkness." "Come." "And why my eyes?" said Paganel to himself, delighted, nevertheless, to be of service to Glenarvan. He rose, shaking his torpid limbs in the manner of one awakened from sleep, and followed his friend along the shore. Glenarvan requested him to survey the dark horizon to seaward. For several moments Paganel conscientiously devoted himself to this task. "Well, do you perceive nothing?" asked Glenarvan. "Nothing. Not even a cat could see 2 paces before her. Look for a red or a green light, on the starboard or the larboard side." "I see neither a red nor a green light. All is darkness," replied Paganel, whose eyes were thereupon involuntarily closed. For half an hour he mechanically followed his impatient friend in absolute silence, with his head bowed upon his breast, sometimes raising it suddenly. He tottered along with uncertain steps, like those of a drunken man. At last Glenarvan, seeing that the geographer was in a state of somnambulism, took him by the arm, and, without waking him, led him back to his sand hole, and comfortably deposited him therein. At break of day they were all started to their feet by the cry, "The Duncan! The Duncan! Hurrah! Hurrah!" replied Glenarvan's companions, rushing to the shore. The Duncan was indeed in sight. 5 miles distant, the yacht was sailing under low pressure, her mainsails carefully reefed, while her smoke mingled with the mists of the morning. The sea was high, and a vessel of her tonnage could not approach the shore without danger. Glenarvan, provided with Paganel's telescope, watched the movements of the Duncan. Captain Mangles could not have perceived them, for he did not approach, but continued to coast along with only a reefed topsail. At this moment Thalcave, having loaded his carbine heavily, fired it in the direction of the yacht. They gazed and listened. 3 times the Indian's gun resounded, waking the echoes of the shore. At last a white smoke issued from the side of the yacht. "They see us," cried Glenarvan. "It is the Duncan's cannon." A few moments after, a heavy report rang out on the air, and the Duncan, shifting her sail and putting on steam, was seen to be approaching the shore. By the aid of the glass they saw a boat leave the ship's side. "Lady Helena cannot come," said Tom Austin, "the sea is too rough." "Nor Captain Mangles," replied MacNabb, "he cannot leave his vessel." My sister, cried Robert, stretching his arms towards the yacht, which rolled heavily. "I hope I shall soon get on board," exclaimed Glenarvan. "Patience, Edward. You will be there in 2 hours," replied MacNabb. Glenarvan now joined Thalcave, who, standing with folded arms alongside of Toka, was calmly gazing at the waves. Glenarvan took his hand, and, pointing to the yacht, said, "Come." The Indian shook his head. "Come, my friend," continued Glenarvan. "No," replied Thalcave, gently. "Here is Toka, and there are the Pampas," he added, indicating with a sweep of his hand the vast expanse of the plains. It was clear that the Indian would never leave the prairies, where the bones of his fathers whitened. Glenarvan knew the strong attachment of these children of the desert to their native country. He therefore shook Thalcave's hand, and did not insist, not even when the Indian, smiling in his peculiar way, refused the price of his services, saying, "It was done out of friendship." His lordship, however, desired to give the brave Indian something which might at least serve as a souvenir of his European friends. But what had he left? His arms, his horses, everything had been lost in the inundation. His friends were no richer than himself. For some moments he was at a loss how to repay the disinterested generosity of the brave guide, but at last a happy idea occurred to him. He drew from his pocketbook a costly medallion enclosing an admirable portrait, one of Lawrence's masterpieces, and presented it to Thalcave. "My wife," said Glenarvan. Thalcave gazed with wonder at the portrait, and pronounced these simple words, "Good and beautiful." Then Robert, Paganel, the Major, Tom Austin, and the 2 sailors bade an affectionate adieu to the noble Patagonian, who clasped each one in succession to his broad breast. All were sincerely sorry at parting with so courageous and devoted a friend. Paganel forced him to accept a map of South America and the 2 oceans, which the Indian had frequently examined with interest. It was the geographer's most precious possession. As for Robert, he had nothing to give but caresses, which he freely lavished upon his deliverer and upon Toka. At that instant the Duncan's boat approached, and, gliding into the narrow channel between the sandbanks, grounded on the beach. "My wife," asked Glenarvan. "My sister," cried Robert. "Lady Helena and Miss Grant await you on board," replied the coxswain. "But we have not a moment to lose, my lord, for the tide is beginning to ebb." The last acknowledgments were given, and Thalcave accompanied his friends to the boat. Just as Robert was about to embark, the Indian took him in his arms and gazed at him tenderly. "Now go," said he, "you are a man." "Adieu, my friend, adieu," cried Glenarvan. "Shall we ever see each other again?" asked Paganel. "Who knows?" replied Thalcave, raising his arms towards heaven. They pushed off, and the boat was rapidly borne from the shore by the ebbing tide. For a long time the motionless outline of the Indian was seen through the foam of the waves. Then his tall form grew indistinct, and soon became invisible. An hour afterwards they reached the Duncan. Robert was the first to spring upon the deck, where he threw himself upon his sister's neck, while the crew of the yacht filled the air with their joyous shouts. Thus had our travelers accomplished the journey across South America on a rigorously straight line. Neither mountains nor rivers had turned them aside from their course, and, although they were not forced to struggle against the evil designs of men, the relentless fury of the elements had often tested their generous intrepidity to its utmost powers of endurance. 27. A new destination. The first moments were consecrated to the happiness of meeting. Lord Glenarvan did not wish the joy in the hearts of his friends to be chilled by tidings of their want of success. His first words, therefore, were, "Courage, my friends, courage. Captain Grant is not with us, but we are sure to find him." It needed only such an assurance to restore hope to the passengers of the Duncan. Lady Helena and Mary Grant, while the boat was approaching the ship, had experienced all the anguish of suspense. From the deck they endeavored to count those who were returning. At one time the young girl would despair, at another she would think she saw her father. Her heart beat quickly, she could not speak, she could scarcely stand. Lady Helena supported her, while Captain Mangles stood beside her in silence. His keen eyes, accustomed to distinguish distant objects, could not discern the captain. "He is there, he is coming, my father," murmured the young girl. But as the boat gradually drew near, the illusion vanished. Not only Lady Helena and the captain, but Mary Grant, had now lost all hope. It was, therefore, time for Glenarvan to utter his assuring words. After the first embraces, all were informed of the principal incidents of the journey, and, first of all, Glenarvan made known the new interpretation of the document, due to the sagacity of Jacques Paganel. He also praised Robert, of whom his sister had a right to be proud. His courage, his devotion, and the dangers that he had overcome, were conspicuously set forth by his noble friend, so that the boy would not have known where to hide himself, if his sister's arms had not afforded him a sure refuge. "You need not blush, Robert," said Captain Mangles, "you have behaved like the worthy son of Captain Grant." He stretched out his arms towards Mary's brother, and pressed his lips to the boy's cheeks, which were still wet with tears. They then spoke of the generous Thalcave. Lady Helena regretted that she could not have shaken hands with the brave Indian. MacNabb, after the first outbursts of enthusiasm, repaired to his cabin to shave himself. As for Paganel, he flitted hither and thither, like a bee, extracting the honey of compliments and smiles. He wished to embrace all on board the Duncan, and, beginning with Lady Helena and Mary Grant, ended with Mr. Olbinett, the steward, who could not better recognize such politeness than by announcing breakfast. "Breakfast," cried Paganel. "Yes, Mr. Paganel," replied Olbinett. "A real breakfast, on a real table, with tablecloth and napkins." "Certainly. And shall we not eat hard eggs, or ostrich steaks?" "Oh, Mr. Paganel," replied the worthy steward, greatly embarrassed. "I did not mean to offend you, my friend," said the geographer, "but for a month our food has been of that sort, and we have dined, not at a table, but stretched on the ground, except when we were astride of the trees. This breakfast that you have just announced seemed to me, therefore, like a dream, a fiction, a chimera." "Well, we will test its reality, Monsieur Paganel," replied Lady Helena, who could not help laughing. "Accept my arm," said the gallant geographer. "Has your lordship any orders to give?" inquired Captain Mangles. After breakfast, my dear fellow, replied Glenarvan, we will discuss in council the program of the new expedition. The passengers and the young captain then descended to the cabin. Orders were given to the engineer to keep up steam, that they might start at the first signal. The Major and the travelers, after a rapid toilette, seated themselves at the table. Ample justice was done to Mr. Olbanet's repast, which was declared excellent and even superior to the splendid banquets of the Pampas. Paganel called twice for every dish, through absent-mindedness, as he said. This unfortunate word led Lady Helena to inquire if the amiable Frenchman had occasionally shown his habitual failing. The Major and Lord Glenarvan looked at each other with a smile. As for Paganel, he laughed heartily, and promised, upon his honor, not to commit a single blunder during the entire voyage. He then in a very comical way told the story of his mistake in the study of Spanish. After all, he added, in conclusion, misfortunes are sometimes beneficial, and I do not regret my error. And why, my worthy friend? Asked the Major. Because I not only know Spanish, but Portuguese also. I speak 2 languages instead of 1. By my faith, I should not have thought of that, replied MacNabb. My compliments, Paganel, my sincere compliments. Paganel was applauded, but did not lose a single mouthful. He did not, however, notice one peculiarity observed by Glenarvan, and that was the young captain's attentions to his neighbor, Mary Grant. A slight sign from Lady Helena to her husband told him how matters stood. He gazed at the 2 young people with affectionate sympathy, and finally addressed the captain, but upon a different subject. "How did you succeed with your voyage, Captain?" he inquired. "Excellently," replied the captain, "only I must inform your lordship that we did not return by way of the Strait of Magellan." "What?" cried Paganel, "you doubled Cape Horn, and I was not there." "Hang yourself," said the Major. "Selfish fellow, you give me this advice in order that you may share my rope," retorted the geographer. "Well, my dear Paganel," added Glenarvan, "unless we are endowed with ubiquity, we cannot be everywhere. Since you crossed the Pampas, you could not at the same time double Cape Horn." "Nevertheless, I am sorry," replied the geographer. Captain Mangles now told the story of his voyage, and was congratulated by Glenarvan, who, addressing Mary Grant, said, "My dear young lady, I see that Captain John pays his homage to your noble qualities, and I am happy to find that you are not displeased with his ship." "Oh, how could I be?" replied Mary, gazing at Lady Helena, and perhaps also at the young captain. "My sister loves you, Mr. Captain," cried Robert, "and I do too." "And I return your love, my dear boy," replied Captain Mangles, a little confused by Robert's words, which also brought a slight blush to the face of the young girl. Then, changing the conversation to a less embarrassing subject, the captain added, "Since I have related the Duncan's voyage, will not your lordship give us a few particulars of your travels and the exploits of our young hero?" No recital could have been more agreeable to Lady Helena and Miss Grant, and Glenarvan hastened to satisfy their curiosity. He told, word for word, all about their journey from ocean to ocean. The passage of the Andes, the earthquake, Robert's disappearance, his capture by the Condor, Thalcave's fortunate shot, the adventure with the wolves, the boy's devotion, the meeting with Sergeant Manuel, the inundation, their refuge in the tree, the lightning, the fire, the alligators, the waterspout, the night on the shores of the Atlantic, all these incidents, cheerful or serious, excited alternately the joy and terror of his hearers. Many a circumstance was related that brought Robert the caresses of his sister and Lady Helena. Never was boy more highly praised, or by more enthusiastic friends. "Now, my friends," remarked Lord Glenarvan, when he had finished his recital, "let us think of the present. Let us return to the subject of Captain Grant." When breakfast was over, the party repaired to Lady Helena's stateroom, and, taking seats around a table loaded with maps and charts, resumed the conversation. Glenarvan explained that the shipwreck had not taken place on the shores either of the Pacific or the Atlantic, and that, consequently, the document had been wrongly interpreted so far as Patagonia was concerned, that Paganel, by a sudden inspiration, had discovered the mistake and proved that they had been following a false trail. The geographer was accordingly asked to explain the French document, which he did to the satisfaction of everyone. When he had finished his demonstration, Glenarvan announced that the Duncan would immediately set sail for Australia. The Major, however, before the order was given, asked permission to make a single remark. "Speak, Major," said Glenarvan. "My object," said MacNabb, "is not to invalidate the arguments of my friend Paganel, still less to refute them. I consider them rational, sagacious, and worthy of our whole attention. But I desire to submit them to a final examination, that their validity may be incontestable." No one knew what the prudent MacNabb meant, and his hearers listened with some anxiety. "Go on, Major," said Paganel. "I am ready to answer all your questions." "Nothing can be simpler," said the Major. 5 months ago, in the Frith of Clyde, when we studied the 3 documents, their interpretation seemed clear to us. No place but the western coast of Patagonia could, we thought, have been the scene of the shipwreck. We had not even the shadow of a doubt on the subject. "Very true," added Glenarvan. "Afterwards," resumed the Major, "when Paganel, in a moment of providential absent-mindedness, embarked on board our vessel, the documents were submitted to him, and he unhesitatingly sanctioned our search upon the American coast." "You were right," observed the geographer. "And, nevertheless, we are mistaken," said the Major. "Yes, we are mistaken," repeated Paganel, "but to be mistaken is only to be human, while it is the part of a madman to persist in his error." "Wait, Paganel," continued the Major, "do not get excited. I do not mean that our search ought to be prolonged in America." "What do you ask, then?" inquired Glenarvan. "Simply the acknowledgment that Australia now seems to be the scene of the Britannia's shipwreck as much as South America did before." "Granted," replied Paganel. "Who knows, then," resumed the Major, "whether, after Australia, another country may not offer us the same probabilities, and whether, when this new search proves vain, it may not seem evident that we ought to have searched elsewhere." Glenarvan and Paganel glanced at each other. The Major's remarks were strictly correct. "I desire, therefore," added MacNabb, "that a final test be made before we start for Australia. Here are the documents and maps. Let us examine successively all points that the 37th parallel crosses, and see if there is not some other country to which the document has as precise a reference." "Nothing is easier," replied Paganel. The map was placed before Lady Helena, and all showed themselves ready to follow Paganel's demonstration. After carefully examining the documents, it was unanimously agreed that Paganel's interpretation was the correct one. "I leave you, therefore, my friends," said he, in conclusion, "to decide whether all the probabilities are not in favor of the Australian continent." "Evidently," replied the passengers and the captain with unanimity. "Captain," said Glenarvan, "have you sufficient provisions and coal?" "Yes, my lord, I procured ample supplies at Talcahuano, and, besides, we can lay in a fresh stock of fuel at Cape Town." "One more remark," said the Major. 1,000, if you please. Whatever may be the guarantees for success in Australia, will it not be well to call for a day or 2, in passing, at the islets of Tristan d'Acunha and Amsterdam? They are situated so near our strict line of search, that it is worth our while to ascertain if there be on them any trace of the shipwreck of the Britannia." "The unbeliever," said Paganel. "I do not want to have to return to them, monsieur, if Australia does not after all realize our newly conceived expectations." "The precaution is not a bad one," said Glenarvan. "And I do not wish to dissuade you, quite the contrary," replied the geographer. "Well, then, we will adopt it, and start forthwith," said Lord Glenarvan. "Immediately, my lord," replied the captain, as he went on deck, while Robert and Mary Grant uttered the liveliest expressions of gratitude, and the Duncan, leaving the American coast and heading to the east, was soon swiftly plowing the waves of the Atlantic. 28. Tristan d'Acunha and the Isle of Amsterdam. The Duncan now had before her a broad stretch of ocean but little traversed by navigators. Between the shores of South America and the little speck in the ocean known by the name of Tristan d'Acunha, there was no probability of her meeting with any strange sail, and under some circumstances, or in some company, the days might have been monotonous and the hours might have hung wearily. But so ardent was the desire for success, and so accomplished, yet varied, were the characters of those who composed the little assembly, that the voyage on the South Atlantic, though devoid of striking incident, was by no means wanting in interest. Much of the time was spent on deck, where the ladies' cabins were now located, Mary Grant especially training her hand, head, and heart in feeling, thought, and action. The geographer set to work on a composition entitled Travels of a Geographer on the Argentine Pampas, but many a blank page did he leave. The Scottish peer, when tired of examining for the 1000th time all that belonged to his yacht, could look at the books and documents which he had brought with him, intending to peruse them carefully. And as to the Major, he was never in company and never out of company, his cigar ensured, nothing else was wanted. Ever and anon many miles of the ocean would be covered by masses of seaweed. These different species of algae would afford subject for research, specimens must be preserved, authorities must be consulted, and as one result at least all would become wiser. Then a discussion would ensue on some geographical problem, and maps that were not attainable were of course appealed to by each disputant, though the subject in question was often of very trivial moment. It was in the midst of a debate of this kind, during the evening, that a sailor cried out, "Land ahead." "In what direction?" asked Paganel. "To windward," replied the sailor. The landsman's eyes were strained, but to no purpose. The geographer's telescope was brought into requisition, but with no avail. "I do not see the land," said its owner. "Look into the clouds," said the captain. "Ah," replied Paganel, struck with the idea, and shortly with the reality also, for there was the barren mountain top of Tristan d'Acunha. "Then," said he, "if I remember aright, we are 80 miles from it. Is not that the distance from which this mountain is visible?" "Exactly so," replied the captain. A few hours brought them much nearer to the group of high and steep rocks, and at sunrise they saw the conical peak of Tristan, seemingly separated from all the rest of the rocky group, and reflecting the glory of the blue heavens and of the rising orb on the placid sea at its base. There are 3 islets in this group, Tristan d'Acunha, Inaccessible, and Rosignol, but it was only at the first of these that the Duncan called. Inquiry was made of the authorities, for these islets are governed by a British official from the Cape of Good Hope, if there were any tidings of the Britannia. But nothing was known of such a ship. They were told of the shipwrecks which had occurred, but there was nothing that afforded a clue to that which they sought. They spent some hours in examination of the fauna and flora, which were not very extensive. They saw and were seen by the sparse population that subsist here, and in the afternoon of the same day the yacht left the islands and islanders so rarely visited. Whilst the passengers had been thus engaged, Lord Glenarvan had allowed his crew to employ their time advantageously to themselves in capturing some of the seals which are so plentiful in these latitudes. A few hours of their united toil resulted in the death of a large number of seals who were caught napping, and in the stowing away, for the profit of the crew when they should reach the Australian market, several barrels of the oil obtained from their carcasses. Still onward on the same parallel lay the course of the Duncan, towards the Isles of Amsterdam and St. Paul, and the same subjects of conversation, study, and speculation engaged them all, until, one morning, they espied the first-mentioned island, far ahead, and as they drew nearer, a peak rose clearly before their vision which strongly reminded them of the peak of Teneriffe they had beheld a few months before. The Isle of Amsterdam or St. Peter, and the Isle of St. Paul, have been visited by very few, and but little is known of them. The latter is uninhabited, but our friends found a few voluntary exiles on the former island, who, by means of seal fishing, eke out a scanty existence in this out-of-the-way spot. Here again inquiry was made, but in vain, for any information of the Britannia, her voyage, or her shipwreck. Neither on the Isle of Amsterdam nor on that of St. Paul, which the whalers and seal fishers sometimes visit, had there been any trace of the catastrophe. Desolate as these lonely islands appeared to our travelers, they still were not devoid of objects of interest. They were meager enough in vegetation and in animal life, but there were warm springs which well repaid a visit. Captain Mangles found the temperature of their waters to be 166 degrees Fahrenheit, and, inasmuch as this was sufficient to cook fish, Paganel decided that it was not necessary for him to bathe here, geographically. When they resumed their course, though many miles were before them, there was a growing sense of anticipation. They were not to pause again until the Australian continent was reached, and more did the conversation and discussions tend towards this continent as their subject. On one occasion so certain was Paganel as to the ease with which they would be able to pursue their search, when they arrived, that he asserted that more than 50 geographers had already made the course clear for them. "What, 50, do you say?" asked the Major, with an air of doubt. "Yes, MacNabb, decidedly," said the geographer, piqued at the hesitancy to believe him. "Impossible," replied the Major. "Not at all, and if you doubt my veracity, I will cite their names." "Ah," said the Major, quietly, "you clever people stick at nothing." "Major," said Paganel, "will you wager your rifle against my telescope that I cannot name at least 50 Australian explorers?" "Of course, Paganel, if you like," replied MacNabb, seeing that he could not now recede from his position without incurring the ridicule of the company. "Well, then," said Paganel to Lady Helena and Miss Grant, "come and be umpires, and Master Robert shall count for us." And forthwith the learned geographer opened his budget, and poured forth the history of the discovery of Australia, with the names of its discoverers and the dates of their explorations, as fluently as though his sole calling in life was to be professor of Australian history. Rapidly he mentioned the first 20 who found or traversed the austral shores, as rapidly did the names of the second score flow from his lips, and after the prescribed 50 had been enumerated, he kept on as though his list were inexhaustible. "Enough, Monsieur Paganel," said Lady Helena. "You have shown that there is nothing, great or small, about Australia, of which you are ignorant." "Nay, madam," said the geographer, with a bow. Then, with a peculiar expression, he smiled as he said to the Major, "We will talk about the rifle at another time." 29. The storm on the Indian Ocean. 2 days after this conversation, Captain Mangles took an observation, and the passengers saw, to their great satisfaction, upon consulting the map, that they were in the vicinity of Cape Bernouilli, which they might expect to reach in 4 days. The west wind had hitherto favored the progress of the yacht, but for several days it had shown a tendency to fail, and now there was a perfect calm. The sails flapped idly against the masts, and had it not been for her powerful screw, the Duncan would have been becalmed on the ocean. This state of things might be prolonged indefinitely. At evening Glenarvan consulted the captain on the subject. The latter, whose supply of coal was rapidly diminishing, appeared much disturbed at the subsidence of the wind. He had covered his ship with canvas, and set his studding and mainsails, that he might take advantage of the least breeze, but, in nautical language, there was not enough wind to fill a hat. "At all events," said Glenarvan, "we need not complain. It is better to be without wind than to have a contrary one." "Your lordship is right," replied Captain Mangles, "but I dread some sudden change in the weather. We are now in the neighborhood of the trade winds, which, from October to April, blow from the northeast, and our progress will, therefore, be very much retarded. But what can we do, Captain? If this misfortune occurs, we must submit to it. It will only be a delay, after all. Probably, if a storm does not come upon us too." "Do you fear bad weather?" asked Glenarvan, looking at the sky, which, however, was cloudless. "Yes," replied the captain. "I tell your lordship, but would conceal my apprehensions from Lady Helena and Miss Grant." "You act wisely. What do you apprehend?" "There are signs of a great storm." "Do not trust the appearance of the sky, my lord, nothing is more deceptive. For 2 days the barometer has fallen to an alarming degree. This is a warning that I cannot disregard. I particularly fear the storms of the South Seas, for I have been already exposed to them." "John," replied Glenarvan, "the Duncan is a stout vessel, and her captain a skillful seaman. Let the storm come, we will take care of ourselves." Captain Mangles, while giving expression to his fears, was by no means forgetful of his duty as a sailor. The steady fall of the barometer caused him to take every measure of precaution. The sky, as yet, gave no indication of the approaching tempest, but the warnings of his infallible instrument were not to be disregarded. The young captain accordingly remained on deck all night. About 11 o'clock the sky grew threatening towards the south. All hands were immediately called on deck, to take in the sails. At midnight the wind freshened. The creaking of the masts, the rattling of the rigging, and the groaning of bulkheads informed the passengers of the state of affairs. Paganel, Glenarvan, the Major, and Robert came on deck to render assistance if it should be needed. Over the sky, that they had left clear and studded with stars, now rolled thick clouds broken by light bands and spotted like the skin of a leopard. "Has the storm broken upon us?" asked Glenarvan. "Not yet, but it will presently," replied the captain. At that moment he gave the order to reef the topsail. The sailors sprang into the windward rattlings, and with difficulty accomplished their task. Captain Mangles wished to keep on as much sail as possible, to support the yacht and moderate her rolling. After these precautions had been taken, he told the mate and the boatswain to prepare for the assault of the tempest, which could not be long in breaking forth. Still, like an officer at the storming of a breach, he did not leave the point of observation, but from the upper deck endeavored to draw from the stormy sky its secrets. It was now 1 o'clock in the morning. Lady Helena and Miss Grant, aroused by the unusual bustle, ventured to come on deck. The wind was sharply whistling through the cordage, which, like the strings of a musical instrument, resounded as if some mighty bow had caused their rapid vibrations. The pulleys clashed against each other, the ropes creaked with a sharp sound in their rough sockets, the sails cracked like cannon, and vast waves rolled up to assail the yacht, as it lightly danced on their foaming crests. When the captain perceived the ladies, he approached and besought them to return to the cabin. Several waves had already been shipped, and the deck might be swept at any moment. The din of the elements was now so piercing that Lady Helena could scarcely hear the young captain. "Is there any danger?" she managed to ask him during a momentary lull in the storm. "No, madam," replied he, "but neither you nor Miss Mary can remain on deck." The ladies did not oppose an order that seemed more like an entreaty, and returned to the cabin just as a wave, rolling over the stern, shook the compass lights in their sockets. The violence of the wind redoubled, the masts bent under the pressure of sail, and the yacht seemed to rise on the billows. "Brail up the mainsail," cried the captain, "hull in the topsails and jibs." The sailors sprang to their places, the halyards were loosened, the brails drawn down, the jibs taken in with a noise that rose above the storm, and the Duncan, whose smokestack belched forth torrents of black smoke, rolled heavily in the sea. Glenarvan, the Major, Paganel, and Robert gazed with admiration and terror at this struggle with the waves. They clung tightly to the rigging, unable to exchange a word, and watched the flocks of stormy petrels, those melancholy birds of the storm, as they sported in the raging winds. At that moment a piercing sound was heard above the roar of the hurricane. The steam was rapidly escaping, not through the escape valve, but through the pipes of the boiler. The alarm whistle sounded with unusual shrillness, the yacht gave a terrible lurch, and Wilson, who was at the helm, was overthrown by an unexpected blow of the wheel. The vessel was in the trough of the sea, and no longer manageable. "What is the matter?" cried Captain Mangles, rushing to the stern. "The ship is careening," replied Austin. "Is the rudder unhinged?" "To the engine! To the engine!" cried the engineer. The captain rushed down the ladder. A cloud of steam filled the engine room, the pistons were motionless in their cylinders, and the cranks gave no movement to the shaft. The engineer, seeing that all efforts were useless, and fearing for his boilers, had let out the steam through the escape valve. "What has happened?" asked the captain. "The screw is either bent or entangled," replied the engineer. "It will not work." "Is it impossible to free it?" "Impossible, at present." To attempt to repair the accident at that moment was out of the question. The screw would not move, and the steam, being no longer effective, had escaped through the valves. The captain was, therefore, forced to rely on his sails, and seek the aid of the wind, which had been hitherto his most dangerous enemy. He came on deck, and, briefly informing Glenarvan of the situation, begged him to return to the cabin with the others, but the latter wished to remain. "No, my lord," replied Captain Mangles, in a firm tone, "I must be alone here with my crew. Go. The ship may be in danger, and the waves would drench you unmercifully. But we may be of use. Go, go, my lord, you must. There are times when I am master on board. Retire, as I wish." For John Mangles to express himself so authoritatively, the situation must have been critical. Glenarvan understood that it was his duty to obey. He therefore left the deck, followed by his 3 companions, and joined the ladies in the cabin, who were anxiously awaiting the result of this struggle with the elements. "My brave John is an energetic man," remarked Glenarvan as he entered. Meantime Captain Mangles lost no time in extricating the ship from her perilous situation. He resolved to keep towards the Cape, that he might deviate as little as possible from his prescribed course. It was, therefore, necessary to brace the sails obliquely to the wind. The topsail was reefed, a kind of foresail rigged on the mainstay, and the helm crowded hard aport. The yacht, which was a staunch and fleet vessel, started like a spirited horse that feels the spur, and proudly breasted the angry billows. The rest of the night was passed in this situation. They hoped that the tempest would abate by break of day. Vain hope. At 8 o'clock in the morning it was still blowing hard, and the wind soon became a hurricane. The captain said nothing, but he trembled for his vessel and those whom she carried. The Duncan now and then gave a fearful lurch, her stanchions cracked, and sometimes the yards of the mainmast struck the crests of the waves. At one moment the crew thought the yacht would not rise again. Already the sailors, hatchet in hand, were rushing to cut away the 4 shrouds, when they were violently torn from their fastenings by the blast. The ship righted herself, but, without support on the waves, she was tossed about so terribly that the masts threatened to break at their very foundations. She could not long endure such rolling, she was growing weak, and soon her shattered sides and opening seams must give way for the water. Captain Mangles had but one resource, to rig a storm jib. He succeeded after several hours' labor, but it was not until 3 o'clock in the afternoon that the jib was hauled to the mainstay and set to the wind. With this piece of canvas the Duncan flew before the wind with inconceivable rapidity. It was necessary to keep up the greatest possible speed, for upon this alone depended her safety. Sometimes, outstripping the waves, she cut them with her slender prow and plunged beneath them, like an enormous sea monster, while the water swept her deck from stem to stern. At other times her swiftness barely equaled that of the surges, her rudder lost all power, and she gave terrific lurches that threatened to capsize her. Then, impelled by the hurricane, the billows outran her, they leapt over the taffrail, and the whole deck was swept with tremendous violence. The situation was indeed alarming. The captain would not leave his post for an instant. He was tortured by fears that his impassive face would not betray, and persistently sought to penetrate with his gaze the gathering gloom. And he had good cause for fear. The Duncan, driven out of her course, was running towards the Australian coast with a swiftness that nothing could arrest. He felt, too, as if by instinct, that a strong current was drawing him along. At every moment he feared the shock of a reef upon which the yacht would be dashed into 1,000 pieces, and he calculated that the shore was not more than a dozen miles to leeward. Finally he went in search of Lord Glenarvan, consulted with him in private, explained their actual situation, viewed it with the coolness of a sailor who is ready for any emergency, and ended by saying that he should be obliged perhaps to run the Duncan ashore. "To save those she carries, if possible, my lord," he added. "Very well, Captain," replied Glenarvan. "And Lady Helena and Miss Grant?" "I will inform them only at the last moment, when all hope is gone of keeping at sea." "You will tell me." "I will, my lord." Glenarvan returned to the ladies, who, without knowing all the danger, felt it to be imminent. They displayed, however, a noble courage, equal at least to that of their companions. Paganel gave himself up to the most unreasonable theories concerning the direction of atmospheric currents, while the Major awaited the end with the indifference of a Mussulman. About 11 o'clock the hurricane seemed to moderate a little, the heavy mists were gradually dissipated, and through the openings the captain could see a low land at least 6 miles to leeward. He steered directly for it. Huge waves rolled to a prodigious height, and he knew that they must have a firm point of support to reach such an elevation. "There are sandbars here," said he to Tom Austin. "That is my opinion," replied the mate. "We are in the hands of God," continued the captain. "If he does not himself guide the Duncan over the bar, we are lost. It is high tide now, Captain, perhaps we may do it. But see the fury of those waves. What ship could resist them? God help us, my friend." Meantime the Duncan dashed towards the shore with terrible swiftness. Soon she was only 2 miles from the sandbars. The mist still continued to conceal the land. Nevertheless, Captain Mangles thought he perceived, beyond this foaming barrier, a tranquil haven, where the Duncan would be in comparative safety. But how to reach it? He called the passengers on deck, for he did not wish, when the hour of shipwreck had come, that they should be confined in the cabin. Glenarvan and his companions gazed at the awful sea. Mary Grant grew pale. "John," said Glenarvan in a low tone to the young captain, "I will try to save my wife, or will perish with her. Do you take charge of Miss Grant?" "Yes, your lordship," was the prompt reply. The Duncan was now only a few cable lengths from the sandbars. As it was high tide, there would doubtless have been sufficient water to enable the yacht to cross these dangerous shoals, but the enormous waves upon which she rose and fell would infallibly have wrecked her. Was there then any means of allaying these billows, of calming this tumultuous sea? A sudden idea occurred to the captain. "The oil," cried he, "pour on oil, men, pour on oil." These words were quickly understood by all the crew. They were about to employ a method that sometimes succeeds. The fury of the sea can often be appeased by covering it with a sheet of oil, which floats on the surface and destroys the shock of the waters. The effect is instantaneous, but transient. As soon as a ship has crossed this treacherous sea, it redoubles its fury, and woe to those who would venture to follow. The barrels containing the supply of seal oil were hoisted into the forecastle by the crew, to whom the danger gave new strength. Here they were stove in with a blow of the hatchet, and suspended over the starboard rattlings. "Hold on," cried the captain, waiting for the favorable moment. In a few seconds the yacht reached the entrance to the pass, which was barred by a terrible line of foam. "Let go," cried the young captain. The barrels were inverted, and from their sides streamed floods of oil. Immediately the unctuous liquid leveled the foaming surface of the sea, and the Duncan sailed on calm waters, and was soon in a quiet harbor beyond the terrible sandbars, and then the ocean, released from its fetters, bounded after its escaped prey with indescribable fury. XXX. A hospitable colonist. The captain's first care was to secure anchorage. He moored the vessel in 5 fathoms of water. The bottom was good, a hard gravel, affording an excellent hold. There was no danger of drifting, or of stranding at low tide. The Duncan, after so many hours of peril, was now in a sort of creek sheltered by a high promontory from the fury of the wind. Lord Glenarvan shook the hand of the young captain, saying, "Thanks, John," and Captain Mangles felt himself fully rewarded by these simple words. Glenarvan kept to himself the secret of his anguish, and neither Lady Helena, Mary Grant, nor Robert suspected the magnitude of the perils they had just escaped. One important point remained to be settled. On what part of the coast had the Duncan been cast by the storm? How could she regain her prescribed course? How far were they from Cape Bernouilli? Such were the first questions addressed to the captain, who at once took his bearings and noted his observations on the map. The Duncan had not deviated very far from her route. She was at Cape Catastrophe, on the southern coast of Australia, not 300 miles from Cape Bernouilli. But could the Duncan's injuries be repaired? This was the question to decide. The captain wished to know the extent of the damage. It was discovered, by diving, that a flange of the screw was bent and came in contact with the sternpost. Hence it was impossible for the screw to rotate. This injury was considered serious enough to necessitate going into dry dock, which of course could not be done in their present locality. Glenarvan and the captain, after mature reflection, resolved that the Duncan should follow the western shore, seeking traces of the Britannia, should stop at Cape Bernouilli, where further information could be obtained, and then continue southward to Melbourne, where her injuries could be repaired, and, as soon as this was done, that she should cruise along the eastern shores to finish the search. This arrangement was approved, and Captain Mangles resolved to take advantage of the first favorable wind. He did not have to wait long. Towards evening the hurricane had entirely subsided, and a moderate breeze was blowing from the southwest. Preparations were made for getting under way, new sails were set, and at 4 o'clock in the morning the sailors heaved at the capstan, the anchor was weighed, and the Duncan, with all sails set, cruised close to windward along the coast. They arrived at Cape Bernouilli without finding the least trace of the lost vessel. But this failure proved nothing. Indeed, during the 2 years since the shipwreck, the sea might have scattered or destroyed the fragments of the brig. Besides, the natives, who scent shipwrecks as a vulture does a corpse, might have carried away every vestige of it. Harry Grant and his 2 companions, therefore, without doubt, had been taken prisoners the moment the waves cast them ashore, and been carried into the interior of the country. But here one of Paganel's ingenious suppositions failed. So long as they were in the Argentine territory, the geographer could rightly maintain that the latitude of the document referred to the place of captivity, not to the scene of the shipwreck. Indeed, the great rivers of the Pampas and their numerous affluents could easily bear the document to the sea. In this part of Australia, on the contrary, few streams cross the 37th parallel, and the principal Australian rivers, the Murray, the Yarra, the Torrens, and the Darling, either flow into each other or empty into the ocean by mouths where navigation is active. What probability was there, then, that a fragile bottle could have descended these continually navigated waters and reached the Indian Ocean? This consideration could not escape such sagacious minds. Paganel's supposition, plausible in Patagonia, was illogical in Australia. The geographer perceived this in a discussion on the subject with the Major. It was clear that the latitude applied only to the place of shipwreck, and that consequently the bottle had been cast into the sea where the Britannia was wrecked, on the western coast of Australia. However, as Glenarvan justly observed, this interpretation did not preclude the possibility of Captain Grant's captivity, who, moreover, had intimated as much by the words, "where they will be prisoners of the cruel Indians." But there was no more reason for seeking the prisoners on the 37th parallel than on any other. This conclusion, after much discussion, was finally accepted, and it was decided that, if no traces of the Britannia were found at Cape Bernouilli, Lord Glenarvan should return to Europe, relinquishing all hope of finding the object of their search. This resolution occasioned profound grief to the children of the lost captain. As the boats containing the whole of the party were rowed ashore, they felt that the fate of their father would soon be probably decided, irrevocably, we may say, for Paganel, in a former discussion, had clearly demonstrated that the shipwrecked seamen would have reached their country long ago, if their vessel had stranded on the other, the eastern coast. "Hope, hope, never cease to hope," said Lady Helena to the young girl seated beside her, as they approached the shore. "The hand of God will never fail us." "Yes, Miss Mary," said the captain, "when men have exhausted human resources, then heaven interposes, and, by some unforeseen event, opens to them new ways." "God grant it, Captain," replied Mary. The shore was now only a cable's length distant. The cape terminated in gentle declivities extending far out into the sea. The boat entered a small creek, between banks of coral in process of formation, which in time would form a chain of reefs along the southern coast of the island. The passengers of the Duncan disembarked on a perfectly barren shore. Steep cliffs formed a lofty seawall, and it would have been difficult to scale this natural rampart without ladders or cramping irons. Fortunately, the captain discovered a breach half a mile southward, caused by a partial crumbling of the cliffs. Probably the sea, during violent equinoctial storms, had beaten against this fragile barrier, and thus caused the fall of the upper portions of the mass. Glenarvan and his companions entered this opening, and reached the summit of the cliffs by a very steep ascent. Robert climbed an abrupt declivity with the agility of a cat, and arrived first at the top, to the great chagrin of Paganel, who was quite mortified at seeing himself outstripped by a mere lad of 12. However, he distanced the peaceable Major, but that worthy was utterly indifferent to his defeat. The little party surveyed the plain that stretched out beneath them. It was a vast, uncultivated tract, covered with bushes and brushwood, and was compared by Glenarvan to the glens of the Scottish lowlands, and by Paganel to the barren lands of Brittany. But though the country along the coast was evidently uninhabited, the presence of man, not the savage, but the civilized worker, was betokened by several substantial structures in the distance. "A mill," cried Robert. True enough, at no great distance apparently, the sails of a mill were seen. "It is indeed a mill," replied Paganel. "Here is a beacon as modest as it is useful, the sight of which delights my eyes." "It is almost a belfry," said Lady Helena. Yes, madam, and while one makes bread for the body, the other announces bread for the soul. In this respect they resemble each other. Let us go to the mill, replied Glenarvan. They accordingly started. After half an hour's walk the soil assumed a new aspect. The transition from barren plains to cultivated fields was sudden. Instead of brushwood, quickset hedges surrounded an enclosure freshly plowed. Some cattle, and half a dozen horses, grazed in pastures encircled by acacias. Then fields of corn were reached, several acres of land bristling with the yellow ears, haycocks like great beehives, vineyards with blooming enclosures, a beautiful garden, where the useful and the ornamental mingled, in short, a fair and comfortable locality, which the merry mill crowned with its pointed gable and caressed with the moving shadow of its sails. At this moment a man of about 50, of prepossessing countenance, issued from the principal house, at the barking of 3 great dogs that announced the coming of the strangers. 5 stout and handsome boys, his sons, accompanied by their mother, a tall, robust woman, followed him. This man, surrounded by his healthful family, in the midst of these new erections, in this almost virgin country, presented the perfect type of the colonist, who, endeavoring to better his lot, seeks his fortune and happiness beyond the seas. Glenarvan and his friends had not yet introduced themselves, they had not had time to declare either their names or their rank, when these cordial words saluted them. "Strangers, welcome to the house of Patrick Amor. You are an Irishman," said Glenarvan, taking the hand that the colonist offered him. "I was," replied Mr. Amor. "Now I am an Australian. But come in, whoever you are, gentlemen, this house is at your service." The invitation so hospitably given was accepted without ceremony. Lady Helena and Mary Grant, conducted by Mrs. Amor, entered the house, while the colonist's sons relieved the visitors of their firearms. A large, cool, airy room occupied the ground floor of the house, which was built of stout beams arranged horizontally. Several wooden benches, built into the walls, and painted in gay colors, 10 stools, 2 oaken trunks, in which white china and jugs of polished pewter were arranged, and a long table, at which 20 people could be comfortably seated, constituted the furniture, worthy of the house and its hardy inhabitants. Dinner was soon served. Dishes of soup smoked between roast beef and legs of mutton, flanked by large plates of olives, grapes, and oranges. The host and hostess had such an engaging air, and the fare was so tempting, so ample, and so abundantly furnished, that it would have been unbecoming not to accept this rural bounty. The domestics of the farm, the equals of their master, had already come to partake of the repast, and the host reserved the place of honor for the strangers. "I expected you," said he, quietly, to Lord Glenarvan. "You did," replied the latter, very much surprised. "I always expect those who are coming," replied the Irishman. Then, in a grave voice, while his household stood respectfully, he invoked a divine blessing. Lady Helena was much affected by his perfect simplicity of manner, and a look from her husband told her that he likewise was touched by it. Ample justice was done to the repast. The conversation was general. The colonist told his story. It was like that of most deserving and voluntary emigrants. Many go far to seek their fortunes, and find only sorrow and disaster. They accuse fate, forgetting to blame their ignorance, laziness, and vices. The man who is sober and persevering, economical and honest, is almost sure to succeed. This had been the case with Mr. Amor. He had left Dundalk, where he was poor, and, emigrating with his family to Australia, had landed at Adelaide. At first he engaged in mining, but soon relinquished this for the less hazardous pursuits of the farmer, in which he had been successful beyond his highest anticipations. His agricultural knowledge was a great aid to him. He economized, and bought new lands with the profits of the first. His family flourished, as well as his farm. The Irish peasant had become a landed proprietor, and, although his establishment was only 2 years old, he owned at that moment 500 acres of well-cultivated land and 500 head of cattle, was his own master, and as independent as one can be even in the freest country in the world. His guests congratulated him sincerely when his story was finished. He doubtless expected a similar confidence, but did not urge it. Glenarvan had an immediate interest in speaking of the Duncan, of his own presence at Cape Bernouilli, and of the search that they had pursued so perseveringly. But, like a man who considers the main object in view, he first questioned his host concerning the shipwreck of the Britannia. The Irishman's answer was not cheering. He had never heard of the ship. No vessel had for some time been lost on the coast, and, as the shipwreck had occurred only 2 years before, he could affirm with absolute certainty that the sailors had not been cast on that part of the western shore. "And now, my lord," added he, "may I be allowed to ask why you have inquired of me concerning this shipwreck?" Glenarvan then told the story of the document, the voyage of the Duncan, and the attempts made to find Captain Grant. He confessed that his dearest hopes had been destroyed by Mr. O'Moore's discouraging information, and that he now despaired of ever finding the shipwrecked seamen of the Britannia. These words produced a gloomy impression upon his hearers. Robert and Mary listened to them with tearful eyes. Paganel could not find a word of consolation or hope. Captain Mangles suffered a grief that he could not subdue. Despair was seizing upon the souls of the noble people whom the Duncan had vainly brought to these distant shores, when all at once a voice was heard. "My lord, praise and thank God. If Captain Grant is living, he is in Australia.